Is there a cover-up at NASA and other space agencies concerning an asteroid that's on a collision course with Earth right now? What would impact with an asteroid that some are calling a planet killer mean for the human race? Could this catastrophic event have been foretold in the ancient book of Revelation? All that and more today on Skywatch TV, but first, watch this.
Hidden deep within ancient scriptures, it is written that in the beginning, the ultimate agent of chaos was already restrained by the Creator. As creation flourished, this force of destruction remained subdued, waiting for his time of freedom. Humanity kept record of this malevolent spirit in order to warn future generations. These ancient prophecies foretell a messenger will precede the release of the great evil, known to the Hebrews as Leviathan, but to the Egyptians as Apophis.
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. Today we begin a special investigative series on the exciting new groundbreaking documentary film by Josh Peck called Ragnarok, Humanity's Last Stand. There exists an ancient prophecy about a great burning mountain that falls from the sky, bringing devastation to the world. Are we about to see this destroying force enter the Earth's atmosphere? If so, is there anything that we can do about it? The producers of the astonishing new film Ragnarok are here today to help answer that question. But before they do, watch this.
So my name's Jeff Zwarenk. I'm an astrophysicist by training, which basically just means I do physics with a telescope. And a physicist is interested in learning how the world works, and so I get to go out and study how the heavens work.
Finally, the headline on the Forbes website is scary. It reads, "Doomsday Asteroid Bigger Than Expected." They're talking about a football field-size asteroid called 99942 Apophis, and while it's going to pass by us tonight, and it's okay to make plans for tomorrow, when it comes back in the year 2029, it will pass so close, just over 30,000 miles, it's going to be visible in broad daylight.
Well, this was a discovery back in 2004. Some astronomers down at Kitt Peak National Observatory down in Arizona were observing the sky, and they found this object. There's ways you can find asteroids and comets because they move a little bit, and so they were using techniques and found this asteroid. They found it over a couple of nights. They found another observation not too much longer. And so that gave them an initial trajectory and found that in 2029, there was a reasonable chance that it was actually going to collide with the Earth.
Asteroids are remnants of the stuff, the rocks and all, that form the planets in our solar system. I'm Dr. Mike Strauss. I'm a professor of physics at the University of Oklahoma. My field of specialty is experimental particle physics. So the goal of experimental particle physics is to understand the fundamental structure of the universe. What are the smallest building blocks that make up the universe? I currently do my research at a laboratory near Geneva, Switzerland called CERN, where we accelerate protons to nearly the speed of light. We smash them together and we look at the debris that comes out from that collision. And the debris tells us about the structure of the universe. As the planets like Venus and Earth and Mars formed, there was some leftover stuff primarily between Mars and Jupiter that wasn't enough material to actually form a planet. And these are the asteroids. Most of them are in a belt, in an orbit between Mars and Jupiter.
What happened there is there's this giant gas cloud that for whatever reason started to collapse and condense, and as it does, the very center part accumulates and becomes the sun that's got a lot of hydrogen and helium in it. It eventually ignites nuclear fusion, starts glowing and giving off heat. There's also a lot of materials orbiting around this, and those will all collapse down to a disk. They'll accumulate into larger and larger objects through various processes, and eventually, as some objects get large enough, they start gravitationally attracting the remaining debris that's left in the solar system. It clears out most of the debris in the solar system, but not all of it. And so the stuff that tends to form closer to the sun is going to make asteroids. Those are going to be more rocky bodies. The stuff that forms further out in the solar system, kind of out by Jupiter and further, that's going to have a lot more ice, and so those are going to be comets. And that's really kind of the key distinguisher between a comet and an asteroid, is that an asteroid has a lot more rocky material, a comet has a lot more ice material.
They're different than meteoroids in that meteoroids are just smaller asteroids. Anything less than about a meter is called a meteoroid, and anything larger than about a meter, up to maybe 100 kilometers in size, is called an asteroid. They're different than comets. Comets are not made of rocks and metals. They're actually made of dust and ice. And this is why a comet has a tail. As it gets near the sun, that dust and ice gets burned off by the heat of the sun, and you see it flowing out from the comet, and you get the tail. When meteoroids or asteroids come into the atmosphere of the Earth, they will begin to burn up, and that's what we see as shooting stars. Those are called meteors. And if they actually hit the Earth, they're called meteorites. So depending on their size and where they are, we give them all these different names.
The Tunguska event of June 30, 1908, was a blast theorized to have been caused by an asteroid, estimated at approximately 50 to 100 meters in diameter, much smaller than the Apophis asteroid that is scheduled for a near flyby or impact on Friday, April 13, 2029. The Tunguska object collided with our planet, landing in Siberia. The impact was so dramatic that 2,000 square kilometers of the taiga forest was destroyed, flattening about 80 million trees. Reports included accounts of the blast being felt by those in the closest city over 35 miles away from the point of impact. In fact, the residents of the town, despite the distance from the impression, were able to feel the heat, were knocked off their feet, and even had windows bust as a result of the fallout. The blast was later said to have created 185 times more energy than the Hiroshima atomic bomb, with seismic rubbles observed as far away as the United Kingdom. Thankfully, the location of the blast was a remote area, which is likely why, despite the fact that there were hundreds of reindeer reduced to charred carcasses, there was still no reports of human casualty as a result of the impact. An eyewitness to the event described, quote, "The sky was split in two, and high above the forest, the whole northern part of the sky appeared covered with fire," end quote. That sight was apparently followed by loud noises that sounded like guns firing. Furthermore, the nearby Lake Chico is theorized to have been created as a byproduct of the event. According to Luca Gasparina of the University of Bologna in Italy, quote, the lake, was formed after the impact, not from the main Tunguska body, but of a fragment of the asteroid that was preserved by the explosion, end quote. Now, his theory maintains that the soft, swampy Earth allowed a large meteoric fragment, which originally landed on the surface of the Earth, to sink, creating a hole which morphed into the modern-day Chico. Now, what would have happened if such a meteor had struck the Earth in a highly populated location? Or worse, if the hurling rock had been much larger?
So astronomers really are interested in finding as many of these asteroids and comets, things that might impact the Earth. But again, in our near-Earth object search, we're looking for 90% of all objects above a kilometer, 90% of all objects above 140 meters, which means there's 10% of the stuff that we're finding that we're not going to find, and anything smaller than 140 meters, which is something on the scale of what knocked down all the trees in Russia, the Tunguska event. In more recent memory, we had the Chelyabinsk meteor that came in and flashed through the air. That was something on the order of 20 meters. So even in our best efforts outside of a lot of serendipity, we're not going to find those sorts of events.
In any science, the precision of the predictions, the precision of the measurements has to do with how good your data is and how precisely you can measure your data. This is why when Apophis was first discovered, there wasn't enough measurements, enough data to really totally know exactly where it was going. But since it looked like it was coming close to the Earth, we've taken a lot more measurements of its path. The asteroid should come within about 20,000 miles of the Earth, and that's pretty accurate. And as it gets closer, we'll get better data, better measurements, and we'll even be able to more precisely predict exactly where it's going to go.
What they've since found in the meantime is that this thing is about 300 meters wide, which is a pretty large object, that if it lands and hits the Earth, it's going to put an energy into the Earth of about 1,000 megatons. Just for scale, the entire nuclear arsenal of the world is about 10,000 megatons. So this would be a massive amount of energy, a massive explosion as it hits the Earth. But as they were able to find the object, they were able to go back and find some previous measurements earlier on, and they were able to get a more refined trajectory and show that this object, while it will come close to the Earth, I think it'll come about 19,000 miles away from the Earth, which is about 2.5 times the diameter of the Earth away. It's about 1/10 of the distance to the moon. So this is close in astronomical terms. But very far away from hitting the Earth. And so astronomers are not worried about Apophis hitting us anymore. But it will provide a great opportunity, because it's so close, to get some really good observations of an asteroid as it passes by the Earth in 2029.
NASA, of course, is the American Space Agency. It stands for National Aeronautics and Space Administration. It was originated as a response to the Soviet Union putting up the first satellite, Sputnik, in 1958. And NASA is responsible for both manned missions to space and also other missions to space, like the NEOWISE satellite. It's a satellite whose goal is to look for near-Earth objects. That's the NEO and NEOWISE. And that means things like asteroids or other objects that could come near the Earth and possibly interfere or hit the Earth. It's found thousands and thousands of these, and now we're able to track them and know exactly where they're going to go and if they pose any threat to the Earth.
So if we find an asteroid and we find that it's on a collision course with Earth, there is a process by which they categorize it, make sure they understand the amount of threat and not threats. It's either going to hit or not. There's threat levels, if you will.
I fear, like in the movie Greenland, government scientists are going to continue to downplay the prospect of Apophis striking Earth until it's obvious that it is in fact going to crash into this planet, and by then they will have plans in place to secret away government authorities and other elites into underground or in-mountain bunkers for survival, unless they come up with a mitigation effort that deflects the space rock.
At this point in time, we don't have any way of mitigating the threat, but people are working on trying to do those sorts of mitigation techniques.
The way the data is done is we know that things in outer space are primarily influenced by the other large objects in outer space. The reason it's where it is it was primarily influenced by the gravity of Jupiter. And since we understand how gravity works, that helps us do the calculations. So we even know that when this asteroid gets near the Earth's gravity will perturb its orbit and it'll change it slightly, so we can predict where it will come back to Earth in the distant future.
Recent concerns voiced by other experts stem from variations, they say, in the formula pi, which could mean a difference in the calculated trajectory of the soaring masses in space. If an asteroid or meteor in question is described with phrases such as skim past, when its orbit near Earth is referenced, small errors in calculation could equal big consequences for our planet.
Welcome back. We're in studio today with the producers of the highly anticipated new documentary, Ragnarok. But before we discuss the film, we want to show you how you can get your copy of this groundbreaking documentary right now.
There exists an ancient prophecy about a great burning mountain that falls from the sky, bringing devastation to the world, and the signs of its coming have now appeared. Skywatch TV is proud to present the Ragnarok Blockbuster Bundle. When you order Josh Peck's new documentary film, Ragnarok, Humanity's Last Stand from the Skywatch TV store, you'll also receive the never-before-seen exclusive DVD content, Ragnarok, Destruction Unveiled, and Ragnarok, Mountains of Judgment. In the new documentary film, Ragnarok, Humanity's Last Stand, visionary filmmaker Josh Peck takes you on a journey through the ancient prophecy from the book of Revelation about a burning mountain that falls from the sky, bringing devastation to the world, and what scientists and NASA have to say about it. In this explosive documentary film, you will learn how the wormwood prophecy connects to our modern age, whether the coming asteroid Apophis could be the harbinger of destruction, the science, history, and prophecies surrounding asteroid impact, Dr. Thomas Horn's full end times vision of destruction, what NASA is saying about Apophis, and what we can do about this threat. You'll also receive the behind-the-scenes interview, Ragnarok, Destruction Unveiled, where Skywatch TV's own Drew Graffia sits down with visionary filmmaker Josh Peck to talk about his filmmaking process, what goes into a project of this magnitude, what his initial reaction to Dr. Thomas Horn's end times vision was, and what it is like to handle such apocalyptic material. But that's not all. We're also including the never-before-seen content entitled Ragnarok, Mountains of Judgment, where you will take a deep dive into the prophecy and science behind asteroids, and how this relates to the coming space rock named after the Egyptian god of chaos, Apophis. Sold separately, these items hold a retail value of over $75. Yours now for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling. So uncover the prophecies of destruction and learn the mystery mysteries of the last days. This collection is available only through Skywatch TV, so don't delay. The Ragnarok Blockbuster Bundle, available now at skywatchtvstore.com. Order now or call 1-844-750-4985.
The film is called Ragnarok, Humanity's Last Stand, and we are joined by the director, Josh Peck.
Thanks, Joe.
Producer, Tom Horn.
Good to be here.
And Skywatch TV's own Drew Graffia. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Joe.
Josh, I want to dive right in. You wrote, edited, and directed this film, and it's based on Tom's two books, The Wormwood Prophecy and The Messenger. Can you tell us why this topic is so important to you?
Ever since I was a child, I had a really deep interest in Bible prophecy.
Okay.
I had a bunch of Christian friends, but I was the one that had like the Revelation explained books, and I would carry those around all the time. Well, two of my favorite ones, the ones that were most interesting to me, was Revelation 9, the locust, and then the Wormwood Prophecy. So fast forward years later, and I'm working here at Skywatch. Tom writes these books, The Wormwood Prophecy and The Messenger, and during our Stand 2020 conference, I filmed his presentation, which was based on the Wormwood Prophecy. That was the first time I heard it, and heard it from him, and I was blown away. I mean, it was like being a kid again. I mean, it's exciting. I mean, it's a dark topic, but it's still exciting because it's prophecy coming to life.
Right. If you're a believer in Bible prophecy, none of this should be frightening, but I understand what you mean. You're fascinated by the topic. Tom, something else the film covers, but we didn't get to see it in the clip that we just watched, is how small mathematical miscalculations can actually lead to disastrous consequences when you're dealing with stuff like the trajectory of something like an asteroid. Do you believe that NASA's calculations are incorrect concerning the arrival of Apophis, and why?
Well, I believe they very likely could be incorrect, and there are brighter minds than mine that are also saying that out there. For instance, there's a scientist, a mathematician by the name of Harry Lear, and he's actually put up online, he's created videos in which he is saying that the calculations that were used by NASA to determine the trajectory of the asteroid Apophis are off by as much as 600,000 miles. Now, when you add to the fact that these rocks are traveling through space, they are influenced by a lot of different things. The gravitational pull of large planetary bodies, things like that, that can slightly change their trajectory over time. The other thing is that they can hit space debris. They can run into, they can nick other asteroids or whatever. And so their trajectories are always kind of slightly changing. And what Harry Lear did was he provided a corrected trajectory for Apophis, showing that in 7 years from now, Friday the 13th, April 2029, it's going to come crashing into planet Earth. And you're right, other astronomers have said if it does, it is a planet killer. Now, we feature Harry Lear in the film, giving some of his evidence, but again, he's not the only one. Top 100 scientist Nathan Myhrvold, he's a celebrated mind. He's constantly turning up in academic journals as one of the #1 scientists in the world. And he wrote a paper called An Empirical Examination of Wise, Neo-Wise Asteroid Analysis and Results. Long title. You'd have thought Tom Horn wrote that as the title of a book. In which he goes even further, saying that they are off in many of their calculations on incoming asteroids, Apophis being one of those. But he says something different than these other guys. He says it's not a mistake, it is intentional. He said they very much are cooking the books on the trajectory of some of these space threats that are being monitored by NEOWISE. Why would he say that? Well, again, the film goes into some of that. And by the way, we even were able to get an astronomer from CERN, the Large Hadron Collider, is featured in this documentary film. So the film is done very well. I think it is very authoritative, and it examines some of the people who believe that NASA is involved with the cover-up. One more, by the way, the famous astrophysicist Neil deGrasse. We actually have a clip from him in the film in which he says this: Apophis will come so close to Earth, he's talking about in 2029, it will dip below our orbiting communication satellites. Now imagine that, right? When you can sit on Earth and look up into space and see our satellites, it's going to be lower than those satellites. It might knock out some of the satellites. He says it will be the largest, closest thing we have ever observed to come by Earth. The orbit we now have for it is uncertain. Now, he's one of the most famous astrophysicists in the world, and he says that calculation given by NASA is uncertain. Why? Because these things are hard to measure and hard to get an exact distance for, and we cannot tell you exactly what that trajectory will be. So imagine that, folks, that you have a rock that could wipe out planet Earth that is racing towards this planet that's going to be here in a very short period of time. And there are scientists who believe that it is far more likely than NASA is admitting that it could impact the Earth and be basically an extinction level event.
Josh, with just a couple of minutes on the clock, you took a balanced approach in the beginning of the film by having two scientists, both Christian, by the way, who say that Apophis is not going to strike the Earth in 2029. Why did you decide to include their point of view as well?
So one of my styles for doing films is, as much as possible, try to get legitimate sides of the argument.
Sure.
I don't want to waste time with sensational stuff. I want to get as balanced of an approach as we can. So you have two scientists who are Christian, they're astrophysicists, but they say in the movie that Apophis is not going to strike. But then we go into other scientists that Tom just mentioned that says that it will most likely strike.
Absolutely, right.
So you got to look at both sides of the story to see what's going on. And I personally, I'm convinced that there's a good chance this is actually going to happen.
Tom, a minute ago, you mentioned briefly something about a NASA cover-up. Is that something you believe is actually happening right now?
Yeah, and again, people are going to learn a lot more when they watch the documentary film about the evidence and why I believe that to be true. There's a personal friend of this ministry, and I can't even tell you where he works, but he works with, outer space stuff for the U.S. government. It's about all I can say. And at first, when I wrote the books, he was in those books arguing why NASA is, in essence, trying to cover up the real potential for Apophis to strike planet Earth. And then he was warned, and he came to a conference where I was at, and he said, hey, the officials, the uppity, they pulled me in, and they said, you will not have your retirement, you're going to lose your job, you might even be sued. You better retract everything that you were telling Tom Horn for the books, as we are not going to tolerate people speaking out in this way. And by the way, I don't doubt the sincerity of the two astronomers
same here.
that are in our film, but they are taking NASA's official line, which is being refuted by other people. So again, there are pressures. When you work inside these agencies for the government, you have to be guarded on what you're saying. If you want to see the scenario, watch the movie Greenland, where the government keeps saying, no, it's not going to strike the Earth, it's not going to strike the Earth. Oh, wait a minute, it's going to strike the Earth, run for your life.
I also want to make very quick mention, in addition to the Ragnarok DVD, there's also a couple of other DVDs in this package that we're offering. Drew, tell us a little bit about the bonus content.
So with this package, we have completely exclusive content. Now, the first one we have is called Ragnarok Mountains of Judgment. Now, because when you make a film, you go into such depth gathering the materials, there's a lot left over. So we take a lot of the asteroid and prophetic material and put it into this DVD. It's all exclusive material. And then for our next DVD, Ragnarok Destruction Unveiled, I actually sit down with Josh Peck and we talk about what goes into making a movie like this, and also what it's like to deal with this material. So he's going to talk about that. It's a behind-the-scenes look, and again, these are both exclusive, so it's very exciting content.
Unfortunately, gentlemen, we're totally out of time for this week, but folks, don't go anywhere. We're going to continue this discussion next week. I'm Joe Artis Horn. Keep your eyes on the prize, which is Jesus Christ. We'll be back. With the imminent arrival of the asteroid Apophis headed toward Earth as we speak, could this signify the return of the ancient false god by the very same name? What will this mean for humanity's last stand as we brace for possible head-on collision with what some believe to be biblical wormwood? Watch this.
Hidden deep within ancient scriptures, it is written that in the beginning, the ultimate agent of chaos was already restrained by the Creator. As creation flourished, this force of destruction remained subdued, waiting for his time of freedom. Humanity kept record of this malevolent spirit in order to warn future generations. These ancient prophecies foretell a messenger will precede the release of the great evil, known to the Hebrews as Leviathan, but to the Egyptians as Apophis.
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. Today we continue our special investigative series on the new groundbreaking documentary film by Josh Peck called Ragnarok, Humanity's Last Stand. If you've been a viewer of Skywatch TV for any length of time, you're likely familiar with the concept of the existence of false gods in the Bible and of the ancient prophecies of their return upon the earth. However, many may not know that the coming asteroid Apophis could bring with it one of these long-forgotten fallen gods as an agent of judgment upon an unbelieving world. We're going to discuss this shortly, but before we do, watch this.
The Greek for wormwood translates the word bitter to a poison. And so, of course, we see this with the judgment of wormwood, that it poisons the water, eventually to death and killing people and animals.
I believe that wormwood is an asteroid, a meteorite, that is infused with something that's water soluble. Unlike iron nickel meteorites that last for thousands of years, once they hit the ground, this thing dissolves, apparently. I have no trouble believing that, and that it is a concentrated poison of some sort.
If Apophis turns out to be biblical wormwood, as I believe it likely will, it will collide with Earth in the middle of the Great Tribulation period, generally around the same moment in dispensational history as when the mark of the beast arrives. As I believe Apophis is carrying what I would call an Andromeda strain-like alien microbe, I suggest it has a hitchhiker virus living off of it that, on impact with our terra firma, is going to be jettisoned into the atmosphere and rain down a global contagion that will make COVID-19 look like a day at the park. The Andromeda strain is a 1969 techno-thriller novel by Michael Crichton documenting the efforts of a team of scientists investigating the outbreak of a deadly extraterrestrial microorganism in Arizona. A team from an Air Force base is deployed to recover a military satellite which is returned to Earth, but contact is lost abruptly. Aerial surveillance reveals that everyone in Piedmont, Arizona, the town closest to where the satellite landed, has apparently died. The duty officer of the base tasked with retrieving the satellite suspects that it returned with an extraterrestrial contaminant and recommends activating wildfire, which in the book is a protocol for a government-sponsored team of scientists intended to contain threats of this nature. The wildlife team, led by Dr. Jeremy Stone, believes the satellite, intentionally designed to capture upper atmosphere microorganisms for bioweapon exploitation, did in fact return with a deadly microorganism that kills through nearly instantaneous blood clotting. Though fiction, Crichton was lauded at the time by scientists who appreciated his attention to detail about the ability of extraterrestrial microbes, or extremophiles, to live in harsh environments like space, where temperatures range from hundreds of degrees Fahrenheit to hundreds of degrees below zero. An extremophilic alien bacteria would not only survive such an environment, but an entire field of astrobiology called panspermia exists to explain how Earth may have been host to such intergalactic life forms in the distant past. Might such an Andromeda strain on Apophis be the trigger that results in a global pandemic that leads to a mandatory universal vaccine, the mark of the beast? This is an important question because some years ago my wife Nita brought up a point we had never considered before then. Nita asked if the biblical mark of the beast might be a conspiracy employing specific implantable health technology only now available. Her theory was gripping. In her narrative, instead of a virus from an asteroid, she suggested an occult elite operating behind the U.S. government might devise a virus that is a crossover between human and animal disease and intentionally releases it into the public. A pandemic ensues, and the period between when a person contracts the virus and death is something like 10 days, with tens of millions dead in a few weeks and the rate of death increasing hourly around the globe. A universal cry for a cure goes out. Seemingly miraculously, the government then steps forward with a vaccine. The only catch, the government explains, is that given the nature of the animal-human flu, the cure uses animal DNA and nanobots to rewrite one's genetics so that the person is no longer entirely human. The point made by Nita was that those who receive this antidote would become part beast, if you will, and perhaps therefore the title Mark of the Beast. No longer entirely human, but also mean, according to their original outline, that the individual could no longer be saved or go to heaven, explaining why the book of Revelation says that whosoever receiveth the mark is damned forever, while also explaining why the ancient Nephilim, whose DNA was part human and part angel and or animal, could not be redeemed. Now, for believers, they would know this is the mark of the beast, as we believe the Spirit of God would confirm it in their conscience and spirit. If they take this cure, they will know at the moment they have willfully submitted to damnation, regardless of how it is justified.
You look at the mark of the beast and the fact that the mark obviously has the ability to buy and sell from a mark or a device that's placed into your hand or forehead. Clearly now today, we have the technology through RFID, through the internet, through Wi-Fi, where that can be a reality. So again, it's only in the last several years that these things that are very important details of Revelation are even achievable. So when I look at that, that tells me we are really close to this being fulfilled.
The asteroid called Apophis by NASA is certainly a physical object. Identifying it as wormwood, as Tom Horn has suggested, is certainly a possibility. This will come closer to the Earth than anything its size in recorded memory. But it's also possible that we're looking at a supernatural entity here. When we compared the descriptions of the effects of the second and third trumpets in the book of Revelation with the way angels are described in other Jewish literature, specifically the book of Enoch, which was written a couple hundred years at least before the birth of Jesus Christ. Enoch is taken in this book into the netherworld to see a series of very disturbing sights, and he sees in a couple of locations what appear to be burning mountains. And when he asks his angelic guide, "What are these?" he said, "These are the angels who disobeyed. These are the angels who did not come out at their appointed times, or stars who did not come out at their appointed times." Stars being a term used in the Old Testament quite frequently to represent angels. So in that context, I think we're looking at these entities perhaps being both the burning mountain of the second trumpet and wormwood of the third trumpet, being supernatural entities as well. So I think we're looking at a yes to both. Yes, wormwood is a physical object. Yes, wormwood is a supernatural entity.
In addition to details about the asteroid Apophis, its name draws some attention because the cosmic mass was named after the Egyptian god of chaos, ironically also known as the Great Serpent, who, since he was also the enemy of the sun god Ra or light, existed in darkness. He is said by the Ancient History Encyclopedia to be, quote, associated with earthquakes, thunder, darkness, storms, and death, end quote. Considering the name from a point of irony, one could consider the reference to a great serpent who dwells in darkness as almost being a personified evil. Furthermore, if it strikes the earth, chaos of the utmost kind is certainly going to ensue.
Revelation is known for its plagues, unspeakable plagues. And in fact, the whole sermons have been devoted to the plagues. And the plagues are God's simple reply to the disobedient.
What I see there is what I refer to as quantum repetition, that the events of the Old Testament, of antiquity, particularly the Exodus among them, will repeat throughout time and culminate in the Great Tribulation. And if you look at some of the parallels between the Exodus and the Great Tribulation, they are numerous. First of all, you have Pharaoh, who's a foreshadow of the Antichrist. He's a persecutor of Israel. He's a pagan. He's seeking to actually eradicate Israel, which the Antichrist ultimately will try to do. And then the way he's judged, the judgment's also parallel. You have the waters turning to blood in the Exodus. You see that in the Great Tribulation. You have locusts who plague the Egyptian empire. You have locusts who are released from the abyss at the fifth trumpet of Revelation chapter 9. There are sores that go on everyone who takes the mark of the beast. You see the boils appear on the skin of the Egyptians throughout the book of Exodus. So I see the idea of wormwood being a curse is just, again, another emphasis of the curse that you see put on the Egyptians. And how was Pharaoh brought to his knees? By the death of his firstborn son. And the culmination of the book of Revelation, the judgments of God, will be the death of the Antichrist, the son of Satan, at Armageddon.
One of the interesting things about the plagues that are recorded in the book of Exodus is that the gods of Egypt at that point were not Egyptian gods. That period of history, called the Egyptian sojourn, the time when the Israelites were in Egypt, was a period known to scholars as the Second Intermediate Period, when Egypt and the Nile Delta, northern Egypt, or what they call Lower Egypt, was under the control of Semitic-speaking people called the Hyksos, which is kind of a mangling of an Egyptian phrase that means rulers of foreign lands. The Hyksos were Amorites. They were the neighbors of the Hebrews from the time of Abraham down through the time of David, essentially. And they essentially established the milieu, if you will, of the ancient Near East, the religious and the cultural setting that was still in place when Jesus rode a donkey into Jerusalem. The plagues that afflicted Egypt, there have been some Bible scholars who've attempted to connect those to specific Egyptian gods. But again, the gods of Egypt during that period were Semitic. Specifically, a biblical scholar by the name of Dr. Douglas Petrovich wrote a convincing scholarly paper several years ago identifying the Pharaoh of the Exodus as Amenhotep II. This is important because Amenhotep II adopted as his own personal protector deity the Semitic god Resheph. Resheph was a plague god. He was depicted as an archer who spread disease through his arrows, but he could also protect from plague the same way. He was also considered the special protector of charioteers and chariot warriors, the reason being chariots were considered the vehicle that transported the dead or the souls of the dead to the netherworld. In addition to being god of plagues, Resheph was considered the gatekeeper to the underworld. So the plagues that God, Yahweh, sent to free his people, I don't think were specifically related to individual Egyptian deities, but directed specifically at this one entity, Resheph, who was known later to the Greeks and Romans as Apollo. Not only did God send a series of plagues that Resheph was unable to prevent, he then sealed his message, if you will, by destroying the chariot corps of the Pharaoh, and did it by parting the Red Sea, which was also a message to the chief god of the Amorite pantheon, Baal or Baal, who became the king of their pantheon by defeating the god of the sea, Yam, in hand-to-hand combat. And if you remember in Exodus 14, it happened directly in front of a location called Baal Zephon, which is a reference to Mount Zephon, the mountain on which Baal's palace was located. So in one stroke, the God of the Hebrews, the God of the Bible, absolutely destroyed the people who had been oppressing his people by humiliating the chief god of the Amorites, the chief god of their pantheon, and the personal protector god of the Pharaoh of the Exodus, Amenhotep II.
We're in studio today with the producers of the highly anticipated new documentary, Ragnarok. But before we discuss the film, we want to show you how you can get your copy of this groundbreaking documentary right now.
There exists an ancient prophecy about a great burning mountain that falls from the sky, bringing devastation to the world, and the signs of its coming have now appeared. Skywatch TV is proud to present the Ragnarok Blockbuster Bundle. When you order Josh Peck's new documentary film, Ragnarok, Humanity's Last Stand from the Skywatch TV store, you'll also receive the never-before-seen exclusive DVD content, Ragnarok, Destruction Unveiled, and Ragnarok, Mountains of Judgment. In the new documentary film, Ragnarok, Humanity's Last Stand, visionary filmmaker Josh Peck takes you on a journey through the ancient prophecy from the book of Revelation about a burning mountain that falls from the sky, bringing devastation to the world, and what scientists and NASA have to say about it. In this explosive documentary film, you will learn how the wormwood prophecy connects to our modern age, whether the coming asteroid Apophis could be the harbinger of destruction, the science, history, and prophecies surrounding asteroid impact, Dr. Thomas Horn's full end times vision of destruction, what NASA is saying about Apophis, and what we can do about this threat. You'll also receive the behind-the-scenes interview, Ragnarok, Destruction Unveiled, where Skywatch TV's own Drew Graffia sits down with visionary filmmaker Josh Peck to talk about his filmmaking process. What goes into a project of this magnitude? What his initial reaction to Dr. Thomas Horn's end times vision was, and what it is like to handle such apocalyptic material. But that's not all. We're also including the never-before-seen content entitled Ragnarok, Mountains of Judgment, where you will take a deep dive into the prophecy and science behind asteroids, and how this relates to the coming space rock named after the Egyptian god of chaos, Apophis. Sold separately, these items hold a retail value of over $75. Yours now for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling. So uncover the prophecies of destruction and learn learn the mysteries of the last days. This collection is available only through Skywatch TV, so don't delay. The Ragnarok Blockbuster Bundle, available now at skywatchtvstore.com. Order now or call 1-844-750-4985.
The film is called Ragnarok, Humanity's Last Stand, and we are joined by the director Josh Peck, producer Tom Horn, and Skywatch TV's very own Drew Graffia. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Joe.
Tom, I want to get started right away. The film Ragnarok explores the idea that Wormwood could actually be an angel. Why do you believe it's a possibility that it is both an angel and an asteroid?
It's very interesting because if you look at the language, Donna Howell is part of our ministry, and she's always telling us, you got to be faithful to the original languages, to the exegesis, to what was the original intent of what is being spoken and said. However, throughout ancient history, asteroids were considered to be messengers of the gods. That's why the second book is called The Messenger. And the ancient god Apollo that is connected to all of this was also known by an ancient name that meant that he is that when that asteroid comes through the space, that's Apollo being a herald or an evil omen of things that are to come. But when I asked our friend Dr. Michael Heiser one day about this, I said, where do you come down on this? Do you believe that it is an asteroid? Mm-hmm. It is, by the way, when it says a star fell from heaven, it is the Greek asteroid. Mm-hmm. So the language is pretty clear on that. But what he said was, well, if you were to go back to the earliest church fathers and ask that question, almost all of them would have came entirely down to say it's an angel. It is an agent, an intelligent agent that is a messenger from God, not necessarily even an evil angel or a fallen angel, but a messenger from God that is executing a particular thing on planet Earth. So now you go back to Revelation 8, and it's talking about this star falls from heaven burning like a mountain, and it impacts the waters. Well, it seems to be a physical object, doesn't it? It's described like a giant mountain burning with fire that falls down out of the heavens. To me, that is an asteroid.
Yeah.
But if you go into Revelation 9, it says something interesting that could be clarifying. It says, and a star fell from heaven, and then it says this, and unto him was given the key to the bottomless pit. So it's an asteroid, but it seems to be like a delivery vehicle, if you will, something that is under the guidance of a supernatural entity for a particular purpose. So this fits perfectly with ancient theology. Heiser's not the only one. I'm not exactly sure what Donna Howell thinks, but we talked to several other theologians who said they believe that it could be an angel. Others say it could be a big stone that's going to fall out of space, or it could be both. And that's where I come down, that it is both. In fact, Derek Gilbert is also in the documentary film. He too believes that we're actually talking about both. So what am I saying? I'm saying that Apophis is a rock that is racing towards Earth, probably under the supernatural guidance of an entity, either a fallen angel or an unfallen one.
And doesn't that make sense? Isn't that so consistent with Revelation? Because when God's pouring out his judgments on the earth, he does it through the angels. So the angels are carrying these judgments. It makes perfect sense that the wormwood prophecy would be the same.
And I'll tell you another thing. In the film, we examine the fact that Apophis, and this is purely speculation on my part, but there are reasons why I came to believe that Apophis is carrying a deadly microorganism. And we do know, by the way, there was a science paper recently put out talking about space threats that could bring the next coronavirus on steroids, because extremophiles, microorganisms, alien microorganisms, could be carrying with them a contagion for which we would have no immunity whatsoever on planet Earth.
No understanding
and no understanding of it. It's kind of like the famous Michael Crichton book, The Andromeda Strain, where they capture an alien microorganism from outer space, bring it to Earth, and then everybody in Piedmont, Arizona is dead overnight as a result of it. Now, in the film, we go into why I believe that is going to happen. And then the bigger question of when does it happen? It's the middle of the Great Tribulation period, according to Bible prophecy scholars, because that is when the trumpets and bowls and so on begin pouring out upon the earth. So They're going to have to get the film if they want to understand all of the logic behind it.
Right.
But I believe Apophis is bringing an alien microorganism with it that is going to be connected to why the mark of the beast seems to unfold right around the same time that this asteroid impacts the Earth, because as you know, my theory is that it's going to be a contagion, a virus, a coronavirus on steroids during the middle of the Great Tribulation period, for which the Earth cries out for a cure.
Right.
And then the whole world lines up to become vaccinated. And we have, of course, seen a
How
clear
fast,
pattern
right.
for how quickly a contagion could give rise to autocratic imperialism, in which they're going to mandate that everybody on Earth be vaccinated or receive the mark of the beast.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, we're all out of time, but don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to come back next week and continue this conversation. For everybody on panel, Tom, Josh, Drew, thanks again, gentlemen, for joining us. Keep your eyes on the prize, which is Jesus Christ. We'll be back. The Bible says a powerful, destroying force will be coming upon the earth in our future. But what exactly is it? Is it an angel, an asteroid, or both? Watch this.
Hidden deep within ancient scriptures, it is written that in the beginning, the ultimate agent of chaos was already restrained by the Creator. As creation flourished, this force of destruction remained subdued, waiting for his time of freedom. Humanity kept record of this malevolent spirit in order to warn future generations. These ancient prophecies foretell a messenger will precede the release of the great evil, known to the Hebrews as Leviathan, but to the Egyptians as Apophis.
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. Today we continue our special investigative series on the exciting, groundbreaking new documentary film by Josh Peck called Ragnarok, Humanity's Last Stand. Today we're going to discuss the ancient prophecies of the enigmatic group known as the Essenes, who accurately predicted the year of the death of our Lord Jesus, and how their prophetic calendar ties into the arrival of Apophis. But before we do that, watch this.
Bible prophecy, in my experience, is to be taken literally, and metaphor is God's way of allowing a human to interact with those prophecies. Metaphor is not just a bold-faced statement of what God is going to do. It's God's way of saying, I want you to read my word, and I want you to learn how I think, and I want you to apply that to the metaphors that you're reading in a given prophecy. And what you end up with is a much broader prophetic interpretation than would be the case if God just said, I'm going to do this.
What's interesting is if Apophis were to ever strike the Earth, we have three possible dates to consider. According to NASA, Apophis is scheduled to fly by the Earth in April of 2029, March of 2036, and April of 2068, with the closest approach occurring in 2029. Now, the amazing thing about all these dates is they fit within an ancient prophetic calendar detailing the final 50 years of our current age.
My name's Ken Johnson. I've been a Christian for quite a while. Wanting to learn more about doctrine, I started studying the early church fathers, and they led me to studying the Dead Sea Scrolls. Putting the two together really completes the picture in a lot of things. So the past couple of years, I've been studying the Dead Sea Scrolls intensely, have produced a few books on their doctrines, which is the main thing I was focusing on. And I think it's really important for us today.
Starting a little before the 1st century AD, there existed a mysterious group of Jewish scribes and priests that lived in a place called Qumran. It's an area separated from the rest of the Jewish community in Israel. They referred to themselves as the children of light, and they claimed that they were the only ones using the correct solar calendar system mandated by God. The other religious leaders in Israel at that time, the Pharisees and Sadducees, they were called the children of darkness due to their use of a pagan lunar calendar system and their rejection of things important to God, such as prophecy inspired by the Holy Spirit and what they called the Testaments of the Patriarchs, which they claimed contained the first writings of mankind. The strange thing is, this group seemed to disappear sometime in the 1st century. Now, in the 1940s, archaeologists discovered some of the left-behind writings of this now 2,000-year-old community, which we know today as the Dead Sea Scrolls. Based on what we learned from their writings and other historical documents, such as those from Josephus and Hippolytus, we now refer to these enigmatic Jewish believers as the Essenes.
The word Essenes actually means healers. And people get confused a lot because the Essenes are the followers of the Zadok priests. They're also the Zadok priests. For instance, Paul was a Pharisee, but he was not a priest because he's of the tribe of Benjamin. Same kind of a thing. So you've got the Zadok priests that are doing priestly stuff in Qumran and in Alexandria, Egypt, and then their followers are the Essenes. In general, it's the name of the movement.
According to the calendar of the Essenes, human history can be understood in terms of 4 ages, with the final age being what's called a Sabbath or a rest of 1,000 years. Each of the other 3 ages are 2,000 years each, all of which totals to 7,000 years of human history on Earth. Each of the 2,000-year ages are split into 4 500-year periods called onas, and each ona is split into 10 cycles of 50 years called jubilees. It's commonly believed that in the 1st century, no Jew understood what the Messiah would be, when he would come, or what he would do. And in fact, when you read some ancient Jewish commentaries from the time, there were differing ideas of who the Messiah might be, such as a great military leader, or even the Archangel Michael. But according to the Dead Sea Scrolls, specifically the Melchizedek scroll, which has been dated to about 100 years before the time of Christ, the Essenes understood the Messiah would be God in the flesh, would come to forgive sins, and all this would happen in, quote, the 1st week of the Jubilee that occurs after the 9th Jubilee. Which, if we do the math and apply their calendar, it corresponds perfectly to the exact time of Jesus Christ and his death on the cross.
They were known to be 100% accurate prophets. You even see this from like Josephus and several other historians. And it makes sense because the Bible says if someone claims to be a prophet and they're not 100% accurate, you put them to death. They kept the school of the prophets, which for our purposes is keeping the Old Testament, multiple copies of it, and then all of the temple library, all the extra prophecies, the genealogies, the chronologies, historical documents, commentaries, things like that. So that's basically what they did. That's what the sons of the prophets are, actually, the order that keeps all the records.
According to this prophetic calendar, the 4 ages of human history are first, the age of chaos, which begins at creation and ends at the time of the Lord calling Abraham to establish a nation through his lineage, which leads to the 2nd age, the age of Torah, which begins with Abraham and ends in the time of Christ and the destruction of the temple, and then that kicks off the age of grace, which is the time we're living in now. It's important to know the end of one age and the beginning of the next typically revolve around a final jubilee filled with important prophetic events, rather than an exact final ending date for an age. For example, according to the Essene calendar, the technical final date of the age of Torah and beginning of the age of grace was our year 75 AD. But we would typically understand the age of grace or the church age as beginning either with the start of Jesus' ministry or his death or his resurrection or the indwelling of the Holy Spirit. However, all of these things happened within that final jubilee of the age of Torah, which would have been between 25 AD and 75 AD.
They said that the Messiah would come to die for our sins, and that would happen in 32 AD. and it happened as prophesied. The sign of which it happens is that the veil of the temple would be ripped in half. Lots of things like that. There's a lot of extra biblical prophecies that they talk about, 90% of which focuses on the first coming. But you can understand, if you believed all this and then you saw the veil of the temple ripped, there was this guy named Yeshua. He was supposed to be named Yeshua according to Isaiah 12. And then all the other stuff that happened, the healing of the blind, the raising of the dead, the timing, 32 AD, the very next Pentecost was supposed to begin the Age of Grace with a Holy Spirit and new stuff, whatever the new stuff is. And they very much looked forward to this. So you can understand when 32 AD comes and there was a guy named Yeshua and there were healings and there's a death, burial, and resurrection, and then the veil of the temple is ripped in half. That takes a long time to fix. You would instantly believe. You would come at that next Pentecost to the temple and you would hear Peter talking. You'd probably interrupt him and say, yeah, whatever. Now, tell me how to become a follower of Messiah. You know, we've been waiting for this our entire lives. And so that's basically what happened. So the Essenes basically became Christians and took the call very seriously and went out and pastored churches. And there's all sorts of records of all the different people that pastored churches in different places. That's why you need to tie in the church fathers into the Dead Sea Scrolls to get a complete picture of the history.
The amazing thing is right now, according to this calendar, we are coming up to the final Jubilee of our Age of Grace. This final Jubilee would begin in the year 2025 and end, along with the entire age, in 2075, which would then begin the final 1,000-year Sabbath age, the millennial reign of Jesus Christ. Now, from the prophetic text of the Bible, such as the book of Daniel, Revelation, and others, we know we still have a lot that needs to happen before the end of our current age. We have a rapture, 7-year tribulation full of prophetic events, and the return of Jesus Christ on earth. If the Essenes are right, then all of this should occur within the next 55 years or so before 2075. However, we must remember, Jesus came very early in the final Jubilee of the Age of Torah. So, might he also return early in the final Jubilee of our age?
They understood the age of the law of Moses would end in 75 AD, and they were looking very much forward to entering the Age of Grace, in which things would change. But it's interesting because they had a teaching that there was a Melchizedekian version of the Passover. Then there was the Mosaic version, which is the Seder that you and I probably know about. And then in the Age of Grace, there was going to be a new form, and we would call that Christian communion. And in the kingdom, it's going to be changed again, and there's going to be a new form. So they looked at everything as dispensational. Everything comes in ages or in sections, and you need to keep doing what God has told you to do until he tells you to do otherwise. So they were very careful to continue the law of Moses and await Messiah.
If we believe the Apophis asteroid is the prophesied wormwood, then we have a few different possibilities on how this all could work out. We could see the start of the tribulation right at the beginning of our final Jubilee in the fall of 2025, with Apophis striking about 3.5 years later in April of 2029. However, if 2029 comes and goes without incident, the next possibility is the start of the tribulation in the fall of 2032, with Apophis arriving in March of 2036. And lastly, we could have the start of the tribulation in 2064, with Apophis striking in 2068. Any of these scenarios are possible, or it's possible none of these are correct, and we'll see how it all fits together when the time comes. But what is interesting is, of these three scenarios, the one that seems to fit best is 2029. If Apophis were to strike the earth in 2029, and if that is the fulfillment of the wormwood prophecy, and if that does occur in the middle of the tribulation, then not only do we have the tribulation beginning in 2025 at the start of the final Jubilee of this age, but we also have the tribulation ending in 2032. Now that is significant because according to the Essenes and biblical texts, Jesus was crucified in 32 AD and fulfilled the spring feasts. So how interesting would it be if he returns exactly 2,000 years later, which we now know is the length of an age, right to the year 2032 to come back and fulfill the fall feasts, right where he left off before the age of grace?
We cannot know the day or the hour, but who said anything about the month or the year? I think the feast days are both prophetic and narrative in scope. That is to say, they lay out the activities both predicted and expected and failed by the Israelites. They are God's standard. Even though they're metaphoric, it's also a set of rules saying that this is what I expect of you, and if you keep it, you'll be blessed, and if you don't, you will be cursed. And the Bible is full of that sort of activity.
When my book, The Wormwood Prophecy, and then a year later, The Messenger, came out, I was on various television shows describing how evangelical dispensationalists and some Catholic prophecy believers might find the timing of the Apophis Wormwood impact date, April 13, 2029, ominous regarding a possible rapture of the church as being soon to occur.
As this is being recorded, I've never seen a time when people are trying to guess the date of the rapture, and they've all got their own calculations. It's going to be this season, it's going to be Tabernacles, it's going to be Pentecost. I've never heard so much guesswork in all my life. I love it. I think people should be guessing. In other words, it shows that now there is a certain interest in Bible prophecy that maybe wasn't as pronounced as before.
Now, for those who may not know, the rapture is the eschatological or end times event when all true Christians who are alive will be transformed into glorious bodies in an instant and joined by the resurrection of dead believers who ascend with them into heaven. During one of the program recordings on Skywatch television, as I was making the case that, depending on one's position, the asteroid's impact date, as first set by NASA, could place the last possible timing of a pre-tribulation rapture happening around October 13, 2025. And as I was doing that, if you go watch the program's archive, you'll see Skywatch television host Derek Gilbert studying something on his MacBook. Unknown to me while I was talking, he was searching a Hebrew calendar and checking whether anything interesting would be happening 3.5 years before the date I was talking about, involving when Apophis will strike the earth. He was doing that because prophecy believers believe the wormwood event will happen in the middle of a 7 years of Great Tribulation. So you back up 3.5 years earlier, and he's trying to see if there's anything interesting going on then.
Tom, you mentioned 3.5 years. If we take this impact as the midpoint of the 7-year period, if you back up 3.5 years from that, you wind up in the fall of 2025. And I just want to point out the Feast of Tabernacles falls between October 7th and 13th of 2025. Add 3 years and 6 months, and you're right at April 13th of 2029.
Will a pre-tribulation rapture, catching away of the saints, happen 3.5 years before the arrival of Apophis, if it is wormwood? Well, what Derek discovered raised the hair on my neck.
Well, knowing that the Jewish calendar, that the feasts were oriented, synchronized with a lunar calendar. Okay, 3.5 years, the big festivals in the Jewish calendar are always in the spring and in the fall. Passover in the spring, Feast of Tabernacles in the fall, Sukkot. So I quickly looked back 3.5 years to see if that's the midpoint of the Great Tribulation, 3.5 years earlier, the beginning of the Great Tribulation, when we as believers in a pre-tribulation rapture would then be looking for Jesus Christ's second coming on that date. And sure enough, it falls on day 7 of the Feast of Tabernacles in 2025.
Just a few days before that will be the Feast of Trumpets. Now, both of these festivals are strongly tied by prophecy experts to the rapture of the church, which raises the question that, if I'm correct, that the asteroid of Revelation 8 will impact the earth in 2029, will the tribulation rapture occur 3.5 years earlier during the prophetic Feast of Tabernacles, or a few days earlier than that during the prophetic Feast of Trumpets, placing the church in the marriage supper of the Lamb in heaven for the real Feast of Trumpets, gathering around the house of God, as was mirrored in the Old Testament. Now, time's going to tell if I'm right, but if nothing else, our appointment with Apophis is an urgent reminder that we, the church, must get busy fulfilling our Lord's command to make disciples of all nations, because time is growing short.
We're in studio today with the producers of the highly anticipated new documentary, Ragnarok. But before we discuss the film, we want to show you how you can get your copy of this groundbreaking documentary right now.
There exists an ancient prophecy about a great burning mountain that falls from the sky, bringing devastation to the world, and the signs of its coming have now appeared. Skywatch TV is proud to present the Ragnarok Blockbuster Bundle. When you order Josh Peck's new documentary film, Ragnarok, Humanity's Last Stand, from the Skywatch TV store, you'll also receive the never-before-seen exclusive DVD content, Ragnarok, Destruction Unveiled, and Ragnarok, Mountains of Judgment. In the new documentary film, Ragnarok, Humanity's Last Stand, visionary filmmaker Josh Peck takes you on a journey through the ancient prophecy from the book of Revelation about a burning mountain that falls from the sky, bringing devastation to the world, and what scientists and NASA have to say about it. In this explosive documentary film, you will learn how the wormwood prophecy connects to our modern age, whether the coming asteroid Apophis could be the harbinger of destruction, the science, history, and prophecies surrounding asteroid impact, Dr. Thomas Horn's full end times vision of destruction, what NASA is saying about Apophis, and what we can do about this threat. You'll also receive the behind-the-scenes interview, Ragnarok, Destruction Unveiled, where Skywatch TV's own Drew Graffia sits down with visionary filmmaker Josh Peck to talk about his filmmaking process, what goes into a project of this magnitude, what his initial reaction to Dr. Thomas Horn's end times vision was, and what it is like to handle such apocalyptic material. But that's not all. We're also including the never-before-seen content entitled Ragnarok, Mountains of Judgment, where you will take a deep dive into the prophecy and science behind asteroids, and how this relates to the coming space rock named after the Egyptian god of chaos, Apophis. Sold separately, these items hold a retail value of over $75. Yours now for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling. So uncover the prophecies of destruction and learn the mysteries of the last days. This collection is available only through Skywatch TV, so don't delay. The Ragnarok Blockbuster Bundle, available now at skywatchtvstore.com. Order now or call 1-844-750-4985.
The film is called Ragnarok, Humanity's Last Stand, and we're joined by the director Josh Peck.
Thanks, Joe.
Producer Tom Horn.
Good to be here.
And Skywatch TV's very own Drew Graffia.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you once again for joining me, gentlemen. We got to hit the ground running, Josh, because there's never enough time to do these properly. But in part 3 of the film, talking about Ragnarok, you and Dr. Ken Johnson talk about the Essenes and their prophetic calendar. Can you briefly explain how the Essenes understood human history and why their calendar is so important?
The Essene calendar is so important because it's the biblical calendar, and not just in ancient history, but in prophecy too. So the Bible uses the same calendar throughout the whole thing. Now in the New Testament, there were 2 calendars going on, so in the Gospels, you'll get a little bit of that. But by and large, it's the Essene calendar. That's what we call it today, even though the Essenes were just using something that Jewish people were using thousands of years before that.
Okay.
So, why it's important is we can apply this to prophecy. There is a whole bunch of prophecy in Daniel and Revelation that gives us day counts. We can use those day counts with the Essene calendar to try to predict when some of this stuff might happen. Now, what's really interesting is it wasn't only a yearly calendar. They also had this view of human history. They saw all of human history as a span of 7,000 years, split up into ages and onas and jubilees and all these words that we don't have time to really get into. But the main thing that they showed was that throughout these ages last 2,000 years, there was a period of about 50 years, a jubilee, at the end of these ages that was a transition point to the next one. Well, according to the Essenes, the age of grace that we live in now started in 75 AD. So 2075 should be the end of our 2,000-year age, but back up 50 years because we have a transition point, 2025. So we have 2025 to 2075. Well, what's interesting is Apophis is supposed to hit in 2029, specifically in April.
Okay.
If the Essenes are right about 2025, if we have this transition point, and if the tribulation actually starts there, that puts Apophis right in the middle where it's supposed to belong.
And the thing is, Josh, the Essenes, I guess in the last few years, well, me and even a lot of archaeologists and scholars have become excited by the recognition of how accurate their prophecies really were.
Yeah.
And we examined some of those in this documentary film. We also examined them in the book, The Messenger, which is featured in this film. That was the part that was striking to me. And then the thought comes to me, well, if they were that accurate,
exactly,
right? All throughout ancient history, saying when Jesus would arrive, the year 32 AD, when he would be crucified, for them to have been that accurate, if they're now saying, and they are, that in the year 2025, mankind is going to enter into its last era, its last jubilee. And that's 3.5 years before the arrival of what I believe to be wormwood. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that makes a hair stand up on the back of your neck. But there's one other place in the film, I don't even know if you can do it as quickly as you need to, but you also pinpoint how it would be 2,000 years exactly by the end of that era that Jesus would be set to return, right?
Yeah, so this is amazing. So the Essenes accurately predicted down to the year 32 AD when Jesus would be crucified, well, the Messiah, when the Messiah would be crucified and die for our sins. Well, what's amazing about that is, yes, if you add 2,000 years to that, which we now know is the length of an age, that's 2032. That's 7 years after 2025, and that's 3.5 years after Wormwood, if Wormwood is the Apophis asteroid. So that all lines up perfectly with the tribulation, if the tribulation does actually start in 2025.
It's amazing. It's all laid out in the film, but it's one of those points in the film where people are just going to have their mind blown.
I also want to make very quick mention, in addition to the Ragnarok DVD, there's also a couple of other DVDs in this package that we're offering. Drew, tell us a little bit about the bonus content.
Sure. With making a movie, there's often a lot of stuff left over. And what we did was we compiled a lot of the material Josh filmed concerning asteroids and prophecy and put them together on a disc. So it's the stuff that couldn't make it into the film due to time restraints, and that's called Mountains of Judgment.
So this is exclusive content. They're not going to find anywhere else.
No, completely exclusive. Now, the other one is called Ragnarok Destruction Unveiled. Now, what this is I sit down with Josh Peck and we talk about what goes into making a film like this from the production standpoint, and also things like what is it like to deal with such apocalyptic material.
Right.
So that also is exclusive content completely behind the scenes.
So all 3 DVDs, full-length productions in and of themselves, all available in this very special opportunity for your donation of $35 plus shipping and handling. Thankfully, we will return to continue this conversation next week. Unfortunately, right now we're all out of time. Gentlemen, Drew, Josh, Tom, thank you once again for joining us. I'm Joe Horn. Keep your eyes on the prize, which is Jesus Christ. We'll be back next week.
So if a large asteroid were to strike the Earth, the first thing that would happen is all that energy would be driving down through the atmosphere, and it's going to heat up the region around. There's going to be a big fireball as it's coming through the atmosphere, and eventually that thing's going to get down, if it's large enough, say a couple of miles in size or larger. It's going to make it down to the surface of the Earth. Depending on whether it hits in the water or the land, different things are going to happen. But
In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, in slumberings upon the bed, Then he openeth the ears of men, and sealeth their instruction, that he may withdraw man from his purpose, and hide pride from man. This was the verse that unlocked Dr. Thomas Horn's end times vision of the arrival of Apophis. Watch this.
Hidden deep within ancient scriptures, it is written that in the beginning, the ultimate agent of chaos was already restrained by the Creator. As creation flourished, this force of destruction remained subdued, waiting for his time of freedom. Humanity kept record of this malevolent spirit in order to warn future generations. These ancient prophecies foretell a messenger will precede the release of the great evil, known to the Hebrews as Leviathan, but to the Egyptians as Apophis.
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. Today we continue our special investigative series on the exciting new groundbreaking documentary film by Josh Peck called Ragnarok, Humanity's Last Stand. Our guest today died and went to heaven, whereupon he had a silver scroll opened in front of him, revealing a series of events that would unfold in the future. It wasn't until years later that they started to come true. But before we get into today's discussion, watch this.
To this day, I'm very glad that God allowed my wife, Nita, to find me dead. Otherwise, it would be difficult for some religious people to believe my account. Many years ago, I died, and I woke up in heaven. Contemplating my surroundings, I wondered where I was, where I had come from, and why I had no memories of getting here, wherever here was. At that moment, before it was shortly confirmed, I knew this was no dream. It was too vivid to be anything less than real. In fact, it felt realer than any previous reality I had known. Abruptly, I found myself standing somewhere before a spectacular pillar of light, or was it a throne? It was so bright, so intense, so penetrating, glistening with vibrant streams of silver, blue, and gold emanating with the most unexplainable yet awe-inspiring presence that I could hardly keep my eyes open or my face toward the radiance. And I was exclaiming something and didn't know why I was saying it. I was saying, "Please, Lord, don't let me forget. Please don't let me forget." But I had known something about the future. I had seen it, and then I had been told I would not recollect the details. Something else had happened too. Somehow I knew that a scroll of some kind had been unrolled before me with scenes of a future, my future, playing out on what looked like a silvery parchment, as believable as if I were watching a movie with rich depictions of a destiny or a possible future where something extraordinary and miraculous was taking place, a cinematic conveyance of a personal fate, and then for some reason had departed my intellect. Had a revelation of some type been sealed inside me? I started to repeat, "Lord, please don't let me forget." Then a deep, still, small voice countered, "You will not remember, and it is time for you to go back now." Then I heard a thunderclap, and I found myself falling backward, drifting swiftly. As I fell, I gazed unblinkingly upward in amazement. The brilliance that had just been in front of me was moving rapidly away into the distance, and yet I wasn't afraid. A moment later, I watched as the oddest thing happened. The roof of my house literally enveloped me as I passed effortlessly through it. And then it felt as if I had landed on my bedroom mattress with a thud. I sat straight up, took a desperate, shuddering, deep inhalation, and slowly let it out, realizing that something extraordinary had occurred. Now, it was the middle of the night, and I sat there for a few seconds, possibly in shock, trying to determine what had happened. I could feel my chest burning. Then I heard something, sobbing, right next to me. My beautiful young wife, Nita. She looked as if she had been crying desperately. "Nita," I said softly, "what's going on? Why are you crying?" It took her a few moments to collect herself, but once she did, she tearfully described how she had awakened to find me dead. I had remained in that condition for approximately 15 minutes, while she had screamed for me to wake up, pounded on my chest, and attempted CPR. We didn't have a phone in those days and no close neighbors, and since it was in the middle of the night, Nita had been unsure of what to do. She was about to try pulling me outside of the car to take me to the hospital when I jerked up, took in a deep breath, and looked at her. No matter how incredible this narrative seems, it really did happen to me a long time ago. I prayed daily, seeking understanding, and during that period, I happened to be reading the Bible from cover to cover for the first time in my life. And I had made it to the oldest book of the Bible, Job, when one day my eyes suddenly fell upon Job 33:15-17. Quote, "In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, in slumberings upon the bed, then he opens the ears of men and sealeth their instructions, that he may withdraw man from his purpose and hide pride from man." Though I was a very young and inexperienced believer, I clearly understood what this text was saying to me. I was not to remember these details ahead of time, otherwise I might be drawn away into my own purpose, as the text says, and lifted up in pride, according to this passage in Job. In other words, if as a young believer I had seen the ministries that God would later allow Nita and I to participate in, from pastoring large churches to owning a Christian publishing house and syndicated television ministry, to speaking at major conferences, to becoming a best-selling author, or any of the other opportunities he would give us permission to be associated with, I very likely would have made two huge mistakes. First, I would have immediately aimed at those later ministries and started working to try to make them happen, all without the benefit of the struggles, trials, setbacks, side roads, and experiences that are necessary for seasoning and hopefully qualifying one to eventually operate in them. Thus, God withdrew me from my purpose. Second, I would have been tempted by pride to think of myself as more than I should have as a young man if I had seen myself ending up in high-profile ministries. So God, in his benevolence and wisdom, hid pride from me by keeping the revelations sealed until the appropriate times. The book of John 6:63 refers to the Holy Spirit as the one that quickens. This is the Greek zoopoio, which means to cause to live or to make alive at that moment. Now, I'm not sure how this experience plays out for others, but several times in my life, and at times completely unexpected, always at night when I am asleep, I have been jolted from bed with an extraordinary glimpse that I believe in that moment is taken from the original storyboard that God gave me years ago, and about which I begged him not to let me forget. One time, for example, I was shaken from sleep by a very powerful and detailed list of things that would happen in the former religious institution in which I had been an executive. I jumped out of bed, wrote down the vision as I seen it, including names of people who would be involved, exactly what they would do, and how it would greatly damage the ministry if the district leaders did not intervene. They didn't, and it did. Then I sent that detailed letter to the state superintendent, plus gave copies to my son, Joe Artis, my wife Nita, and my daughters. And within 3 years, everything played out exactly as I had seen it, down to the smallest details. In fact, my vision was so precise that it shook Joe up, causing him to come to me after the fact to express his amazement as to how it could have been possible for me to foresee such comprehensive events that accurately. Another quickening that came to me in the middle of the night, and one that much of the world knows about now, involves how I was able to precisely predict the historic resignation of Pope Benedict XVI in the best-selling book Petrus Romanus, The Final Pope is Here, as well as on television and radio more than a year in advance of that resignation. In 2010, I was again rattled from sleep, instantly convinced that Pope Benedict was going to step down. I even knew when, April of 2012, and I even knew that he would do so citing health reasons as a cover for his abdication. I went on television and radio, and quite frankly out on a limb, in 2010 and 11, as the book Petrus Romanus was being written and rushed through editing, typesetting, and print so that it could be in stores before the anticipated resignation of the Pope. We even wrote specifically on page 470, for those of you that have that book, that the Pope would step down in April of 2012. As the year 2012 came and went, and neither Pope Benedict nor the Vatican made any announcement that he had or was stepping down, I thought that perhaps for the first time since I had woke up in heaven years earlier, the sealed Job-like instructions mechanism either had not worked or I had been mistaken. And yet as the months passed, I somehow remained convinced that I had seen the vision correctly. I would email friends and say, it's not over till it's over, while at the same time saying to myself, what are you talking about? Benedict is still the Pope. But then something happened that the world knows about now. On February 28, 2013 at 8:00 p.m., the resignation of Benedict was announced by the Vatican, and they immediately gave the New York Times an interview in which they made the astonishing admission. Pope Benedict had secretly and officially resigned to select members of the Curia, the Roman government, in April 2012, just as I had said he would. Now, this was immediately confirmed by Giovanni Maria Vian, the editor of the official Vatican newspaper, the El Osservatore Romano, who wrote that the Pope's decision had been taken many months ago, they said, after his trip to Mexico and Cuba ended in March 2012, and had been kept with reserve that no one could violate. In other words, it was to remain top secret and was to be known only to a handful of trusted Vatican cardinals until preparations for Benedict's housing and the public announcement was ready. Now, since no pope had resigned in nearly 600 years, and everybody had been saying I was crazy because popes do not resign, they said, they die in office, this revelation was astounding, and media everywhere went crazy. My office phone didn't stop ringing for weeks with top media from around the world, including from Rome, wanting to interview me to ask who my insider at the Vatican was. Even fake news CNN begged me to come on their program, which I declined. The History Channel pleaded with me to participate in a special series, which I also declined. But why am I talking about this now? Is it so I can pat myself on the back and brag about how accurate my prediction was? Not at all. I'm raising this issue because early in 2019, the phenomenon happened again. And this quickening was the most vivid and terrifying of all such ecstasis yet.
We're in studio today with the producers of the highly anticipated new documentary, Ragnarok. But before we discuss the film, we want to show you how you can get your copy of this groundbreaking documentary right now.
There exists an ancient prophecy about a great burning mountain that falls from the sky, bringing devastation to the world, and the signs of its coming have now appeared. Skywatch TV is proud to present the Ragnarok Blockbuster Bundle. When you order Josh Peck's new documentary film, Ragnarok, Humanity's Last Stand from the Skywatch TV store, you'll also receive the never-before-seen exclusive DVD content, Ragnarok, Destruction Unveiled, and Ragnarok, Mountains of Judgment. In the new documentary film, Ragnarok, Humanity's Last Stand, visionary filmmaker Josh Peck takes you on a journey through the ancient prophecy from the book of Revelation about a burning mountain that falls from the sky, bringing devastation to the world, and what scientists and NASA have to say about it. In this explosive documentary film, you will learn how the wormwood prophecy connects to our modern age, whether the coming asteroid Apophis could be the harbinger of destruction, the science, history, and prophecies surrounding asteroid impact, Dr. Thomas Horn's full end-times vision of destruction, what NASA is saying about Apophis, and what we can do about this threat. You'll also receive the behind-the-scenes interview, Ragnarok, Destruction Unveiled, where Skywatch TV's own Drew Graffia sits down with visionary filmmaker Josh Peck to talk about his filmmaking process. What goes into a project of this magnitude? What his initial reaction to Dr. Thomas Horn's end-times vision was, and what it is like to handle such apocalyptic material. But that's not all. We're also including the never-before-seen content entitled Ragnarok, Mountains of Judgment, where you will take a deep dive into the prophecy and science behind asteroids, and how this relates to the coming space rock named after the Egyptian god of chaos, Apophis. Sold separately, these items hold a retail value of over $75. Yours now for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling. So uncover the prophecies of destruction and learn the mysteries of the last days. This collection is available only through Skywatch TV, so don't delay. The Ragnarok Blockbuster Bundle, available now at skywatchtvstore.com. Order now or call 1-844-750-4985.
The film is called Ragnarok, Humanity's Last Stand. Thank you again for joining me this week, gentlemen, to continue this discussion on the new film Ragnarok. Tom, I want to start with you right away. The clip cut off just before you were able to reveal the most terrifying thing that happened to you. Can you give us a brief rundown of your third vision? And I know we don't have time for the whole thing.
As some of our viewers may already know, this is an experience that I had years ago where I did physically die. God allowed my wife to find me dead. I was dead for a while. And in fact, 15 minutes or so maybe, which should have resulted in brain damage. Some people believe that it probably did. Right? But anyway, that night, the night that I died, I was shown something. We go into it in the film. talking about how I died, when I died. Some of the other stuff, by the way, that I saw in that vision that was brought back to me years later.
Right.
For instance, Pope Benedict XVI is going to resign. Even giving the date of April, we published it in a book called Petrus Romanus a year before the event. And so when he did resign, literally on the day that I had said that he was going to, my phone's lighting up, everybody everywhere, even media from Rome, calling me, wanting to know who my insider at the Vatican was. Joe, you maybe in a moment might want to say something about a letter that I had written to the district office of the Assemblies of God in Oregon.
Well, as your son, I can totally attest to part of this vision that you received years and years and years ago. When you left your resignation letter with the district, we resigned, there were details that you didn't put in the film. And I actually, watching Ragnarok myself, was waiting for some of the more profound parts of that original vision that you wrote in a letter and submitted to the district when you resigned. And you chose not to include them. And I asked you about it later, and I understand and I agree. These were things that were too sensitive and too private. These were matters that involved life and death, having to do with families, that you literally wrote, XYZ will happen if you folks don't understand the landscape of what is getting ready to unfold. They ignored you. They thought you were nuts. And unfortunately, we were devastated a year later to actually, well, very private circumstances. But as your son, I'm just telling you, there were even more profound pieces to that original prophetic letter that you wrote to the district that were just too sensitive to share in a format like a DVD.
Catastrophic events that could not have been machined, couldn't have been known, except that it was just something that God revealed to me. Now, why did he reveal that to me? Maybe to establish the credibility of these visions. I'm not exactly sure. But it's God's business and not mine. It's mine to only say what I have seen. The most famous one, of course, is the one about Pope Benedict's going to retire, and I chose the year and the month, and it came to pass. And then people started listening. Well, wait a minute. Has this happened before? Has it happened since? But I don't have any control of it at all. So, here I am. It's April of 2019. I go to bed. I'm not expecting anything at all. And this is how this always happens anyway. And the next thing I know, around 2 o'clock in the morning, I go back into this very vivid vision. I've tried to explain this to people, but when I go there, it's more real than this. When I come back, this always feels like I've got like scales or something over my eyes. Like Paul says, now we see through a glass darkly. It's as if I'm not as clear anymore. That is extraordinarily vivid. So here I am, I go to sleep, and the next thing I know, I'm looking up into the heavens, and what looks like a giant dragon moving kind of back and forth like this is swimming through the heavens, traveling towards the earth at a phenomenal rate. There's more details in the film, but then I'm up above the object, and I can see that it's not a dragon at all, it's a giant space rock. And the way that it is turning as it's moving through space, and the way the light of the sun is shining on the contours of this rock, it gives it the impression that it's like undulating through space like a living thing. Fast forward, now I'm back on Earth. And I'm standing on a hill or a small mountain somewhere, and I'm running, and there's thousands of us, and then we're running, and I can hear people all around me screaming for God to deliver them from whatever this menace is that is racing towards the earth. Right after that, somehow I know that an asteroid has impacted the Pacific Ocean. I hear a thunderous sound behind me. And as I'm looking back over my shoulder, I'm running too, all of a sudden I see a giant wall of water. It looks like the whole ocean. It's a giant tsunami that is coming up over this hill behind us, racing towards us. And I know that none of us are going to be able to escape this wall of water. But then it's almost as if two large hands go down underneath my arms, lift me up into the air, and now I'm looking down on the earth, and I could see all of this mayhem that is going on the planet. The tsunamis, hurricanes are breaking out, volcanoes are being activated by the impact of this giant space rock, and people are being swept away into the ocean everywhere. It's like the most terrifying thing you've ever seen in your life. When I woke up, I almost fell out of bed, and I reached for pen and paper so that I could write down what it was that I had saw. But then, and again, this might have only been in my head, but it felt real to me, as if a voice spoke across the room and uttered one word, and that was the word Apophis. I knew that Apophis was an ancient Egyptian chaos dragon, the enemy of light. And I also knew that NASA had named an asteroid Apophis, but that was all I knew about it. I didn't know anything else. But that's what launched an over 1 year investigation into what was going on. Is this the wormwood stone talked about in the book of Revelation that is racing towards the earth? And over time, we came to conclude a lot of stuff talking to government scientists. Now we have two scientists, one of them from CERN, the famous Large Hadron Collider. It's actually the biggest machine on the face of the earth. He's in the film. So we did our due diligence, both in the writing of the books and also in the production of this documentary film to make sure that we were having an authoritative language.
Absolutely.
Josh, the clip that we just watched of Tom from the film Ragnarok kind of left us on a big cliffhanger. And even though we've showed a lot of clips over the last few weeks, there's still a lot more that we haven't shown. What else can the audience expect to see in the movie?
That's a great question because, we do want to point out that though it seems like over the past 4 weeks they've seen a lot of the film, there's so much more that they haven't seen and so much that we can't even put on TV anyway, even if we wanted to.
That's right.
Yeah. So mostly what the film centers around is science, history, and prophecy, those three things. So they're going to get a lot more of that, a lot more intense, dark even, but there's a really good message at the end that I think people are really going to respond to, and if for nothing else, get the movie for that.
Yeah, it's actually a quite inspirational final scene with Gary Stearman. Right? And I had to send that clip to Gary and say, Gary, man, that was fabulous.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, my reaction when I first heard about Tom's vision was not of fear of an incoming asteroid. It was actually an urgency. It made the return of Christ seem tangible in a way that wasn't there for me for whatever reason. But it literally changed how I view my day-to-day life and how I act, because it just put in my mind, this could happen at 2029, but also any moment. We live in a way as if we're promised tomorrow, when Proverbs specifically says that we're not. So it really made me realize, hey, you need to live as if he is coming today.
Well, and that was our hope. When the church sees this documentary, our hope is that they will become more aggressive in terms of their evangelistic outreach to the world. As the second coming of Christ is imminent, drawing nearer. And by the way, this stone is going to help them, because in a few years from right now, you'll be able to look up into the nighttime sky and see this thing racing toward Earth. And it made me wonder if this is not what the Bible means when it says, and then all of the world shall see the sign of the coming of the Son of Man in the heavens. And it's going to freak the whole world out when they do see this. And wouldn't it be ironic that an asteroid heralded the first coming of Jesus Christ? The Magi saw an asteroid and saw that as a sign that a king was being born out of Bethlehem, right? Now, wouldn't it be amazing that if an asteroid also heralds the second coming of Jesus Christ? Wouldn't that be just like God to do that?
Oh, it's so good. Yeah.
The film is Ragnarok, Humanity's Last Stand. Make sure you get your copy. Thanks again, gentlemen, for joining me over the last few weeks and having this discussion. I'm Joe Artis Horn. Keep your eyes on the prize, which is Jesus Christ. We'll be back next week. Today, we begin a special investigative series into the year 2025 and its potential as a critical time marker for those in power who are attempting to orchestrate what appears to be a global freefall towards socialism, cashless societies, proof of vaccination, and the coming mark of the beast system. Today's guest will unpack all of this right now. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Skywatch television studios. I'm Joe Horn. Folks at home in studio, you are in for a significant treat as we begin today a series of programs on the new book, Zeitgeist 2025. What is Zeitgeist 2025? Let's dive straight in with Tom Horn. Now, Tom, I want to set this up for just a second. All one needs to do is pay attention to what's happening all around the world and in the United States. If we look at what the people behind our global banking systems are doing, if we look at what they're doing at grocery stores, if we look at what's happening in the total loss of our media, any control over the flow of freedom of information, truth being propagated and replaced completely by propaganda, you can see this shift by the powers that are actually orchestrating the strings of all of these little marionette puppets. You can see the chaos unfolding, but you can also recognize that it's not by accident, is it, Tom?
No.
All of this is being done on purpose by a cabal that is pushing towards something that I believe looks very much like the book of Revelation beast system in the end of days. So I don't think anybody, familiar with our program would take any issue with that at all. But the year 2025, for the people that are pushing this agenda forward, that are pushing at breakneck speed to implement all of this for us, to enslave us, essentially, to usher in that mark of the beast system that the book of Revelation speaks of, they've been organizing this not as of lately, but as of late you're seeing this massive push to something they've been pushing for a long time, haven't they, Tom? So let's dive right into the book, Zeitgeist 2025. This chaos is not happenstance. This is being done deliberately. Why the book Zeitgeist? What does that mean, and why release it now?
Yeah, so Zeitgeist is just the German term that we would use to describe the mood of the times, a change in kind of the social order, and of course the year 2025. So this is not something that was even on my radar at all when a couple of years ago I wrote the book, The Wormwood Prophecy. And what had happened was when Derek and Sharon Gilbert were interviewing me on Skywatch TV, I'm sitting over here saying, now if I am right that the asteroid Apophis is biblical wormwood, and if NASA's original date is correct, Friday the 13th, April 2029, when it's going to have its near miss, oops, it didn't miss, now what do we do? If that actually happens, and if it is wormwood from Revelation chapter 8, then that would be considered the middle of the Great Tribulation period according to dispensationalist theology. So I was explaining that, and I had made the statement that therefore some people might take NASA's date for 2029 back up 3.5 years to try to find the beginning of that dreaded 7-year Great Tribulation period, which would land in the year 2025. Well, as I'm saying that, Derek's sitting over there, he's got an iPad. I don't even know what he's doing, but he has opened up a Hebrew calendar, and his eyes gets real big, and he briefly says this. Later on, we investigated that and a bunch more, that if you take the date, Friday the 13th, April 2029, back up 3.5 years earlier to the day, you land in the middle of the Feast of Tabernacles, which has been connected by many scholars, people like Donna Howell, to the second coming of Jesus Christ. Now, we don't have time to go into all of that on this program.
But we will in the days ahead.
We will in the days ahead. And we do in the book, The Messenger, which was my last book. But at the time I wrote that, this was not even on my radar. We started finding one element after another, that 3.5 years earlier than the arrival of Apophis, there's the Feast of Tabernacles. We also note the Feast of Trumpets. We also note the Feast of Pentecost, all of which are connected 3.5 years before the arrival of Apophis by Bible prophecy scholars as connected to the second coming of Jesus Christ. Now, I got to say something very quickly here, and that is NASA is repeating their position that we've really looked at Apophis. We were really afraid in the beginning, but we've determined that Apophis is not going to strike the earth in the year 2029. And so everybody out there is, thank goodness we got an all clear, except there are top 100 scientists who disagree with NASA. Harry Lear, a mathematician, wrote a letter to the U.S. president begging him to have the government scientists reevaluate the trajectory of Apophis, because he says that they are off by literally hundreds of thousands of miles in terms of its deep space trajectory and how that's going to affect its arrival here in 2029. Nathan Myhrvold, who's actually listed year after year in the top 100 scientists in the world, he wrote a peer-reviewed science article called An Empirical Examination of Wise, Neo-Wise Asteroid Analysis and results, in which he refutes much of what NASA is saying, but he even goes further than that. He accuses them of a criminal cover-up. He says they are absolutely cooking the books on the trajectory of several of these asteroids, and the likelihood of it impacting Earth is far more than what they are admitting. And then, of course, you have the very popular planetary scientist and astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is on YouTube right now. You can go and watch it for yourself.
Wow.
In which he says this, quote, Apophis will come so close to Earth, April 13, 2029, it will dip below our orbiting communication satellites. It will be the largest, closest thing we have ever observed to come by Earth. The orbit we now have for it is uncertain, because these things are hard to measure and hard to get an exact distance for. We cannot tell you exactly where the trajectory of Apophis will be. So there are top scientists.
They're not alone.
No, they're not alone, and basically they're challenging what NASA is out there saying right now. If you've seen the movie Greenland, right, and you have this giant comet that is headed towards Earth, and NASA's saying, no need to worry, folks, no need to worry, and then all of a sudden the military transport vehicles are in the air and everybody's running for cover, and it decimates the Earth. So I believe that that's the kind of situation that we are looking at. So that put my focus clearly on the year 2025. But then other stuff started unfolding. Next week's program, Josh Peck is going to explain to us how, in recent years, the actual calendar that was used and developed by the Essenes over 200 years before Jesus Christ made spectacular prophetic claims, all of which came to pass, even involving when the Messiah would arrive on earth, the things that he would do. And I'm going to let Josh get into that next week. Even the date that he would die and ascend back into heaven, in AD 32 AD. Astonishing prophecies. Well, why should we care about that? Well, because they also prophesied when mankind is going to enter into its last era.
Right.
And guess what? 2,200 years ago, in the year 2025, man is going to enter its last period of time. 2,200-year-old prophecy, but it wasn't just them. Once we got to evaluating all that it seems to be connected to the year 2025, went back 25 years ago and restudied the famous work by William Strauss and Neil Howe, historians who examined over 500 years of Western culture and society, and determined that around the year 2025, that's in their book, we are going to be facing a totalitarian government in the United States of America.
And I think that is something that our viewers, when they hear the title Zeitgeist 2025, and then they hear you go on to talk about, the Apophis asteroid and so forth, we want to make sure that you don't confuse this for his previous works on wormwood and the messenger. This is a completely...
It's completely different. And I do not re-examine that material again in this book. This is a brand new...
It was just part of the catalyst that put your eyes on the date 2025.
It's what caused me to pay attention to it, and then to really start examining 2025. So prophets are talking about this being the end of time. Neil House and Stroud, their famous book, The Fourth Turning, 25 years ago, focusing on the year 2025 for the arrival of a totalitarian government. Then we re-examined a document, actually, that was produced by the highest intelligence agencies in the United States, working with the highest intelligence agencies in Europe, multinational intelligence agency. They produced a document over 10 years ago called Global Governance 2025. Now, why did they focus on that year? And what were they talking about, global governance? Guess what? You can download the PDF, just type it into Google and read it for yourself.
Wow.
But they talk about what might the trigger events be that would set in motion the sudden need for all of the nations of the world to set aside their differences and come together in mutual defense of one another against an extraordinary threat. So basically, what will cause us to create a one world government? So they talk about stuff like oh, all of a sudden an asteroid is on its way, and we realize that, actually...
This is bigger than any one nation. Right.
The collapse of the global economy, which is being predicted right now by economists.
It's being produced.
It's being produced right now.
And that's part of the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
The manufacturing of events. Look, we're not putting dates on things, and we're not saying that God is not in control. We're not saying that men with their schemes are more powerful than his destiny for the world. But what we are saying is there are absolutely occultists who are trying to manufacture this system right now.
Joe, you started out the program talking about everything that looks like it's working together right now.
It's not random.
To produce an end times government. But that's an ancient scheme. That's been in the heart of Lucifer since the day he said, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. Antichrist will arrive, and he will have a global government. And that is what it seems to me that we are rushing toward. Now, in the weeks ahead, we're going to talk about why did Manly P. Hall, the famous 33rd degree Freemason, write a book called The Secret Destiny of America? And it is because, as you just said, there are occultists who have been dedicated since the inception of this country to bringing about the Novus Ordo Seclorum, the new order of the ages, which is taken from the prophecy of the Cumae Sibyl, in which, guess what? Apollo comes back to reign over the earth in a new golden pagan age. So all of this and a lot more is talked about in the book Zeitgeist 2025, but it has me convinced that we are now racing toward this historic moment in time. I have gone out on a limb, and I have said that I believe that it is more likely than not. So I'm not setting a date. I'm telling you Tom Horn. By the way, Joe Horn, Josh Peck, none of them are saying this. Tom Horn is saying this. It is more likely than not that 2025 represents the start of the Great Tribulation, 7-year period of time, counting down to 2029 and the arrival of Apophis Wormwood. That will require the formation of that very global government that prophets, intel agencies, historians are all saying. Now, all of a sudden, we had a guy named Donald Trump. He's out of office one way or another for right now. We have never had a more socialist, Marxist, extremist, leaning, green new death nail that is pushing this government. Right now, they're literally debating packing the Supreme Court so that they can naming Washington, D.C. as the next state in the Union, so that they can literally take control and never give up power over the destiny of this nation. But now there's something more esoteric here that I want. The reason that Donna primarily is here today, I want to ask her about when we come back from the break.
We're going to have to take a break, guys. We're talking about Zeitgeist 2025, Tom Horn's newest book, I believe the book of the hour, and definitely one of the most important books in Defender publishing history. You got to get a copy, and we're going to show you how to do it right now.
I have spent a lifetime uncovering secrets buried beneath the sands of time by those who want them to remain concealed in mystery. But I did not expect to discover a series of clues from the future that were suddenly made known, the saga of which will now be revealed.
It is the names of the secret society members, the founding fathers that set America on course to an enigma.
Before and after the presidency of Donald Trump, the United States was, and now is again, on a trajectory to fulfill what famous Freemason Manly P. Hall described as the secret destiny of America.
It is the prophecy on the Great Seal of the United States, a scheme hidden in plain sight by the founding fathers for more than 200 years, foretelling the return of a terrifying demonic god who seizes control of Earth in the new order of the ages. The prophecy indicates he will arrive in 2025.
Now, Dr. Horn's research has uncovered an anomaly he never expected to find. Clues 200 years in the making which unlock the riddle of Zeitgeist 2025 and what the world is not ready to receive. hidden secrets and forgotten prophecies from Qumran forecasting the year 2025 as the final age of man. How the current U.S. government is tied to America's occult destiny. Why historians and intelligence agencies foresee a totalitarian world government by 2025. How America's capital city is laid out to actuate arrival of Antichrist. Zeitgeist 2025.
Call now and take advantage of Skywatch TV's biggest giveaway of the summer. The Zeitgeist Summer Exclusive includes Dr. Thomas Horn's eye-opening new book, Zeitgeist 2025, Countdown to the Secret Destiny of America, The Lost Prophecies of Qumran, and the Return of Old Saturn's Reign, along with a never-before-released 6-part Zeitgeist 2025 companion DVD, the shocking full-length documentary, The Secret Destiny of America on DVD, the full-length movie, Belly of the Beast, the ancient mystery that holds the secret of Antichrist's resurrection and return, and the entire 6-disc Rise 2021 Defender Virtual Conference box set on DVD, a $245 value, now available for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling. In the new book, Zeitgeist 2025, you will learn hidden secrets and forgotten prophecies surrounding the year 2025, how the current U.S. government is tied to America's occult destiny, lost prophecies from Qumran forecasting 2025 as the final age of man, how America's capital city is laid out to actuate arrival of Antichrist, and why historians and intelligence agencies foresee a totalitarian world government by 2025. You'll also receive the Zeitgeist Companion DVD. This 6-part eye-opening expose on DVD reveals the malevolent Orwellian trinity converging around the world, seeking to homogenize the freedom to speak and think in order to create nations of assimilated devotees who will embrace Antichrist. And we're just getting started. This must-have collection also includes the breathtaking 2-hour documentary, The Secret Destiny of America on DVD, featuring Dr. Thomas Horn as he reveals who the God on America's Great Seal and U.S. $1 bill really is, why 72 pentagrams in the Capitol Dome are used to control the ancient cosmocrators who rule the nations, the coming incarnation of Antichrist, and much, much more. But that's not all. For a very limited time, you'll also receive the complete Rise 2021 Defender Virtual Conference box set on DVD. This 6-disc collection is jam-packed with over 26 hours of mind-boggling revelations from world-renowned Bible teachers, archaeologists, and ancient language scholars on the prophetic events unfolding all around the world right now, featuring unforgettable presentations from Dr. Thomas Horn, Dr. Judd Burton, Bishop Ron Webb, Dr. Aaron Judkins, Pastor Mark Biltz, Colonel David Giamona, Dr. Ken Johnson, and so many more. Plus, for the first time ever, free the full-length movie Belly of the Beast, the ancient mystery that holds the secret of Antichrist's resurrection and return, on DVD, absolutely free. Sold separately, these items hold a shocking retail value of over $245. Yours now for a donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling while supplies last. So don't miss Skywatch TV's biggest giveaway of the summer, the Zeitgeist Summer Exclusive, available now at skywatchtvstore.com. Order now or call 1-844-750-4985.
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. We're already running out of time, so let's dive right back into the program. Tom, right before the break, you had a question for Donna.
Yeah, so it's an esoteric question, but I think it has deep meaning, and it has its roots in biblical Old Testament and New Testament theology, and it's this question. So we were just talking about how we're racing towards the arrival of a totalitarian world government.
Absolutely.
The role that the United States of America might play in its secret destiny and all of that, right? Mm-hmm. So if that is true, and if 2025 is a year of consequence, meaning that we're going to arrive at what Strauss and Howe call the gray champion, an Antichrist figure, by the year 2025, that would mean that the current administration then is here doing particular kind of things that are laying the foundation for the arrival of this globalist, totalitarian, Marxist, socialist kind of society over which Antichrist will reign. with that in mind, it was interesting to me that with the election of Joe Biden and Kamala Devi Harris, the meanings of their names. Now, I'm going somewhere with this in a moment, because most people don't realize that, biblically speaking, the names of national leaders are often tied to the destiny of that nation. So Kamala Devi Harris, her name Kamali, another name for Lakshmi, she's named after a Hindu goddess. Her middle name Devi is also another Hindu goddess. And these are the goddesses of illusion and destruction. And then you have Joe Biden. And one of the top rabbis in Israel broke down Joe Biden's name in Hebrew, and it means alas, judgment. And then another, Weingarten, one of the most celebrated rabbis in Israel, he went even further. He said his name implies the arrival of a promised son. Well, that is the prophecy on the Great Seal of the United States of America, the arrival of the god Apollo. So Donna Howell, as our resident theologian, when my mind started kind of, ruminating on this, I reached out to her and I said, Donna, I need you to tell me, is there something to this idea that nations and their destinies are sometimes tied to the names of the leaders over those countries?
Yeah, and there's actually a lot of biblical proof that that is a thing. So Tom and I in the book, we kind of decided on the name Juliet Logic, because you've got this balcony scene where Juliet's saying a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. And a horticulturist would agree that your olfactory system is going to produce to the brain the information of a rose, regardless of what you call it. But a rose doesn't have a destiny, and a human does. There's no soul with a rose. So this Juliet logic, there's a big hole in the end of it. And then when you look at what happened in the end of Romeo and Juliet, they both die. Why? Because they are still tied to the destiny of the House of Montague and the House of Capulet. So using that kind of breaking down of the Juliet logic, we decided to go back to the very, very beginning and say, how did the ancients name their children? They sought the Lord, they sought the community elders.
It's not like how people today name their babies willy-nilly, or I like the name Summertime.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Right.
So that's Western idea that we're going to go pick up a baby book, a book of baby names or whatever.
Yeah.
That is not at all how it worked in those days. So just to give you a couple of examples, first of all, a lot of people do not know. They don't catch in Scripture that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were actually pagan names. Those original Israelite Hebrew names were Hananiah, Yahweh is gracious, later on renamed to Shadrach, the command of Aku. Mishael, who is what God is, to Meshach, who is what Aku is. Azariah, the one whom Jehovah aids or brings provision to Abednego, the servant of Nebo. Well, these are important moments that we tend to skirt right over in the Bible.
Heard of this before. Right.
But what ultimately had the last word? There in the furnace, God is their judge.
Right.
Yeah. Absolutely goes back to the beginning of what they were originally named. And I couldn't think of a better example of that than Daniel of the same story. Because Daniel is the Hebrew din, judge, and El, God. Literally meaning, in ancient Hebrew times, God is my judge. Which more appropriately would be known as God alone is my judge. Okay, and you look at what happened with him, everything from the original Daniel fast diet, the dietary system, Daniel being thrown in the lion's den, King Nebuchadnezzar deciding that all wise men are going to be killed. Nobody in the end of that story was Daniel's judge except for Yahweh. God was Daniel's judge. Nebuchadnezzar wasn't his judge.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Lions weren't their judge. And by the way, this idea that these lions weren't very hungry and that's why they didn't really, actually in Daniel 6:24, if you exegete that passage from the Hebrew and what is actually being described there, those lions leapt up and actually broke the bones of the conspirators who were thrown in the den later. Before their bodies ever even hit the ground, they were dead. That's how hungry those lions were. So nobody, not even the hungry lions, would be Daniel's judge. Yahweh alone is Daniel's judge. So there's a lot to be said. And then look at what actually ended up happening with Daniel. Not only was Daniel's personal life affected, but the entire nation of Israel incalculably for the rest of history moving forward was affected by the idea that the nation of Israel would be led by a leader in captivity in Babylon under a pagan system by a name, God is my judge.
The whole point is, all through Old Testament history and including in the New Testament, there is a clear pattern. Abram, your name will no longer be Abram. Now it's going to be Abraham. Why? Destiny. You're going to become the father of nations. But what's cool about all this is that God also tells us that we, after having become born again, are going to receive a new name in heaven. So our destiny is also changed. So destiny tied to meanings of names, and that was often true over nations. Now, is that true this time around? Are the Hindu gods of destruction and judgment that Emmanuel Cleaver, when he opened up the 117th Congress, prayed to Brahma, the monotheistic god, he incorrectly said, of many names. But actually, it was quite appropriate to start invoking Hindu gods because that's the leadership that we have invited to come in with these gods of illusion and destruction to influence the future of this nation.
We've only got a couple of minutes left on the clock. I want to make sure we get some time with Allie about how the tech oligarchy might be using technology to kind of point us also towards this one world society, kind of an Orwellian world.
So what we saw over the last several decades was a consolidation of media. Okay, there used to be laws in place that kept cross-ownership of different kinds of media outlets from being allowed to occur. And what this did was it kept everybody in competition with one another. It kept them more credible and more accountable. And over time, as those laws have gone away, what we've seen is, this will blow your mind, 6 core voices owning all of the media outlets that you see.
Wow.
Now, so what we see happening is news outlets are inundating society, and what they're doing is they're driving toward a situation where society has arrived at the same kind of groupthink that George Orwell described in 1984. If we can homogenize the thinking of the population, we can control and steer their worldview. If we can control and steer the worldview, we can control the world. And that's exactly where we see this going. Don't ever think that there's a coincidence between the headlines and the supporting movies and TV shows and articles that romanticize any certain movement.
Yeah, well, and as I'm sitting here, Allie is so articulate, Donna is so articulate. We got to jump back on with Allie next week.
We will.
And then we also want to get to Josh Peck and the Essenes and the in-calendared 2025.
Next week, we will discuss how the Essenes of the Dead Sea Scrolls fame pointed to Zeitgeist 2025 as the final age of man. Josh Peck will be here with us. Friends, for everybody in the studio and everybody on panel, I'm Joe Horn. Thanks for joining us again. Keep your eyes on the prize, which is Jesus Christ. We'll be back. Is there an Orwellian trinity completely bent on putting to rest once and for all freedom of speech while at the same time suppressing all forms of truth and individuals' access to it? Is this connected to why the Essenes of the Dead Sea Scrolls fame pointed to 2025 as the final age of man? Today we will continue our special investigation into the new book, Zeitgeist 2025. Welcome to Skywatch Television. I'm Joe Horn, and we are joined once again this week in studio by the Skywatch investigative team. Last week, if you missed it, make sure you go back to the archives and check it out. We started a new investigative series into Tom Horn's new book, Zeitgeist 2025, and we had a bit of discussion with some of the contributing authors, Donna Howell, and at the very end, Allie Henson, where we had just started to scratch the surface in how big tech oligarchies are helping this cabal machine push all of us as American citizens and the rest of the world, is what I described last week as a system resembling very much the Book of Revelation, Mark of the Beast system. This is our big tech. This is our global banking systems, people pushing for cashless society. You're seeing now in grocery stores, people can't even get in to shop in certain states without running their hand under a scanner to take their temperature. We're all being, in my view, groomed and positioned. None of this is random. Allie, let's start this week with you.
Okay.
Where we left off last week, Please describe to me, in the book Zeitgeist 2025, you talk about big tech oligarchy. Can you tell us about the Orwellian Trinity?
Yes, I can. Actually, I was writing and doing some research for Tom about big tech and big media and how this was all playing together. And I understood that it was going toward a cashless society. And then I was having a conversation with Sharon Gilbert, and she really opened my eyes to exactly what's happening with fintech. So what we have is this Orwellian Trinity, really, which is big media, big tech, and fintech. So fintech is the biggest financial institutions that are digital and online. They are driving us toward a cashless, one world currency, really. And we have big media, which writes the narrative, and big tech, which drives it to us. And none of these can really fully operate without the other. But together, they are taking over the world. I mentioned the media consolidation last week. And what we see is that through big media, like I said, 90% of all the media that you see is coming from 6 core sources. Well, these guys are writing the narrative. They put it out in a headline. They put it out. They romanticize it through all of their entertainment means that they have. They inundate. Yes, exactly. They are accomplishing something on our society where they are homogenizing our population's worldview. Basically, like I said last time, George Orwell's groupthink. It's happening.
Right.
What they are doing is this is a civil oligarchy. See, people get hung up on the word oligarchy because they think warfare, violence, and they go, well, hold on a minute. We're still in a democracy. I can vote however I want. There's no tyrant coming around telling me who runs the government now. You have to understand that in a civil oligarchy, this is made up of seemingly law-abiding citizens who fly under the radar of the actual government, but who rule by their influential sway that they get from their disproportionate accumulation of wealth to the general population. So what we have is a key handful of people that have all of the power, all of the money, all of the means. And by the way, I'm not just talking about they have the means to cut off your entertainment, or they have the means to cut off your access to the news. They have the means to cut off your online purchases. Do you buy your contacts online for your eyes? Do you buy your medication online? If they shut this down, the whole world shuts down. Society shuts down. We saw what we saw for COVID was a teaser.
Dress rehearsal.
Exactly. Exactly. And so what they get is they reward the population for embracing this groupthink. And a lot of it is reinforced through social media likes. Like I said last time, things being pulled down because they're not factual, when really what it is they're not popular.
Yeah, well, if you're not part of the club, you get deplatformed, you get shadow banned. They're controlling speech in the way that Orwell described and that Ali is also describing.
Is it a stupid question then at this point to think, hey, I'll just opt out. I'll just ignore all the fake news. Look, I'm awake. I see the truth. I don't need to participate in their scheme. People that think they're just going to take what they have and run to the hills, are they insulated from big tech? Why should we be concerned as a collective?
I mean, if you can live completely off-grid and conduct only transactions that are made with cash, then maybe if you grow all your own food and provide all of your own needs, and then again with the medical field, are you going to grow all of your own herbs and completely self-medicate all the time? There is a point at which people need to come into society and interact to see some need met.
What I would see in all of this, though, is that for the people who think that they can just opt out, I'm going to go out here and live off-grid and whatever, it's a nice vision, and a lot of people are trying to do that. But what about when the government comes for your kids? What about when the government says it's now mandatory that they be in public education? Because that's part of Orwell's vision, right? They're going to control the groupthink, they're going to control the narrative, and we're going to take your kids away from you.
Exactly.
The Revelation is very clear. He causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, to get plugged into this system. It's not like it's going to be easy to escape with their all-seeing drone eyes everywhere. They're going to track you down. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, right?
Yeah, it's as simple as the fact that if you don't own your property free and clear, this is not an option for you. If you can't homeschool your children, this is not an option for you. So, for example, big tech, has Google all up in the classroom. Go to Google, our big tech friend, and look up the words Google and classroom and look at how it's taking over the public education system. That's besides the fact that every digital thing we do is done over a phone, over a tablet, over something, and people are being systematically trained to answer the cues of these beeps and dings. And big media is writing this narrative, but big tech is driving it to your home. It dings on your nightstand at night, it dings all day long. And unless you're able to completely in a financially solvent way, be 100% separate from anything in the state, including making sure your property taxes are paid so they don't take your house in a few years and auction it off. You know, you have to have some kind of connection to the world. So you have these phones, you have these tablets, and it's just ding, think about this, ding, think about this. They're cueing us all day long to keep us all in tune with this homogenized thinking that they're creating. So that is the Orwellian trinity. It's big media, big tech, and fintech, and none of them really fully can accomplish their agenda without the other two.
Let's also take a look at something else that you wrote about in Zeitgeist 2025, because this is very interesting. The 10 kings in Revelation.
Yeah, the 10 kings in Revelation 17. Okay, so I'm going to read this really quick. It says, "And the 10 horns which thou sawest are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom as yet, but," listen to this, "receive power as kings, 1 hour with the beast. These have one mind and shall give their power and strength unto the beast." So think about this. They don't have tangible kingdoms, and they are for an era, basically giving their strange kind of sameness, their power that operates as one, to the beast system and helps the beast rise to power. Well, in my opinion, these are corporations.
Right.
If we look at these intangible kingdoms that operate with a sameness, they bring the beast to power. And then if you look at what happens in Revelation 18, I've always found this fascinating. You know, you have the harlot of Babylon, and then the harlot is killed, and sometime around the same time, we see the beast system and these 10 kings fall. But how does John describe this in Revelation 18? He makes a list of every industry known to man at that point in time. He's describing a worldwide digital economic system that rises to power around the beast and then falls when the beast falls. And it's such a terrible, terrible global economic crisis that they can't even make a recovery. It says the merchants stand and weep. So what does this look like? It looks like a digital economic system around the beast that brings him to power, and then when it crashes, they all crash. There's no recovery. So to me, this is 10 corporations. Now, think about the Orwellian trinity. Big media is at 6, big tech is at 5, and fintech is at 3, which is quickly falling under 1. This is a total of 14. And a lot of them are actually joined in their ownership already.
Right.
How many more corporate mergers before they're down to 10?
Consolidating now as we speak, right? We're going to have to take a quick break to show you how you can get a copy of the new book, Zeitgeist 2025. And when we come back, we're going to be talking with Josh Peck about how the Essenes looked at 2025 as the potential final era of mankind. We'll be right back.
I have spent a lifetime uncovering secrets buried beneath the sands of time by those who want them to remain concealed in mystery. But I did not expect to discover a series of clues from the future that were suddenly made known, the saga of which will now be revealed.
It is the names of the secret society members, the founding fathers that set America on course to an enigma.
Before and after the presidency of Donald Trump, the United States was, and now is again, on a trajectory to fulfill what famous Freemason Manly P. Hall described as the secret destiny of America.
It is the prophecy on the Great Seal of the United States, a scheme hidden in plain sight by the founding fathers for more than 200 years, foretelling the return of a terrifying demonic god who seizes control of Earth in the new order of the ages. The prophecy indicates he will arrive in 2025.
Now, Dr. Horn's research has uncovered an anomaly he never expected to find. Clues 200 years in the making which unlock the riddle of Zeitgeist 2025 and what the world is not ready to receive. Hidden secrets and forgotten prophecies from Qumran forecasting the year 2025 as the final age of man. How the current U.S. government is tied to America's occult destiny. Why historians and intelligence agencies foresee a totalitarian world government by 2025. How America's capital city is laid out to actuate arrival of Antichrist. Zeitgeist 2025.
Call now and take advantage of Skywatch TV's biggest giveaway of the summer. The Zeitgeist Summer Exclusive includes Dr. Thomas Horn's eye-opening new book, Zeitgeist 2025, Countdown to the Secret Destiny of America, The Lost Prophecies of Qumran, and the Return of Old Saturn's Reign, along with a never-before-released 6-part Zeitgeist 2025 companion DVD, the shocking full-length documentary, The Secret Destiny of America on DVD, the full-length movie, Belly of the Beast, the ancient mystery that holds the secret of Antichrist's resurrection and return, and the entire 6-disc Rise 2021 Defender Virtual Conference box set on DVD, a $245 value, now available for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling. In the new book, Zeitgeist 2025, you will learn hidden secrets and forgotten prophecies surrounding the year 2025, how the current U.S. government is tied to America's occult destiny, lost prophecies from Qumran, forecasting 2025 as the final age of man, how America's capital city is laid out to actuate arrival of Antichrist, and why historians and intelligence agencies foresee a totalitarian world government by 2025. You'll also receive the Zeitgeist Companion DVD. This 6-part eye-opening expose on DVD reveals the malevolent Orwellian trinity converging around the world, seeking to homogenize the freedom to speak and think in order to create nations of assimilated devotees who will embrace Antichrist. And we're just getting started. This must-have collection also includes the breathtaking 2-hour documentary, The Secret Destiny of America on DVD, featuring Dr. Thomas Horn as he reveals who the God on America's Great Seal and U.S. $1 bill really is, why 72 pentagrams in the Capitol Dome are used to control the ancient cosmocrators who rule the nations, the coming incarnation of Antichrist, and much, much more. But that's not all. For a very limited time, you'll also receive the complete Rise 2021 Defender Virtual Conference box set on DVD. This 6-disc collection is jam-packed with over 26 hours of mind-boggling revelations from world-renowned Bible teachers, archaeologists, and ancient language scholars on the prophetic events unfolding all around the world right now, featuring unforgettable presentations from Dr. Thomas Horn, Dr. Judd Burton, Bishop Ron Webb, Dr. Aaron Judkins, Pastor Mark Biltz, Colonel David Giammona, Dr. Ken Johnson, and so many more. Plus, for the first time ever, free the full-length movie Belly of the Beast, the ancient mystery that holds the secret of Antichrist's resurrection and return, on DVD, absolutely free. Sold separately, these items hold a shocking retail value of over $245. Yours now for a donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling while supplies last. So don't miss Skywatch TV's biggest giveaway of the summer, the Zeitgeist Summer Exclusive, available now at skywatchtvstore.com. Order now or call 1-844-750-4985.
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. We continue our discussion on the new book, Zeitgeist 2025. And in studio with us today, Josh Peck, who is also a contributing author to the book. And Josh, right before the break, I indicated when we came back, we were going to have you explain how the Essenes actually looked at the year 2025 as the possible final age of man.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is absolutely phenomenal, the time that we're living in and what we're about to enter into. I believe that this is the most prophetic time that human history has ever seen. And we're about to head into that in just a little over 4 years. So the Essenes were a faction of Jewish people around the time of Christ. We're aware of the Pharisees and the Sadducees, but we don't know a whole lot about the Essenes. Most Christians have never heard of them. But they were the keepers of the Dead Sea Scrolls. So what we've been able to piece together from the Dead Sea Scrolls tells us about the Essenes themselves, their culture, and more importantly, their prophecy. Because at that time, the Pharisees were saying the gift of prophecy was done and over with. You know, that gift had ceased. Does that sound familiar in our day today?
Right.
But according to the Essenes, the gift of prophecy never ceased, and they were still getting prophecy. So we get that in the Dead Sea Scrolls. They had an amazing prophetic calendar.
They did, and a track record as well.
Yeah, extremely accurate. Another thing that we're told as Christians is that when Jesus came, he took everyone by surprise. No one knew that that was going to be the fulfillment of all the messianic prophecies, that it was going to happen that way. Wrong. The Pharisees and Sadducees didn't know, but the Essenes knew.
I gotcha.
And, yeah, we have the Dead Sea Scrolls that were written at least 200 years before Christ, some of them even longer than that. But they predict that the Messiah would come, would be God incarnate, would die for the sins of man and forgiveness. The only piece that they didn't really have was how Gentiles would be incorporated in the church and all that. So that's laid out in Ephesians 3. So there was that mystery that had yet to be revealed after Christ. But before Christ, that's the kind of Messiah they were looking for. This is why, for some, when you read the Gospels, it's like, man, some of these people, they get saved so easily. It doesn't take them much at all. But then others are really stubborn, and it's because there was this kind of inter-faction war between the Pharisees and the Essenes. Pharisees had their theology; they had their expectation of the Messiah, which was, he would be a military leader, he would just be human, he would die in a battle, and then basically give power over to the Pharisees. But the Essenes had a completely different view. So for hundreds of years, they were battling that out. Jesus comes on the scene, and of course, we find out that the Essenes were correct. Jesus even quotes Dead Sea Scrolls that were not included in the Bible to John the Baptist when he was in jail. There's just amazing revelations there. But
we've done shows on that. Many predictions with laser precision.
Yes.
So for people that aren't familiar who the Essenes were.
Yeah, so that kind of tells us who they are. But what's amazing is they didn't only predict things in their day, in their age.
They also looked at 2025,
They
didn't
did. So according to their calendar, they had their own calendar. They said that was the original solar calendar that God gave to Adam. And the Pharisees were using a paganized lunar calendar that actually Orthodox Jews still use today. But according to the Essenes, the original calendar was laid out all of human history in 7,000 years, and it was split up into ages. So the age that they were living in was called the Age of Torah, and that ended in 75 AD. Each age is 2,000 years. 75 AD was the beginning of our age, actually called in the Dead Sea Scrolls the Age of Grace. They actually knew that. They knew that much about our age to actually call it that.
Wow.
Age of Grace. So that's what we're living in now.
Wow.
They also split up these ages into jubilees, so 50-year segments. The last Jubilee of the Age of Torah, that's when everything happened with Jesus. It would have been between the years 25 AD and 75 AD. So you have the whole ministry of Jesus plus the destruction of the temple within that time. In our time, our final Jubilee is going to start in 2025 AD and last until 2075 AD. We don't know exactly where the tribulation is going to fall in that because there's a lot of things that have to happen. You could have the tribulation really early on, just like Jesus came early on in the final Jubilee of the Age of Torah. We could have the same thing, and there could still be decades of things that need to be put in place before the actual start of the 1,000-year millennial reign of Christ. So there's lots of different ways that could play out, but there's something special about that last 50 years that we're about to enter into.
And what I love is the fact that this is so ancient and this is so Hebrew. This is not Josh Peck theology or Josh Peck timing. This goes back to the very, very days when everybody should be paying attention. It's so funny because we look at what's in the Bible and Christians get nervous when you start talking about the calendar of the Essenes and they start thinking, rein it back, talk about what's in the Bible. But what is extra biblical that was important to those people should matter as well.
And that calendar is in the Bible too. I mean, this is why we have supposed discrepancies like from the Gospel of John and then the other three Gospels in their calendar. And, when's the Sabbath? How does the Passion Week work? When you realize there's actually two different calendars here. There's the Pharisee calendar and the Essene calendar. It's in the Bible, and it really makes things make sense.
Yeah, no, that's actually the discrepancy of how Jesus was alive and dead at the same time on Passover. It has to do with the fact that there was the Judean and the Galilean calendar. So
exactly.
When Dr. Heiser was here recently, I asked him, did he believe that John the Baptist was an Essene. And he said that it was possible. He certainly knew the Essenes. Well, our mutual friend Ken Johnson, I was on the phone with him a couple of days ago. I asked him the same question. He said not only was he an Essene, he said he was a specific one who had been predicted as a forerunner of the Messiah, because they prophesied one would come who would be the voice crying in the wilderness. That was an Essene prophecy.
Well, it was the whole reason the Essenes even existed, was they went out to Qumran, to the wilderness, to fulfill that prophecy in Isaiah about preparing a way. What's amazing too, the Essenes called themselves the Way 200 years before Christ. So when Paul in the book of Acts is saying, you know, we're followers of the Way, who they call a sect and all that, he's not talking about this new thing called Christianity. It was that, but it was a more ancient order of Essenes that called themselves the Way. Even more amazingly, they called Qumran Damascus. So Paul on the road to Damascus, that might not have been Syria, that might have been Qumran, and there's several reasons why that actually makes more sense.
Yeah, so to me it's just amazing. You guys have produced a calendar.
Yes.
Later this year, you and Ken, you guys are working together. You have a brand new book. We'll talk about that later on, but we're going to be making that calendar, the Essene calendar, for the first time. We're going to be making that frameable and available to people. So a lot of cool stuff, and they will be shocked. I mean, the list is very long of the stuff that these guys 200 years before Christ nailed to literally down to the days and the moments. So this tells you why you maybe want to pay attention to having to say about what starts in the year 2025. One final thing, I asked Ken on the phone. I said, so let me ask you another question. I said, do you believe that the so-called missing years of the youth of Christ, do you believe that Jesus went to Qumran and was being trained by the Essenes? He had a lot of reasons, by the way, for his answer that we'll maybe get into later. He said, oh, he went to Qumran all right, but he didn't go there to be taught. He went there to teach them.
That's right. That's absolutely right. And yeah, so that's a really good point, because some people mistakenly get this idea that Jesus was an Essene. It's not that. There were three main schools of thought at the time. There was Essene, Pharisee, and Sadducee. It would be like today if we have, you know, Charismatic, Catholic, and Baptist, just to pick three. Well, when Jesus returns, one of those is going to fit more closely with what Jesus is going to be teaching, right? So it's just the same as then. It wasn't that Jesus was an Essene. It's just that Essene theology matched more closely with what Jesus came to teach, and it was because the Essenes actually paid attention to Scripture. They weren't putting their own interpretations onto it. They kept up with the gift of prophecy, and they actually took this stuff seriously. So again, it would just be like when Jesus comes back. It's not that he's going to come back and join up and be a Baptist. he's going to come back.
What?
He's going to say what he's going to say, and then those who align with it more closely, that's just how it's going to be. So that's how it was back then as well.
I got to jump in though, guys. We've been talking with Tom about his new book, and I don't want to relitigate all of his previous works dealing with the Apophis asteroid, but that's not what this book is. But he does make some reference to it very lightly as to how it could be a part of a pie being used by the cabal, who are looking at 2025 as the potential opportunity to fully and finally seize power. Let's usher ourselves into socialism, etc. And how an asteroid coming upon the Earth could be a part of how the governments of the world say, look, we have an event coming that is bigger than our nationality, our religious groups, our ethnicities. We've got to join together under a one world system. So let me ask you a question. If 2025 to 2075 is the final jubilee of our age, what would we maybe expect to happen? And could this connect with Wormwood/Apophis in 3 minutes?
Yeah, it absolutely could, because we know that we have a 7-year tribulation at some point, and if the Essene calendar is correct, then we should expect it within that 50-year period. I don't want to say for sure because you know I don't want to set dates, but if Wormwood is actually the Apophis asteroid, NASA has given 3 possible dates that it could fly by or strike. And it's interesting because all of these dates, for one thing, they all fall in within that 50-year period, that final jubilee. And they all seem to be able to land on in a way that would fit well with the rest of the 7 years if it's in the middle. So in looking at all that, even if it is just a flyby, let's say. Well, we saw what happened with coronavirus. Even if it is just a flyby or whatever the real truth of it is, it can be used to manufacture any number of crises. So a lot of people would look at that time period, 2025 and 2075. We know that there's a 7-year tribulation. A lot of them would put it at the end of that Jubilee and say, well, we got decades out. Not necessarily, because, again, like I said earlier, at the end of the last age of Torah, Jesus came pretty early in that final Jubilee of their age, and there was a lot that had to be fulfilled leading up to the destruction of the temple. We don't know how much time passes between the return of Jesus and the setting up an official beginning of the 1,000-year reign. A lot of us tend to think that it just happens instantaneously.
Right.
But the nations have to know what the new rules are, how this new age is going to work. You know, that could potentially take time. And there are a lot of prophetic things that could occur between when Jesus actually returns, just like when he came the first time, and the beginning of the next age, just like the beginning of our age that would have occurred in 75 AD. So I suspect, personally, and it's just a guess based on how the last age ended, I suspect that that 7-year tribulation is going to come early in our final Jubilee, which, again, starts in 2025 AD.
Joe, let me jump in real quick. I know we're out of time. We're going to go. And I want people to be aware that starting next week, we're going to really begin dissecting over a 4-week period. Derek and Sharon Gilbert, other people will be here with us, and we're going to be looking at the secret destiny of America. So it's 2025. Have we now, in this current administration, entered into a period of time where a clock is ticking down toward a year in which these historians, the prophets, the intelligence agencies, in which they are correct that we are going to be facing the arrival of a totalitarian world government beginning in the year 2025. Donald Trump came, stood up, gave his inaugural speech, and said for far too long, talking about those presidents sitting behind him in his inaugural, for far too long it was all about them. I'm taking it away from them, giving it back to you. We're going to empty the swamp. Well, that was happening for 4 years. Well, guess what? They are quickly refilling the swamp now, and they are definitely putting America back on track toward what Manly P. Hall, the famous mystic and Freemason, called the secret destiny of America, and it is absolutely connected, I believe, with the year 2025.
Next week, Dr. Thomas Horn will return to talk about whether or not the Great Seal of the United States holds within it a hidden prophecy, a countdown to the secret destiny of America. You don't want to miss it. For everybody here on panel, I'm Joe Horn. Keep your eyes on the prize, which is Jesus Christ. We'll be back next week. The world's most prominent theological experts believe we're on the cusp of an era that will usher in a new world order. Does the Great Seal of the United States hold within it a hidden prophecy that points towards such a time? Today's guest is about to blow your mind. Welcome, everybody, to the Skywatch television studios. I am Joe Horn. We have a totally stacked, more than stacked program today, and so we're going to hit the ground running and introduce the topic of discussion this week by the Skywatch investigative team member, Dr. Thomas Horn. Hey. Now, for those of you watching the program and in studio today that maybe saw last week's program, I'm going to have Tom just back up just a little bit and introduce the title of his book, Zeitgeist 2025. But Tom, part of your new book, the one that we've been discussing for the last few weeks, uncovers new information about the prophecy on the Great Seal and the coming New World Order. So we should probably start with the history behind the Great Seal. So start there. I'm going to pass you the football. I know we don't have enough time to hit it all. I'm going to give you the reins. I want you to just load this thing up. And hopefully I don't step on what you want to do here.
Yeah, so of course we've been talking about the new book, Zeitgeist 2025, that also has contributing authors, Derek and Sharon Gilbert, Donna and Allie, Colonel McGinnis on Marxism. And you know, the idea, the German word Zeitgeist is like the mood of the times or something like that. So that by the time we arrive at 2025, are we going to be fulfilling Manly P. Hall's The Secret Destiny of America? There's a great deal of evidence that we are rushing towards a moment in time that really was prophesied both by ancient occult agencies, but also in the scripture. Like, for instance, would people be able to believe that the Bible actually confirms that the prophecy on the Great Seal of the United States is actually going to come to pass? So we'll get into that. We'll talk about that. But so to your question about the Great Seal of the United States, let's just go back. Right. Let's put some history around
You
this,
have
right?
to. You have to.
1776, July 4, the signing of the Declaration of Independence. And the founders, the founding fathers, determined at that time that, like most nations did do, especially back then, they needed to create a great seal. A seal, whether it's a state seal or a national seal, is supposed to convey something about, what is that nation about? Where did it come from? What is its grand ideas? Where is it going? And in this case, even what is its prophetic future? People don't think of the Great Seal that way, but that's exactly what it is, right? Mm-hmm. So, but you go back, the authors of the Declaration of Independence. So you have John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and Benjamin Franklin. And for those people, Joe, who think that America was founded as a Christian nation.
I get this a lot.
Right?
Yep.
So first of all, factually, that isn't true.
Right.
And when you look at any of the founding documents, if it does refer to divine providence or anything like that, it's always using these deistic or Freemasonic secret society kind of titles, the great architect of the universe and stuff like that. It's not using biblical terms or Jesus Christ or Yahweh or, Jehovah. It's always using these other kind of esoteric terms to refer to God. So what God were they talking about? Well, we'll get into that. But you can learn bits about these founders who wrote the Declaration of Independence, but then were also commissioned by the founding fathers to be the ones who would set out to do the initial design work, and then later on they'd turn that over to Charles Thompson to do the finishing work. He was the Secretary of Congress. But so these three founders, John Adams, here's a man who absolutely rejected his Christian upbringing. He became, at best, a universalist. What today you might even think of it as a kind of a New Ager, where it's just a hodgepodge of different religious or supernatural ideas kind of all thrown together, but utterly rejected the faith of his parents, rejected the deity of Jesus Christ, rejected the Trinity, rejected the foundational belief systems of the Pilgrims and the Puritans, who were also part of American history. And as a matter of fact, whenever I tell people, no, we were not founded as a Christian nation, what I like to add to that is, but ultimately we became a Christian nation because of the power of the preaching of the gospel.
Right. But that's a huge area of confusion. I've had personal conversations with friends, where they, and I can't square this away like you can, but that is very common that people assume based on what they've been taught in terms of history class that they understand the true origins of how we got started.
Yeah, well, our dollar bill says, in God we trust. But what God they're talking about is important to understand, right?
Gotcha.
They do indeed trust in a God, and again, we'll get into all that. Now, I mentioned John Adams. Thomas Jefferson was even worse. Thomas Jefferson called the teachings of Jesus Christ the ravings of a madman. And then he took the New Testament, literally took a pair of scissors and a razor blade, and he went through the entire New Testament, cut out every reference to the deity of Jesus Christ, cut out all of the miracles that he performed to try to eliminate the idea that he had supernatural power or deistic power, literally cut out the entire book of Revelation because it speaks of the second coming of Jesus Christ. And then he taped that all back together and created his own purified version of the New Testament. Today, that's called the Jefferson Bible. It's kept at the Smithsonian. Every once in a while, it is put out on display. And then the third founding father that was part of this early steering committee to try to design the Great Seal of the United States was Benjamin Franklin. And Benjamin Franklin was a high-level 33rd degree master Freemason. He was the head of lodges in early America as well as across Europe. But he was also a member of the Hellfire Club, which met across Europe to mock Christianity and traditional religion and to conduct orgies. And it might have been a lot worse than that. 1998, people can still Google this, Derek, right, and read the article when they were remodeling Benjamin Franklin's home on 36 Raven Street in London. And as they're doing the remodel, they get down to the floorboards, and they pull up the floorboards to replace them. And under the floorboards, they find the remains of multiple adults and children that had been sawn into pieces and then burned with fire. Now, what the backstory is there, we don't know. It's literally buried in history, but there could have been some really, really dark stuff going on. And those are the three guys who were commissioned to design the Great Seal of the United States of America.
So it's interesting because I know that you did programs last week on the very popular television program on Daystar with Joni and Marcus Lamb, and they told you that their response was record-breaking, which tells me a couple of things. One, there's a lot of people now open-minded to this information, where maybe 20 years ago they'd have just considered you a scoffer or an untruth teller or something like that. But what is driving that open-mindedness? And I think it is the collapse of what people have always accepted to be true historical accounts of how we started. They're looking at what's going on with the government now, and they're thinking, at least a lot of conservatives and Christians are thinking, this is not the America that I grew up in, which gives rise to this imagination. Well, if so much of what we thought was true, so much of what we placed our hopes in, is all apparently morally bankrupt now, what else might be true, and who else out there is sharing these deep hidden truths? And I just want to point to the book Zeitgeist 2025, because right in the title, this also, Tom, is culminating not just to a retelling of what happened, a long time ago, but this is culminating the global elitists, and I want to get ahead of you, but this is all also bringing us to a trajectory of something that is coming eminently, you believe, right?
Yeah, I absolutely do. That's what the whole book is about, and again, the contributions from Derek Sharon Gilbert, Donna and Allie, Colonel McGinnis, Josh Peck.
Yes.
In fact, in the book, Josh Peck points out how 2,200 years ago, the Essenes, the famous scroll writers of the Qumran community, who were astonishingly accurate in their prophecies, mind-numbingly accurate in their prophecies, literally predicting the day that the Messiah would arrive in Jesus, the year that he would die in 32 AD, the fact that he would die for Gentiles as well as Jews, the fact that he would be claimed to be God incarnate. All these things that the scribes and Pharisees and the rest of the Hebrew community weren't even talking about, but they also set the final age of mankind will begin in the year 2025. So as we go through these series, we're going to continue pointing out the fact that there are reasons to look at that year and say, is this going to be the period of time in which the secret societies, the culmination of their occult dream, for what is called the New Order of the Ages, the Novus Ordo Seclorum, a derivative of the Cumae Sibyl's ancient prophecies about the second coming of the god Apollo under old Saturn or Jupiter's reign. So we'll get into that. But here's the thing, Joe. Most Americans and people around the world, they don't know that as many as 44 of the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence were Freemasons. Now, they were not Freemasons really kind of like you think of them today, like, this fraternity of good guys that get together and help children in cancer hospitals, which we're thankful for. These were guys who were being heavily influenced by the secret societies out of Europe, who were very dedicated to what we would call the Atlantean scheme. So these were guys who were infatuated with a utopian novel that had been put together by the Lord Chancellor of England, Francis Bacon. Now, what was the idea behind this book? It was called New Atlantis. And the idea was, if you go back, something like 360 years before the birth of Christ, you had Plato writing in Timaeus and Critias about, the Atlantis, the fabled land of Atlantis, the government, the city, all of it, and talking about how you had here what even the Freemasons call an occult democracy, meaning that you have a democracy that is working in harmony with the ancient gods and benefiting as a result. So fabled Atlantis, it prospered, it was technologically advanced, it was all these things, but then little by little they began turning their back on the gods, forgetting the gods, forgetting how they got to their greatness, and so the gods turned their back on them too, and they started crumbling from within, and finally they're swallowed up by the sea. Well, Bacon's idea in his novel was that we could build a new Atlantis, a new effort to partner with the gods of antiquity. And we're not talking about the gods of the Bible, except for the ones that it refers to as idols and demons. We're going to partner with them. We're going to build a new society in which we're going to be enriched. In fact, there's a 1910 Newfoundland stamp that people can look up on Google and look at it, and it's got a picture of Francis Bacon on the front of it, and it literally says, Lord Bacon, guiding spirit of colonization scheme. So he was the guiding spirit behind the effort for the 13 colonies to come together and form this new government, this new union.
See, I don't want to get ahead of you, but I love the way that you started your book, Tom, Zeitgeist 2025. And you talk about Donald Trump, you kind of open with that, about how he may have, whether he meant to or not, inadvertently kind of derailed, maybe momentarily, some of the plans that these Illuminati elitists and globalists have been putting infrastructurally since the beginning of the founding of the country. And when he stood up on the Capitol during his inaugural speech and talked about, far too long it's been a government for the government, far too long, we basically been bureaucratically driven and we've been fat on the hog and all of that. He waged a war on them. Maybe he knew it, maybe he didn't. But the point is, their plans to unveil what you talk about in the book, Zeitgeist 2025, they've never forgotten them.
Right.
And in your view, I don't want to put words in your mouth, do you feel like they now believe with Biden in there that they're back on track?
Well, with the current administration, they are rapidly refilling the swamp as quickly as possible and recommitting to an occult plan. Don't forget, Joe, that Time magazine actually extended that idea when Donald Trump was coming in. Who can forget the cover of Time magazine showing a giant Donald Trump leaning against the obelisk in the mall and cracking the obelisk, right? So that was their own way, whether they even realized what they were extending or not. That was their way of imagining this affront against the demonic scheme to bring about the culmination of the second coming of Osiris, which is connected to the obelisk. And here's Donald Trump coming in to mess up stuff, right? They're very quickly getting everything back on plot now.
What they view is back on track.
Well, they are very dedicated to this, and I believe that by 2025, in the very next election, there could be a lot of stuff happening. I'm not the only one. William Strauss, Neil Howe, in The Fourth Turning, pictured the year 2025 as the arrival date for the great champion. But let's just say you and I would call the arrival of this individual the Antichrist, under and over a totalitarian form of government.
Okay, are your guys' brains exploding yet? Unfortunately, we got to take a quick break, but we're going to continue this discussion on the other side. We'll be right back.
Call now and take advantage of Skywatch TV's biggest giveaway of the summer. The Zeitgeist Summer Exclusive includes Dr. Thomas Horn's eye-opening new book, Zeitgeist 2025, Countdown to the Secret Destiny of America, The Lost Prophecies of Qumran, and the Return of Old Saturn's Reign, along with a never-before-released 6-part Zeitgeist 2025 companion DVD, the shocking full-length documentary, The Secret Destiny of America on DVD, the full-length movie, Belly of the Beast, the ancient mystery that holds the secret of Antichrist's resurrection and return, and the entire 6-disc Rise 2021 Defender Virtual Conference box set on DVD, a $245 value, now available for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling. In the new book, Zeitgeist 2025, you will learn hidden secrets and forgotten prophecies surrounding the year 2025, how the current U.S. government is tied to America's occult destiny, lost prophecies from Qumran, forecasting 2025 as the final age of man, how America's capital city is laid out to actuate arrival of Antichrist, and why historians and intelligence agencies foresee a totalitarian world government by 2025. You'll also receive the Zeitgeist Companion DVD. This 6-part eye-opening expose on DVD reveals the malevolent Orwellian trinity converging around the world, seeking to homogenize the freedom to speak and think in order to create nations of assimilated devotees who will embrace Antichrist. And we're we're just getting started. This must-have collection also includes the breathtaking 2-hour documentary, The Secret Destiny of America on DVD, featuring Dr. Thomas Horn as he reveals who the God on America's Great Seal and U.S. $1 bill really is. Why 72 pentagrams in the Capitol Dome are used to control the ancient cosmocrators who rule the nations, the coming incarnation of Antichrist, and much, much more. But that's not all. For a very limited time, you'll also receive the complete Rise 2021 Defender Virtual Conference box set on DVD. This 6-disc collection is jam-packed with over 26 hours of mind-boggling revelations from world-renowned Bible teachers, archaeologists, and ancient language scholars on the prophetic events unfolding all around the world right now. Featuring unforgettable presentations from Dr. Thomas Horn, Dr. Judd Burton, Bishop Ron Webb, Dr. Aaron Judkins, Pastor Mark Biltz, Colonel David Giammona, Dr. Ken Johnson, and so many more. Plus, for the first time ever, free the full-length movie Belly of the Beast, the ancient mystery that holds the secret of Antichrist's resurrection and return, on DVD, absolutely free. Sold separately, these items hold a shocking retail value of over $245. Yours now for a donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling while supplies last. So don't miss Skywatch TV's biggest giveaway of the summer, the Zeitgeist Summer Exclusive, available now at skywatchtvstore.com. Order now or call 1-844-750-4985.
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. Wow. We're talking about Dr. Thomas Horn's new book, Zeitgeist 2025. A lot of you that maybe missed some of the other programs that have played on the narrative, that are just joining us, we're learning about the actual history of how this country began, some of the Illuminati schemes that have been interwoven into that history since the beginning, and what the government/world elitists are attempting to usher in now, how that might all culminate in 2025. But before we get into any more of that, Tom, let's talk about the symbolism on the Great Seal, because a lot of people, fans of history or generally growing up in this country, assume they know about the origins of the country and so forth. But let's talk about the symbolism that's right out in plain view on the Great Seal.
Well, we will, and something you just said is really important, because some people think they know what the symbolism on the Great Seal means, but that's actually a Masonic secret society kind of approach to stuff, that there's always dual meaning. Albert Pike, who wrote what we might even think of as the Bible for the Freemasons, right? Morals and Dogma, which was a book, by the way, that was never supposed to be read by the public. It was only ever supposed to be used from the 32nd degree up into the 33rd degree. But Albert Pike admits in Morals and Dogma, and he is so important that he's actually entombed in the house of the temple in Washington, D.C. But in his book, he admits that there's the blue degrees, as he refers to them, the lower level Masons who haven't reached 33rd degree. And he says we intentionally deceive them by making them believe that the symbols mean one thing, when in fact, to the 33rd degree, if you're in the inner sanctum, you're in the Holy of Holies, right, with them and God, their God, then you learn, you're illuminated. You learn what the true meaning behind the symbols are. So I'll give you an illustration. When you're looking at the front side of the Great Seal of the United States, so you have predominantly, you have a bald eagle. You have 13 leaves in the olive branch that's in its right claw. You have 13 olives in that olive branch that's in its right claw. You have 13 bars and stripes on the shield. You have 13 arrows that is in its left claw. You have 13 letters in E pluribus unum. You have 13 stars in the crest or glory that is above the eagle's head. And then that continues onto the back side of the seal, which we'll talk about on one of these programs, where you have the 13 steps in the uncapped pyramid, 13 letters in Anahuac Quepta. So what is with this redundancy of 13? If you're on the outside of the inner sanctum in the 33rd degree, it's a reference to the 13 colonies, the 13 original states. That form this more perfect union. But if you're on the inside, you understand that it does mean that, but deeper than that. It's a reference to the 13 parts of Osiris that Isis was able to recover. And we'll get into the story about Osiris in one of these other programs, but it is a direct reference to the God that is coming, that is also represented by the authority of this eagle. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, the eagle is the ancient emblem of the god Jupiter, and that is who Thomas Jefferson wanted the United States of America to be dedicated to. He is also a prophetic figure. Jupiter is the son of Saturn, which we'll discover in a moment. In fact, I'll have Derek and Sharon talk about that. But here's something that's also very important, and only high-level occultists actually recognize this when they look at the front side of the Great Seal of the United States, and that is the 13 stars that are above the eagle's head form a hexagram. Now that's high-level occultism. The symbol of the eagle with the hexagram above his head is used by very dark occult masters to invoke the second coming of the god Jupiter in the or the son of old Saturn's reign. As a matter of fact, Aleister Crowley was this British occultist. Most people know who he was. Certainly this elite sitting here know who he was. But he was this guy that claimed that he was visited by this incorporeal entity named Awas. And Awas personally dictated to him the book of the law, the Liber, the satanic Bible. He didn't call it that, but his book of philosophy and occult rituals and all of that. But Awas did something else, according to Crowley. Awas appointed him to be the prophet that would lead the world into the age of Horus, or the Aeon of Horus, which is on the Great Seal of the United States too, the second coming of the god Osiris, or who the Greeks would call Apollo. So, but what did this high-level occultist, Aleister Crowley, do? He used the symbol of the eagle with a hexagram over its head as the talisman that he used to invoke the second coming of the god Jupiter, or the son of Saturn, to give birth to old Saturn's reign.
So, Tom, with all the symbolism, what about the backside of the seal? Does it reveal anything significant?
Yeah, it actually continues. Think of it as a singular thread. The old saying, the two sides of the coin, right? The front side has the prediction in images and figures of the eagle. In fact, again, what the 13 might mean to a casual viewer, or even what your government website's going to tell you it references, is not what it means to the occultist. That's also true with the banner that's in the beak of the eagle that says e pluribus unum, out of many one. So if you read your website, they would say, well, what that's talking about is out of all of these different people and tongues and tribes and whatever, they all come together to form one perfect union. They all come together to form one government, right? But among the 33, they would say, yeah, but really what it means is out of many names, out of many different titles for a particular god, we are talking about one god. In antiquity, he would have been known to the Sumerians maybe as Gilgamesh, this half-man, half-god entity. To the Greeks, he would have been called Apollo. To the Egyptians, he would have been called Osiris. In the Old Testament, he's called Nimrod. But all of them predict and believe that that entity is returning, is coming back. Now that carries you over onto the backside of the Great Seal, where now you're looking at the backside of the Great Seal, you have Anoet Coeptus. Beneath that, you have the 13, there's that number again, 13, stepped uncapped pyramid, but look at what is hovering over the top of the uncapped pyramid, but the son of Osiris, the all-seeing eye of Horus. And this is prophetic because next week we will get into the myth around Osiris, the idea that he was actually chopped into 14 pieces, but ISIS couldn't find his missing male organ because they had taken it and erected it in Washington's Mall. But she couldn't find that part.
See, now you've hazed over that.
I know,
People
I know,
are like,
I know.
what is he talking about?
We'll get there. But what you're looking at is when the capstone, Manly P. Hall, other, Mackey, other Albert Pike, they all wrote about the meaning on the Great Seal, that when that eye finally settles onto the 13 steps, it will form the 14th piece. What does that mean? That means Osiris has returned. He is now in a in a body of flesh. The complete man, the God-man, is back again in form. So in representation, that's what you have there. I'm looking at the clock, knowing we're not going to get very deep into this, but the phrase below that, Novus Ordo Seclorum, we will also talk about the meaning behind that. But also, as pointed out by Manly P. Hall, there are 72 stones in this uncapped pyramid, which represent the 72. We would maybe think of them as cosmocrators. They're the fallen angels, right? Out of Psalms 82.
Psalm 82.
Deuteronomy 32.
Verse 8. See, this is why Derek's here.
Yeah, this is why they're here, right? They have memory. I fake it, but God. It's a strange verse, and we'll get into it next week. But it's a strange verse when it refers to God walking among the council of the gods, plural, Elohim. And you read that and you're like, wait a minute, I thought there was only one God. What is this talking about? He's walking among the council, he's ruling over the council of the gods, the divine council that Derek and Sharon and Mike Heiser have written so much about and actually have served such a fabulous purpose to illuminate the rest of us, because it's only once you understand what is actually behind those references that you comprehend even a lot of what Jesus did in his life. But think of that. In symbolism, you have the references to the god Osiris. These are Egyptian references to the god Osiris, but then the mottos are taken from Greek prophecies about the second coming of Jupiter and Apollo. Why would that be the case? E pluribus unum, out of many, one. The God known by many different names, but he is one God, and he is predicted on the Great Seal, both front and aft, to be the entity that is going to return to rule over the new golden pagan age.
So next week, we're going to have to get Sharon in on this. Maybe Derek, we're going to have to talk about return of old Saturn's reign. Well, guys, we're completely out of time. We were never going to cram it into one show, but that's why we're doing a whole series. We'll be back next week to continue our exploration of the new book, Zeitgeist 2025. Thank you for being here. Keep your eyes on the prize, which is Jesus Christ. We'll be back next week. Many of us have been raised to accept that America was founded solely on Christian principles. But what if I told you many of its original founders were members of dark, occultic, secret societies? Today's guest may rattle what you think you know about American history. Welcome, everybody, to the Skywatch television studios. I am Joe Horn. We are so thrilled to be back and so glad that you've joined us again. And for those at home that missed last week, go back to the archives. Make sure you check it out. We're in studio today. We're talking about Dr. Thomas Horn's new book, Zeitgeist 2025. What is coming? Well, we're going to talk about that today. But before we dive in, let me introduce who's on deck. He's the CEO of Skywatch Television and best-selling author, Dr. Thomas Horn. And hosts of the upcoming program, The Bible's Greatest Mysteries, Sharon Gilbert and Derek P. Gilbert. So last week we had just gotten to, at the end of the episode, what is on the back side of the Great Seal. And I think we were blowing a lot of people's minds, people that are familiar with what they think is American history. They were learning about this kind of underseated, occultic, underlying origins in terms of some of the leadership that had to do with the founding of the country. And they're like, wait a minute, weren't we founded on Christian principles? Wait a minute, hang on. You have to go back if you missed it. We don't have time to recap the whole thing. But building on where we left off, getting to the back side of the Great Seal, continue explaining some of the symbolism that's right out in plain view.
Yeah, and it's very important, again, to remember that the writers of the Declaration of Independence, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, and Benjamin Franklin, had been given this task to create a Great Seal. The Great Seal is an important object, if you will. You use it on federal buildings, you sometimes use it on federal documents, that kind of thing. But it is meant to convey something about both the history and the destiny of this nation. So when you know that to be true, and then you start looking at both the images and the mottos that are on the Great Seal of the United States, they actually contain a prophecy. And when we say openly hidden, we mean that. We mean that, in fact, the history behind these mottos is not lost. It's very easily certifiable by anybody that wants to do the history or research, but we just don't seem to think about it. We just see it, and oh, look, it's an eagle, and he's got,
it's a time
he's
period
got 13 things in his hand.
Whatever, but it's all too much to be coincidental. As you talked about 13, you talked about the number 72. This is all by design.
Yeah, so we conveyed some of that last week. We had barely made it to the back side of the Great Seal, which is a continuation of what is predicted on the front side of the Great Seal in the emblem of the ancient god Jupiter, the eagle, with the hexagram above his head, which is the magic utility that occultists use and the secret societies use to try to invoke the second coming of the god Jupiter. You have to understand that, like, even through the 16th century, there are these what we would call grimoires. These are magic books, right? And they contain the thing, well, they're actually even called, two of the important ones are called the Keys of Solomon and the Lesser Keys of Solomon. And these are talismans, the same kind of hexagrams, things you use to try to open doorways to make contact with and invoke the arrival of supernaturalism. So this continues onto the backside of the Great Seal. You have the term Anoet Coeptus. I'll talk about that in a moment. A 13-stepped uncapped pyramid with the all-seeing eye of Horus hovering over the top of it, representing that when that capstone sets down, it'll form the 14th piece, which in the mythology of Osiris would represent his second coming, the complete man. Of course, even the eye of Horus represents that because Horus is the son of Osiris, or the second coming of Osiris. There are 72 stones. We'll talk more about that. We talked a little bit about it last week. And then there's the phrase Novus Ordo Seclorum. So let me just quickly point out where all this comes from. So Charles Thomson, Secretary of Congress, was given his marching orders on the Great Seal from Thomas Jefferson especially about what they wanted and what they wanted this to convey. He was the one that worked with the engravers at the end of it so that by the time you got to 1892, I forget the exact date, but the final Great Seal was commissioned. So Charles Thomson had condensed line 625. This is where this all starts getting real interesting, right? Of Book 9 of the Roman poet Virgil's Aeneid. Now, I won't even try to quote that in the Latin. I used to be able to, but I have forgotten how. But in the English, it literally says, all-powerful Jupiter favors our daring undertaking. So again, he is continuing onto the back seal, part of the prophecy that is on the front side of the Great Seal. All-powerful Jupiter favors our daring undertaking. And from the Latin, he condenses that down to the phrase Anoet Coeptus, which means Jupiter favors, or providence favors. Then the phrase at the bottom of this, Novus Ordo Seclorum, the new order of the ages, that's actually a prophetic line that is in Virgil's Eclogue 4. And this is a line that Virgil is actually quoting from the Sibylline Oracle, from the oldest of the prophetesses of the god Apollo was the Cumae Sibyl. Most famous of them all. And it's from her prophecy in which she is telling that at the end of time, the god Apollo is going to return and become incarnate on earth as his father Jupiter, or Saturn, the second coming of Saturn, is reigning over the heavens. Think of this as Lucifer's pledge, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God, right? I will be like the Most High. This is the attempt in the end of time for the influence of Jupiter, Saturn, to reign over the heavens while his son Apollo becomes incarnate on the earth. So let me quote it directly from the Cumae Sibyl's prophecy, because this is what is on the Great Seal. Here's her prophecy. Now, the last age by Cumae Sibyl sung has come and gone, and the majestic roll of circling centuries begins anew. If that sounds confusing to people, it was because the Greeks believed in 4 ages. There was the Golden Age, followed by the Silver Age, followed by the Bronze Age, followed by the Iron Age, which we are in now. And when we get to the end of the Iron Age, it will roll back over into the Golden Age again. Now here's what she says. Justice returns. And this is something that in a moment maybe Derek and Sharon can talk about. This It's a political authority that can institute and enforce the observance of particular things. But we'll get to that in a moment. Justice returns old Saturn's reign. I'm going to want Sharon to talk about that too. But look what she says. With a new breed of men sent down from heaven, only do thou at the boy's birth, now she starts focusing on who's coming, at the boy's birth, in whom the iron, or the Iron Age, shall cease, the golden race arise. This is going back to the Atlantean scheme, a race of God-men ruling over the earth at the end of time. The golden race arise, now she says who he is, befriend him, chaste Lucina, 'tis thine own Apollo reigns. So now we know who it is coming to reign over the earth. Now look what she says about him. He shall receive the life of gods and see heroes with gods commingling. This is literally the second coming of the Nephilim. This is what the Watchers did. Heroes and gods commingling, and himself be seen of them, and with his father's worth or power, Jupiter's power, reign over the world. Assume thy greatness, for the time draws nigh, dear child of gods, great progeny of Jove or Jupiter. See how it totters, the world's orbed might, earth and wide ocean, and the vault profound, all see enraptured of the coming time. So she's literally predicting a time in which the earth is kind of reeling and rolling, and chaos is sweeping over the earth, and the world is looking for a savior to come and to save them, when all of a sudden the son of Jupiter arrives on earth and gives birth to a new golden pagan age. That is exactly the origin of Anno et Coeptus and Novus Ordo Seclorum. And when combined with the symbolism on the Great Seal of the United States, you can see that this is talking about anything but the God of the Bible or the second coming of Jesus Christ. This is talking about the authority of Jupiter, Saturn. I want Sharon and Derek to jump in on this, because they are the scholars in residence of this subject matter.
Well, I'll start out, but I'm going to toss it to you here in a minute, because you've got a book coming out that's called Saturn Reigns.
Saturn's Reign.
Saturn's
yes.
Reign. So you've been really investigating
And we
this
dove into this subject a lot in Giants, Gods, and Dragons.
so very much. Well, the idea that Apollo is coming back and that Jove is behind it, Jove being Jupiter, but also that he is the son of Kronos. Your book title is perfect. Zeitgeist 2025. Do you know that in German, Zeitgeist literally means time ghost, time spirit, time Kronos, the spirit of Kronos returning by 2025? Oh my goodness, there is so much in that. Well, we have seen a lot of chaos in our country, haven't we? We have seen what seems to be the world turning upside down, but this is all intentional. We've even talked previously in our last book, The Messenger, about how the Great Reset planned by the World Economic Forum is part of setting this up, because the fallen realm requires that human beings are cooperative in this effort. They will not do it on their own, because we have free will. Therefore, they have to trick us into using our free will. That's why these occult ceremonies exist. You talked about Aleister Crowley. One of the things he did was summon the Dukes of Hell. Sadly, he just let them out and then didn't put them back. He thought he could put them back. That's the funny thing. But one of the first things you do is inscribe a circle. Those stars behind the eagle's head form part of a circle. That pentagram is inside a circle. That is a protective element. Those who practice witchcraft believe that means that they can control these spirits. Look, when Saturn comes back, when Kronos comes back, it really will be hell on earth. And the humans who are involved in bringing him back are dupes. And one of the biggest things we have to do is try to inform them before it is too late.
The symbolism on the back side of the Great Seal is really intriguing. You describe it as a truncated pyramid, and that's correct, but it's also the shape of a the platforms that were built for the ancient Sumerian temples. And Sharon pointed me to this. There's a husband and wife team of archaeologists from UCLA who've been working at a site in northeastern Syria called Urkesh. And this was the home of the god Kumarbi. Kumarbi was the Hurrian form of Saturn, Kronos, Enlil, El, Dagon, Baal, Hamon, same entity by different names. I go into that in Saturn's reign. The point is that below the temple, which is about where that, glowing eye would be on the truncated pyramid, was what they called the Abi, a ritual pit in which they would descend to then summon the gods of the netherworld. Well, that's significant because, as you know from Greek or Roman mythology, Saturn, Kronos, had been overthrown. Now, of course, to the fake news version we've got, it was by the storm god Jupiter, Zeus, but it was now confined to the netherworld until such time as he can finally get out. Well, we know that doesn't happen until Revelation 9. Anyway, they would summon this underworld god and then try to imbue the power of this underworld god. We see this in the story of Saul and the medium of Endor, where she has a ritual pit. In Hebrew, it's Ov, which is derived from the Hurrian word for that ritual pit at Urkesh, the Abi. This they would summon the god by inscribing a circle on the floor of this. This is a ritual, in other words, that's been ongoing for more than 5,000 years.
Wow.
And they hope to bring it to fruition. But here's the interesting thing. We went into this in some detail in Giants, Gods, and Dragons. Homer, the poet who wrote the great stories, the Odyssey and the Iliad, the story of the Trojan War, the term that they used to describe the men who lived during the golden age when Kronos ruled in heaven, Meropes Anthropoi, a brilliant scholar from Estonia by the name of Amar Anus, showed that phrase, Meropes Anthropoi, is based on the same root word from which the Hebrews got the word Rephaim, the spirits of the Nephilim who were destroyed in the flood of Noah. That's who they want to bring back with the golden age and the return of old Saturn's reign. The new breed of men sent down from heaven, the demigods. They want us to be, well, demon-possessed.
We're talking about Dr. Thomas Horn's new book, Zeitgeist 2025. We're going to show you how you can get a copy with some other teaching materials on the subject right now.
Call now and take advantage of Skywatch TV's biggest giveaway of the summer. The Zeitgeist Summer Exclusive includes Dr. Thomas Horn's eye-opening new book, Zeitgeist 2025, Countdown to the Secret Destiny of America, The Lost Prophecies of Qumran, and the Return of Old Saturn's Reign, along with a never-before-released 6-part Zeitgeist 2025 companion DVD, the shocking full-length documentary, The Secret Destiny of America on DVD, the full-length movie, Belly of the Beast, the ancient mystery that holds the secret of Antichrist's resurrection and return, and the entire 6-disc Rise 2021 Defender Virtual Conference box set on DVD, a $245 value, now available for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling. In the new book, Zeitgeist 2025, you will learn hidden secrets and forgotten prophecies surrounding the year 2025, how the current U.S. government is tied to America's occult destiny, lost prophecies from Qumran, forecasting 2025 as the final age of man, how America's capital city is laid out to actuate arrival of Antichrist, and why historians and intelligence agencies foresee a totalitarian world government by 2025. You'll also receive the Zeitgeist Companion DVD. This 6-part eye-opening expose on DVD reveals the malevolent Orwellian trinity converging around the world, seeking to homogenize the freedom to speak and think in order to create nations of assimilated devotees who will embrace Antichrist. And we're just getting started. This must-have collection also includes the breathtaking 2-hour documentary, The Secret Destiny of America on DVD, featuring Dr. Thomas Horn as he reveals who the God on America's Great Seal and U.S. $1 bill really is, why 72 pentagrams in the Capitol Dome are used to control the ancient cosmocrators who rule the nations, the coming incarnation of Antichrist, and much, much more. But that's not all. For a very limited time, you'll also receive the complete Rise 2021 Defender Virtual Conference box set on DVD. This 6-disc collection is jam-packed with over 26 hours of mind-boggling revelations from world-renowned Bible teachers, archaeologists, and ancient language scholars on the prophetic events unfolding all around the world right now, featuring unforgettable presentations from Dr. Thomas Horn, Dr. Judd Burton, Bishop Ron Webb, Dr. Aaron Judkins, Pastor Mark Biltz, Colonel David Giamona, Dr. Ken Johnson, and so many more. Plus, for the first time ever, free the full-length movie Belly of the Beast, the ancient mystery that holds the secret of Antichrist's resurrection and return, on DVD, absolutely free. Sold separately, these items hold a shocking retail value of over $245. Yours now for a donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling while supplies last. So don't miss Skywatch TV's biggest giveaway of the summer, the Zeitgeist Summer Exclusive, available now at skywatchtvstore.com. Order now or call 1-844-750-4985.
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. Let's get right back into it with just a few minutes left. Before we went to the break, we were talking about the Great Seal. We were talking about the occultic underbelly of so many of the origins of the country that a lot of Christians and conservatives have no clue about. And Sharon, there's something interesting, though. So we've all seen the video on the news about the so-called insurrection on January 6th.
Yeah.
Can you explain how you, well, I don't want to lead the question, but something to do with a long history of ritualism and also how that ties to old Saturn's reign?
Tom's wonderful book, Zenith 2016, it gets into a lot of the rituals, and of course you've been talking about it, but that date itself, January 6th, is important. It was not random. January 6th was the Feast of the Epiphany. It is the 12th day of Christmastide. It is also a day when a lot of celebration points take place, one of them being that you eat a specific cake, that if you get a bean, you get to be the king. If you get a pea, you get to be the queen. You're choosing the deities who get to reign over that particular feast. It is an imitation of what actually took place on Saturnalia, which is what we call Christmas. Sadly, that's not when Jesus was born, but that's when we Christians celebrate it, so let's lift him up whenever we can. Saturnalia was choosing the king and queen. That's essentially saying that that day is connected to the return of Kronos, Saturn, and what did we get? We got chaos reigning in the temple to democracy. That's what they kept calling it. This is our temple. And if you look back at the 18th century documents, you see it was called the Temple of Liberty. One of the original designs actually had it looking like a temple with a pantheon across the top of it. That's our capital. It's called Capitol because of Capitoline Hill, which I'll get into another time on this. But what walked in? A man with giant horns. Kronos.
Yes, as we showed in the book Last Clash of the Titans, the name Kronos actually derives from a Semitic word karen, which means horns. In other words, horned one. And when you look at the iconography, the images of ancient Sumerian gods, you could always tell in their little inscriptions which one were the gods because they always wore helmets with multiple sets of horns.
But this whole thing, it was like it was trying to say to us, oh gosh, this is just a conspiracy, this idea that Saturn's returning, that Kronos is returning. If he does, it's going to be great, and he's funny. So, you know, go with it.
So right before that, we had a conjunction of the Saturn and Jupiter planets, which formed this bright star. And ironically, even some Christians and pastors were talking about, oh, it's the star of Jesus, it's the Christmas star.
And it happened on the winter solstice.
No, it actually does herald the arrival of a promised son, but not Jesus. This is the arrival of Apollo, Jupiter, Saturn, the return of old Saturn's reign.
Serious astrologers have been calling this the Great Conjunction because of the meeting of Jupiter and Saturn. And in other words, the transfer of power from one old god to the other. And interestingly enough, 50 years after the fifth dimension sang that famous song, we finally have moved into, officially now, the age of Aquarius, which is dominated by the planet Saturn. Returns old Saturn's reign.
So, Tom, how does... you can't even keep up with this, right? That's why you need these guys to distill it down to the rest of us. But how did all of this, on the front, the back of the Great Seal, the dollar bill, how did all of this find its way to our currency?
Yeah, so it might have even been maybe by providence, but it's in the 1930s. And so you then had the Secretary of Agriculture, a guy, very mystically minded guy by the name of Henry Wallace, 32nd degree Freemason. And he points out to who the president was then, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Eleanor his wife, Franklin Roosevelt, And both of them, too, Franklin and Eleanor, also very mystically minded. But he points out to him, who was also a 32nd degree Freemason, that the Great Seal of the United States, especially the backside of it to him, did seem to be what he called a Masonic prophecy about the coming of a future leader of America, a president that was going to lead the world into the Novus Ordo Seclorum, the new golden age, right, where these God-men that Derek and Sharon are talking about come down and reign over the earth. Well, Roosevelt literally became infatuated with this idea. So did Henry Wallace. In fact, Henry Wallace in his biography hints that he kind of saw himself maybe as getting to be that guy who was going to become the incarnation of Osiris Apollo. Yeah, he did. But, well, and by the way, and this came out in Roosevelt's unprecedented third term election runoff. He served 4 times. Only president that ever did. But in his run-up to the third election, he actually picks Henry Wallace to be his running mate. And they wound up winning. But it was during that period of time that the Republicans came across the so-called Dear Guru letters.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And they learned that Wallace especially, but Roosevelt to an extent too, were both devotees of Agni Yoga Society founder and theosophist Nicholas Roerich, who was a Russian mystic that immigrated to the United States in the 1920s. But by the 30s, when this was all happening, he had become a really popular teacher in the New York scene, teaching Madame Blavatsky's theosophy, which, again, Derek and Sharon have written a lot about. Basically, the idea that there are these enlightened individuals that are steering humanity towards old Saturn reign, Jupiter's reign, towards the age of Horus, which Blavatsky wrote about. Again, Aleister Crowley wrote about. But anyway, so Roosevelt became infatuated with this idea, and he was the one who began to push to have the Great Seal of the United States, front and back, placed on the U.S. $1 bill, which remains to this day really the symbol of global economy, which is tied to the return of old Saturn's reign and the institutions that will dominate under this totalitarian. We would call this the reign of Antichrist. But so by 1935, the front seal, the Great Seal is placed on the backside of the U.S. $1 bill. Now, interestingly, Roosevelt chooses to have the backside of the Great Seal placed on the left side of the U.S. dollar. This was actually against protocol. Americans read left to right or top to bottom. And so if the Great Seal is represented, it should have been that the front side of the seal is on the left or the top, the back side would be on the bottom or on the right side. Well, he reversed that. Why? Well, some historians say that it's because that he wanted the reverse side of the Great Seal that has the prophecies of the second coming of Jupiter. He wanted that to be perceived as the so-called superior side. So it left the impression with the average American that the backside of the Great Seal was the superior side, the one that contained their Masonic prophecy.
So, with just a couple of minutes left, Tom, if a person's watching this show and they're thinking, this is a hugely fascinating kind of, I don't know, it's not a retelling, but I'm learning history the proper way for the first time. But they might be busy with their jobs, raising kids, and at the end of the day thinking, but what does this have to do with my life as it pertains to my job? And I mean, this is all very interesting. But it's because you identify that something is coming in the title of your book, Zeitgeist 2025. I said in the last episode, this isn't just a creative re-education of historical things that happened way back in the day. It's because the cultists that are driving these plans have plans for the future that are unfolding what you believe right now.
Yeah, I really do, and I think that we're going to see a culmination of this effort arriving in the year 2025. Now look, none of us are date setters. None of us are going to say, I thus saith the Lord, a rapture or the second coming or something's going to happen in 2025. But as these programs advance, we will get more and more into details that add to the prophecies that are on the Great Seal of the United States that we are definitely hurrying toward. But for the average Christian that's sitting out there watching these shows, here's what you need to know. The Bible itself confirms that the prophecy on the Great Seal of the United States is going to come to pass. And there will be a global government that forms, and something is going to be at the head of that. Now, whether it turns out that America is here or America is nuked and it's somebody else that leads that effort, all I can tell you is the Great Seal, Roosevelt, Henry Wallace, Thomas Jefferson, they all believed in what 33rd degree Master Freemason Manly P. Hall said when he wrote his book, The Secret Destiny of America, that this nation was ordered to be part of that Atlantean scheme where we are combining our efforts on the world in flesh with the invisible realm of these Greco-Roman gods to build this new Atlantis, but also in hope that the day will come in which these entities are going to commingle with the new golden race, and we are literally going to have the return of what Derek and Sharon were talking about a moment ago, literally the second coming of the Nephilim. Do they know what they're doing, or are they simply the fleshy gloves of the unseen supernaturalism that definitely has a plan for the future?
I love it when you say, and you said it again last week, you say, Satan has a plan, God has a better one.
Right.
I love that, amen? Huh? We're out of time, ladies and gentlemen, but we will be back next week where we continue our discussion with Dr. Thomas Horn and the Skywatch investigative team about his new book, Zeitgeist 2025. For everybody here in studio and everybody on panel, I'm Joe Horn. Keep your eyes on the prize, which is Jesus Christ. We'll be back. Could some of America's most beloved structures, such as the Capitol Dome and the Washington Monument, display in plain view symbolism that ties itself to ancient pagan rituals? Today's guest explains all this and so much more right now. Welcome to the Skywatch TV studios, everybody. It's so good to have you in audience. We got some wonderful guests, Jeff and Vicki.
Hey.
So many of you have traveled so far to be here today. We're so thankful you're with us. And for those of you at home, we are in the midst of a series on Dr. Thomas Horn's new book, Zeitgeist 2025. What is that about? What is coming and how did it begin? Now, Tom, you know, we talked last week. We got to the end of old Saturn's reign. That brings us to this week, picking up where we left off. And just for those joining maybe for the first time, that what is this series, Zeitgeist something? Just give a brief synopsis of the Capitol Dome, some of the symbolism, and talk to me about this most approved plan.
Yeah, okay. So, you know, we started out talking about Zeitgeist 2025. What is it that is coming maybe in 2025, and how is it connected to such iconic things like the U.S. Capitol Dome, the layout of Washington, D.C., the Great Seal of the United States? We talked about the front side of the seal, the back side of the seal, why it was made, the prophecies that are on the Great Seal of the United States that are tied to the secret destiny of America, as 33rd degree Freemason Manly P. Hall called it. So that's what we've been talking about. And now you asked me this question, you know, what is the most approved plan? And this too is part of history. And what's interesting is that people who want to verify this for themselves can go to Google, just type in the most approved plan, maybe add Thomas Jefferson's name, and you can go to one of several official U.S. government websites. So that's important too, to know that this isn't just some crazy guy out there that's wrote stuff, right? And read about the most approved plan. Now, what was this about? Well, early on, when Thomas Jefferson and George Washington were still on speaking terms, which later on they kind of had a strained relationship, but they decided that, okay, you know, Declaration of Independence, now we have a free nation, we need a Great Seal, but we also need to start thinking about how are we going to lay out the capital city of this new nation, the United States of America. So they put together a plan. It was actually a contest in which they were advertising to engineering firms, architectural firms, both in the America as well as other countries like France, for who could come up with the best plan for the layout of the U.S. capital city, the streets, the buildings, and so on. So different architectural firms begin competing with one another. You know, who wouldn't want to be granted the bragging rights of being the firm that got chosen to design the capital of the United States of America? But at the end of the day, what people who read that article will learn is that Thomas Jefferson rejected all of the plans that were submitted, but then it tells us why. Because he wanted the U.S. capital city to be designed after the old Roman pantheon and dedicated to all pagan gods. That's what it actually says on the U.S. government's own website. Of course, the Roman gods, you know, even Capitol Hill, as Sharon Gilbert will explain to us either on this show or the next one, was literally named after Capitoline Hill out of Rome, where the temple to Jupiter stood. There's Thomas Jefferson's favorite god again, right? So that is what they wanted. And that is what they built. And that is the reason why when you tour the capital city of the United States, everywhere you go, it's street layouts, it's buildings. The times that cornerstones were dedicated, we had to make sure that we were in astronomical alignment with Virgo, who the Egyptians would have called Isis, the sister wife of Osiris. That everything had to be done at particular times. You see George Washington out there in full Masonic garb with his apron and the all-seeing eye of Horus, right? And they're doing these dedications. So that's what they wanted, that's what they built. So today, let's talk about a few of these things. When you walk inside the U.S. Capitol Dome, and you look up into the underbelly of ISIS, but I'll get to that in a moment. When you look up into the underbelly of the U.S. Capitol Dome, what is it you see? The famous 4,664 square foot painting by the Italian painter Constantino Brumidi called The Apotheosis of Washington. So let's break it down. Apotheosis means to become a god. Well, what god is George Washington, who is rising up into this heaven? What god is he becoming? Well, numerous experts, Freemasons, even the famous American playwright and poet Walt Whitman wrote several articles in which he says that Washington is becoming Osiris. He is rising up to become the Osiris of the afterlife following his death, which people will understand when I get into the myth of Osiris, right? Now, in the first two programs, we also talked about the Atlantean scheme, the idea that we were going to develop an occult democracy in which people, they have freedoms and all that, but they're working in tandem with an invisible world of Greco-Roman gods. They're being blessed by those gods. Well, when you look into the heaven that Washington is rising up into, that is exactly what you see. And once again, for those who say we were founded as a Christian nation, Jesus ain't there, as I would, as this Okie would say, right? He ain't there. Michael the Archangel is not there. The scriptures are not there. God the Father is not there. This is filled with pagan gods and demons, right? But they are working in tandem with us. They are fulfilling the Atlantean scheme. So you look up in there, you see, for instance, the goddess Virgo. In this case, it is Isis, and she is dragging the transatlantic telegraph cable. So she's helping us get established as a nation, right? Up in another corner, you see the Roman god Vulcan, the god of fire and metalwork, right? And he's standing at an anvil, and right behind him is the steam locomotive. So he's doing his part, too, to help us with the establishment of this great union. It's all working out, and Washington dies, and he rises up to greet all those gods that are helping us to establish this under what he and Thomas Jefferson wanted, a country dedicated to the Roman pantheon and all of its pagan gods. Now it gets interesting. Right at the base of the Capitol Dome, there are 72 pentagrams. Now, of course, people that are involved in the occult and witchcraft, they know the importance of pentagrams. These are often used by 33rd degree Freemasons like Aleister Crowley for the purposes of controlling entities, the unseen realm. Now, what does the 72 pentagrams have to do with building this Atlantean scheme? Well, because all of these gods that are up there helping us build America, they come under control of 72 powerful entities, the fallen watchers, that are over the nations of the world, the pagan nations of the world. This goes back to material, rich material. If people haven't read it, they have to get Derek and Sharon's books, Michael Heiser's book on reversing Hermon. Read about how God, who stood in the council of the gods, but he divided the nations according to the sons of God, the Elohim. Now, these are lesser created beings, but they're very powerful entities. And so they were supposed to benevolently watch over the 72 nation groups, while God took Israel to be his lot, his part. But instead, they became disobedient, disloyal to God. They start presenting themselves as entities to be worshipped, and idolatry and all of that. So they start misleading, but even Jesus says that, Satan he's the god of this world. These entities for now are still in place. They still are working in and through human political counterparts in Washington, D.C. Yes. Numerous friends in the deep state, numerous friends among the establishment, both in the Republican and Democratic and Independent parties. Numerous people who are still cooperating with them, like those people that are up inside the U.S. Capitol Dome working with the gods, because we are working towards a new golden pagan age that's prophesied on the Great Seal of the United States of America. But that creates 72 pentagrams. It creates a magic doorway, or for younger kids, a stargate, a portal, a doorway, and it's traversable, and it works in two different ways, controlling these entities to open and close that doorway. So, for instance, people will understand this in a moment, when a president in America dies, he is taken there. His body is taken there to lie in state in the U.S. Capitol Dome. Why? Because that's where his spirit will rise up to join Washington to become the new Osiris, so that it then can also be reversed, and the seat of Osiris can come back down through the Capitol Dome into the next president, who becomes the Horus, the son of Osiris, the representative of Osiris in this current world. Now, come down beneath the 72 stars, the pentagrams, the magic doorway. And now you're standing in the rotunda. There's a lot of interesting stuff in the rotunda too, including the fact that most Americans may not know that right there in what is called the frieze of American history, which is paintings that go all the way around the inside of the Capitol Dome. Nita and I have been there on numerous occasions. But among the paintings in the frieze of American history by Brumidi is the Aztec calendar stone. Now, you might remember that in the lead up to the year 2012, the New Agers, they were all going crazy, right?
Right.
It's the end of the Mayan calendar, the end of the Aztec calendar in the year 2012, and the world is going to end. Well, there's videos with me out there, I think some with Derek too, in 2009, 10, 11, in the lead up to 2012, saying, look, we've studied the academic literature on this, even what their own Jaguar shamans prophesied, predicted. They are not saying the world is coming to an end. What they're saying is actually more interesting, and maybe why that calendar stone is in the rotunda. What they're saying is that we're going to roll over into a new age. We're going to roll over into a new period of time that's going to be accompanied by two men who are going to appear on the earth, great powerful men. And at that time, in the underworld will be an awakening where Bolan Yakteku is over the giants, that their bones are being kept in the underworld. But at this time, the bones of the giants will begin rising. This gets real interesting, right? Well, it gets even more interesting when you read Newsweek's magazine article that came out just 3 months ago now, in which they said, hold on, we may not have reached the end date of the Mayan calendar, the Aztec calendar, because the New Agers were using the Gregorian calendar to try to number the days that are listed in the Aztec calendar stone. But if you use the Julian calendar, it took you to the year 2020. And right after the end of the Mayan calendar in 2020 came the conjunction that Sharon Gilbert was talking about in a former show, maybe can bring up again in this program, where you had these two planets, Saturn and Jupiter, that aligned to create the so-called Christmas star, Derek. So a star that heralds the birth of a promised son. But this is not talking about Jesus. This is not talking about the second coming. This is Jupiter, Saturn.
Okay.
This is what's prophesied on the Great Seal of the United States of America, and of all things, right there inside the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol Dome, and now dating to the year 2025.
So is that what you mean when you say that the entire dome is literally an Antichrist version of the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ?
Yeah, well, it is. And it gets even better because I was talking about the rotunda. Step outside the rotunda. Right outside the rotunda is the door into the Congressional Prayer Room.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some people go, yay, we're finally talking about Jesus stuff, Christian stuff. You know,
it's a prayer room.
Well, it is a prayer room. And guess what's inside of it?
Yeah.
A giant stained glass depiction of George Washington on his knees praying to a God. What God's he praying to? Well, right above his head is the backside of the Great Seal of the United States of America, the Anuet Coeptus, the Novus Ordo Seclorum, the all-seeing eye of Horus, getting ready to cap the pyramid. That's the God that he's praying to. Beneath his feet, again, against protocol, is the front side of the Great Seal, showing that the foundation for all of this began with the god Jupiter, and it's going to come full circle in old Saturn's reign when Apollo returns against us like, darn it, we still didn't get to the Jesus stuff. Now you come back inside the Capitol Dome. You're back in the rotunda. Guess what's beneath your feet?
Okay.
It's called the U.S. Capitol Crypt. And yeah, it's an empty tomb. Now, the official record says that in the late 1700s, the Freemasons designed a crypt where the body of George Washington would be kept at his death. The official story says that George Washington didn't want to be buried there. He wants to be buried in the garden of his family estate, his family home. And so you literally have an empty tomb beneath the floor there. Now, we are, with this series of programs, we are offering the new book, Zeitgeist 2025, but we are giving away the full documentary film called Belly of the Beast.
Yes.
And in that documentary, I argue why I believe that it is that empty tomb beneath the floor of the rotunda where Antichrist will be taken when he receives his deadly head wound, and the Freemasons will conduct the raising of Osiris ceremony. And he will go from being a man to becoming the incarnation who is going to fulfill the prophecy on the Great Seal of the United States of America. I might be wrong, but I'm telling you that that was their scheme.
Sure.
That was their idea.
Sure.
It may not turn out that way, but that's what they want. That's the fulfillment. That's what Roosevelt, Wallace, that's what they were all looking forward to. Roerich, their spiritual mentor, talked about the second coming of the god Horus, Osiris. All of the occultists of the world, this is their great aspiration, is to fulfill the secret destiny of America.
And I think this is fascinating that this echoes that ritual pit that Sharon pointed me to in the research of the husband and wife archaeologist at UCLA, the Bucciolatis, at the ancient city of Urkesh, the ritual pit called the Abi, the Ove of the medium of Endor, who summoned what she thought would be her familiar, and it turned out to be the spirit, God sending back the spirit of Samuel.
It's even more than that, and there's not enough time before the break, I doubt, to get into it, but remind me after the break.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it. We're talking about Dr. Thomas Horn's new book, Zeitgeist 2025. We're going to show you how you can get a copy with some other teaching materials on the subject right now.
Call now and take advantage of Skywatch TV's biggest giveaway of the summer. The Zeitgeist Summer Exclusive includes Dr. Thomas Horn's eye-opening new book, Zeitgeist 2025, Countdown to the Secret Destiny of America, The Lost Prophecies of Qumran, and the Return of Old Saturn's Reign, along with a never-before-released 6-part Zeitgeist 2025 companion DVD, the shocking full-length documentary, The Secret Destiny of America on DVD, the full-length movie, Belly of the Beast, the ancient mystery that holds the secret of Antichrist's resurrection and return, and the entire 6-disc Rise 2021 Defender Virtual Conference box set on DVD, a $245 value, now available for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling. In the new book, Zeitgeist 2025, you will learn hidden secrets and forgotten prophecies surrounding the year 2025, how the current U.S. government is tied to America's occult destiny, lost prophecies from Qumran, forecasting 2025 as the final age of man, how America's capital city is laid out to actuate arrival of Antichrist, and why historians and intelligence agencies foresee a totalitarian world government by 2025. You'll also receive the Zeitgeist Companion DVD. This 6-part eye-opening expose on DVD reveals the malevolent Orwellian trinity converging around the world, seeking to homogenize the freedom to speak and think in order to create nations of assimilated devotees who will embrace Antichrist. And we're just getting started. This must-have collection also includes the breathtaking 2-hour documentary, The Secret Destiny of America on DVD, featuring Dr. Thomas Horn as he reveals who the God on America's Great Seal and U.S. $1 bill really is, why 72 pentagrams in the Capitol Dome are used to control the ancient cosmocrators who rule the nations, the coming incarnation of Antichrist, and much, much more. But that's not all. For a very limited time, you'll also receive the complete Rise 2021 Defender Virtual Conference box set on DVD. This 6-disc collection is jam-packed with over 26 hours of mind-boggling revelations from world-renowned Bible teachers, archaeologists, and ancient language scholars on the prophetic events unfolding all around the world right now, featuring unforgettable presentations from Dr. Thomas Horn, Dr. Judd Burton, Bishop Ron Webb, Dr. Aaron Judkins, Pastor Mark Biltz, Colonel David Giamona, Dr. Ken Johnson, and so many more. Plus, for the first time ever, free the full-length movie Belly of the Beast, the ancient mystery that holds the secret of Antichrist's resurrection and return, on DVD, absolutely free. Sold separately, these items hold a shocking retail value of over $245. Yours now for a donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling while supplies last. So don't miss Skywatch TV's biggest giveaway of the summer, the Zeitgeist Summer Exclusive, available now at skywatchtvstore.com. Order now or call 1-844-750-4985.
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. We're in studio today with Dr. Thomas Horn, and I want to continue right where we were, Tom. Before we went to the break, you were talking about the Capitol Dome. You were talking about how basically all the symbolism there is a counterfeit.
Yeah.
A very sadistic, intentional, pragmatic, thought-through counterfeit of the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, absolutely. Because look, when you look up into the underbelly, you see George Washington rising up into a heaven. Jesus also died and rose from the dead and went up into heaven. The 72 pentagrams at the base of that heaven that control these entities that are over the, the pagan states, if you will, the nation states of the world. Jesus also confronted those entities. And again, this is something that Derek Sher and Dr. Heiser have gone greatly into. One of my favorite stories out of this is how Jesus is standing in Caesarea Philippi in the New Testament at the base of Mount Hermon.
Okay.
That is where the Hebrews of the time believed the gates to the underworld. The gates, by the way, into the domain of Osiris, the lord of the underworld to the Greeks. They believe that's where that was at. So Jesus is standing there, and what does he do? He says, the gates of hell will not prevail against my church.
Right.
Yeah. Which, by the way, are right over here.
Here. And then he immediately goes up onto the top of Mount Hermon, and he starts reversing what the watchers did. They left their heavenly bodies, according to Peter and Jude, quoting from the book of Enoch. They came down and took on bodies of flesh. He goes up onto Mount Hermon in a body of flesh, and he becomes transfigured into a glorious body. So he's representing the reversal of the curse that they brought onto the earth. He then comes down off of the mountain, and what does he do? He anoints 72 disciples, and he sends them into all of the nations of the world. Yeah. He is literally sending a message to the fallen realm that he is here, and that wherever his feet or those chosen by him, where their feet touch the ground, it becomes holy ground. This is the dominant force on earth now. The big boys are here.
Oh,
they come back rejoicing, and what did they say? Even the demons that are in those nations are subject unto us through thy name. He literally then begins talking about what's going to happen. He's going to go to Jerusalem. He's going to be crucified. He's telling them it all. He goes to Jerusalem. He dies. The Bible says he goes down into the underworld. And there in the domain of Osiris, the underworld, right? The home of the Tidanu.
The Tidanu, the Titans. Yes.
I had to put on my Derek Gilbert there for a moment. But he goes down into the underworld. He presents himself, the Bible says, to the spirits in prison. So these are among the watchers that descended in the days of Jared. They're bound down there now, awaiting judgment. He presents himself, but then what does he do? Then he rises from the dead. So still, he's taking on the 72 that are represented in the U.S. Capitol Dome. He rises from the dead. He ascends into heaven. And Revelation 1:18 says something fascinating. He says, I am he who was dead and am alive forevermore. Now he is literally repudiating the popular teachings of his day of the New Testament that showed Apollo, Osiris. These were the most popular dying and rising gods, Osiris being the primary one in the Capitol Dome. But he repudiates it. You didn't die and rise. I am he who was dead and am alive forevermore. And then he adds to that, and I am he who have the keys to death and the grave. And he intentionally there uses, for the word grave, or hell, he uses the word Hades, which was the Greek word for Osiris. He literally is repudiating everything that is built in stone, if you will, inside the U.S. Capitol Dome. So when you look at the dome, a heaven, Jesus rose into heaven. The 72, Jesus confronted the 72. But under the floor of the rotunda, an empty tomb. He is not here, for he is risen. Exactly. It is literally a plagiarization, an Antichrist version of the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
It is Babel in stone. Literally, that word means gate of the God. Gate of God. Doesn't mean gate of the gods, is God. And as you mentioned earlier, the Capitol is named after Capitoline Hill in Rome. On top of that hill was a temple to Jupiter. Below that hill was a temple to Saturn. Saturn's in the tomb. Jupiter is on top. Washington is on top. He is the apotheosized Jupiter. Below that is something. Kronos is what we believe. That is the God that is being brought back. And you could even say that those 72 stars around the rotunda, that's a clock.
Oh, yeah.
Because think of that pentagram as hands on a clock. 72 times 5 is 360.
Yep.
That's 360 degrees in a circle, 360 days in a prophetic year.
And 5 points on a pentagram.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And that relationship between Jupiter and Saturn, when you go back through the pantheons, as we've shown in previous books, Jupiter, Saturn, in the Greeks, it was Zeus, Kronos. But to the ancient Hurrians, which again is what we're finding in the book Saturn's Reign, who actually are the origin of all this, it's Teshub, their storm god, and Kumarbi, their version of Kronos and Saturn. The worship of Kumarbi, based at this ancient city of Ur-Kesh, and I'm going to argue that is actually Ur-Kasdim, where Abraham came from, not coincidentally, because there are no coincidences in the Bible, that it featured this ritual pit where the whole point was to summon the spirits from the netherworld. Now, in 2 Peter 2:4, we know that there are entities that are currently in Tartarus. The angels who sinned in the days of Noah, 1 Peter 3:19, are in Tartarus. God did not spare the angels when they sinned, but thrust them down to hell, our Bibles say, but the Greek word is Tartarau. Peter chose that word deliberately. There's a difference between Tartarus and Hades. Heaven, earth, Hades, Tartarus. They don't get out until Revelation 9. The occultists want to bring them back sooner. That's the whole point of what you've been writing about, and it dovetails with our research perfectly.
Well, exactly, and the Titans want to bring back their children, the demons, and bring them into those bones that are supposedly coming back. Directly south of that whole area used to be an installation that was an art installation at the end of the Potomac River that showed a gigantic being coming out of the earth. It's since been moved.
Yeah. No, it's
a little too obvious. Did we say that out loud?
Yeah. So isn't it fascinating that even if some of the founding fathers were unaware of what they were putting into motion, it really doesn't matter, because the gods agreed, let's build an occult democracy, because we are going to begin invoking what ultimately is going to become the clash of the titans, this end time event in which God Almighty and his son Jesus literally go to war with these entities that are going to make their final effort. Woe unto the inhabitants of the earth, for the devil is come down among you in great wrath, knowing that he hath but a short time. So that is what we are racing toward. Now, in the very next program, next week, we're going to try to tie a whole bunch of this together in a conclusion, but we're going to have to quickly move out into the mall, where the largest obelisk of its kind in the world is standing, because it too was designed, in antiquity actually, but designed again by the secret societies in early American history to serve a particular purpose in bringing about the incarnation of this final terrifying God.
Well, so you talk about a cosmic war, the clash of the titans. And those that believe in the Bible know who wins, Tom.
Amen.
Eric,
Amen.
right?
Amen.
And of course, with days being short, it is the belief of everybody on this panel that time is very short. Many of you in the audience understand that. It is our job to do what we can to spread the love of Jesus in these final days.
Amen.
Which is why I always close with keep your eyes on the prize, which is Jesus Christ. We will be back next week. We'll continue our discussion on Zeitgeist 2025 and what is next. We'll be back. Could a completely totalitarian government be on America's horizon? Does the year 2025 represent a significant time marker for those in power seeking to bring about such a government? Today's guests will unpack this and more right now. Welcome to Skywatch TV Studios. I am Joe Artis Horn. In studio with us today to talk about the new book, Zeitgeist 2025, is the main author, Dr. Thomas Horn. And the book also features contributions from the hosts of the upcoming program, The Bible's Greatest Mysteries, Sharon Gilbert and Derek P. Gilbert. So for those of you at home just joining us, we are in the midst of a series on the new book, Zeitgeist 2025, and we're really hoping today to kind of take all of the last few weeks, collapse it together for a coherent series of takeaways so that you understand what the whole arch of the book is about. Tom, when we last left off, we were talking about the obelisk, we were talking about the Capitol Dome, we were talking about the secret occultism, all woven through that entire building, the dome, and how there is right out in plain view a counterfeit version of the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. So if you would, in just a few moments, recap where we left off last week and then talk to us. You baited this, I think, in week 3 to 4. You were talking about the mall, outside the dome in the mall, and you were talking about an obelisk.
Yeah, so we've been talking about the prophecies that are on the Great Seal of the United States of America, the fact that there was a scheme, the secret destiny of America, that ultimately would direct us into that totalitarian government you mentioned a moment ago, that would provide the platform for the arrival of the gods prophesied on the Great Seal of the United States, the return of Jupiter, old Saturn's reign, and their son on Earth, in the god Apollo, who reigns over the earth, or who the Egyptians would have referred to as Osiris. And so in the last program, that's what we were talking about, the U.S. Capitol Dome, and how it is quite literally in stone a mimicry, a mockery, I might even call it an antichrist version of the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. But in the top of that dome, there is a 72 pentacled contraption that allows for the occultist to open and close a doorway that allows for the spirit of any dead president to lie there in state and to rise up to join Washington in the kingdom of Osiris, but it also allows for the seed of Osiris to come back down through that dome. I'll explain in a moment what I mean by that. But now you move outside of the Capitol Dome, and literally you have recreated an ancient Egyptian setting, where you have a dome, a temple, and even Thomas Jefferson and others refer to that as America's only temple. And outside of that, it is facing the largest obelisk of its kind in the world. It's literally designed after the style of the ancient Egyptian obelisks. This one stands at 6,666 inches high, at 6,666 inches long along each line at the base. which forms its own stylized magic 666 square. So secret society members like Benjamin Franklin actually used the 666 magic square to invoke the solar god Apollo, to call for the second coming of the god Apollo. But it forms its own magic base, and in the base of the obelisk is a Bible. It is bound inside of that 666 magic square to restrict its influence on the future. But I'm going to say this the best way I can on a family-friendly show.
Okay.
The obelisk is obviously the ancient symbol of the phallus of Osiris. But if you were to take an anatomically correct phallus and lay it over the obelisk, about 25 yards away in what would be the testicular section of the obelisk, there is a giant manhole. Now, again, we're giving away the documentary film with this book, Belly of the Beast.
Right.
Belly of the Beast, we provide photographic evidence, film, of what is beneath that manhole there in D.C., out in the mall. When you remove the cover, there is a miniature obelisk, 12 foot tall. 12 is important because both in occultism and in the Bible, 12 is the number of perfect government, number of the disciples, so on. 12 foot tall miniature obelisk that is sitting in the testicular section of the Washington Monument, serving literally as what they call sympathetic magic. It is the seat of Osiris that is awaiting its moment for it to rise. Okay, now what does all this represent? I need to quickly do this because we got to spend time today with Derek and Sharon. Here's what it represents. In antiquity, the most famous myth out of Egyptian thought was the myth of Osiris. It literally formed the basis of all of the cosmology of Egypt. The myth of Osiris is basically this, that the evil god Set, his brother, conspired with, guess how many? 72 conspirators, right?
Wow.
To capture Osiris, put him in a box, delivered him to Set. Set murders his brother Osiris, chops him into 14 pieces, throws those 14 pieces into the Nile River. His sister wife, Isis, the queen of magical skills, she searches the banks of the Nile, and she's only able to recover 13 of the 14 pieces of Osiris. She takes and stitches his body back together, and then she creates a magical obelisk. She was not able to find the 14th part. She didn't find his missing phallus, which was swallowed by a fish. Plutarch says it was swallowed by a crocodile. Doesn't matter. Something in the water swallowed the phallus of Osiris. She couldn't get it, so she puts his body back together. She creates a magic obelisk and affixes it to his body in place of his phallus, and then she conducts the very first raising of Osiris ceremony, where she calls the seed of Osiris up out of the underworld through the magic obelisk into her belly, and she becomes pregnant with Horus, whose eye is over the uncapped pyramid on the Great Seal, Horus, or the second coming of Osiris. Now, so important was that basic story to ancient Egypt that all of their great temple centers had the belly of Isis and the obelisk of Osiris. In fact, it was so important, and this goes to what happens here in America too, so follow me on this, that during a festival called Opet, during the inauguration of every new pharaoh over Egypt, he would be put on a barge and taken up the Nile River to the largest religious complex that was ever built, the Temple of Amun-Ra at Karnak. There he would disembark the barge and be taken inside the pregnant belly of Isis, the Temple of Isis, the domed temple. As he's standing there, the Egyptian magicians would conduct the raising of Osiris ceremony as he is looking out into the yard at the obelisk of Osiris. His attention is fixed there because this is where the seed of Osiris comes up from out of the underworld, magically emits into the dome where he is standing, and he is transmogrified. He went into the temple of man, he comes out, he is a god in flesh. He is the second coming of Osiris. He is Horus in a body. And now all of Egypt celebrates because they can have divine representation. They have a god ruling over Egypt, so who can overcome Egypt, right? Now, fast forward to our present day, and all of Washington, D.C. starts making sense. At the inauguration of every American president, as he is standing inside the U.S. Capitol Dome, looking out at the mall, at the largest obelisk of its kind in the world, across town, here's this number again, 13 blocks from the White House, on 16th Street. All of this is intentionally designed. Nita and I were there. We actually met privately with two of the 33rd degree Freemasons. And when I asked them if this was really happening, and the reaction that they gave is another program altogether. But
I was not going to ask.
She looked at me and she went,
because this is a whole episode.
Yeah, and that would be a whole episode. But the bottom line was...
The viewers would love to hear the story, but I know we don't have
another
time.
program. But the bottom line was I asked the question, is it true?
Yes.
That at the inauguration of every American president, synonymously, at the same time you are over here, you modern Egyptian magicians, the 33rd degree Freemasons, you are conducting the raising of Osiris ceremony. So that across town, the seat of Osiris comes up through the obelisk, emits into the belly as the U.S. president is standing there, and the new U.S. president becomes the divine representation. Even the term inauguration comes from the old Roman terminology that had to do with the soothsayers in Rome, the augurs, inaugurate, who would confirm that Jupiter approves our daring undertaking, which is on the Great Seal. Even that term comes from that, but he becomes the incarnation. And by the way, while they're doing that raising of Osiris ceremony, they're standing in the temple room where Nita and I have been. There's an altar there, and on that altar, it's the Gita, the Hindu holy text, the Book of Mormon, the Bible in King James Version. All of the other holy books of the world are bound on that table beneath a 666 skylight, a 666 stylized magic square. So you have going on in the house of the temple, the Herodome, the headquarters of Scottish Rite Freemasonry 33rd degree, literally exactly the same thing that is going on where a Bible is bound in the obelisk and the incarnation of the god Horus. Now, they're doing all of this in anticipation of the day when the prophecy on the Great Seal is fulfilled. And a sitting American president literally becomes the incarnation of the god Apollo Osiris. Now, I'm going to quickly do this because I do want to make sure Derek and Sharon can talk. Why should Christians care?
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah. Why should Christians care about any of this? So what? So a bunch of secret society people tried to dedicate America to... They should care because the Bible confirms that this prophecy on the Great Seal is going to come to pass. The Apostle Paul said of the Antichrist, he said he will be the son of perdition, and that is the Greek word Apollo, Apolia, Apollyon. Revelation 17:8, and the beast will rise up out of the bottomless pit and go into perdition. Apollo, Apollyon. So the man that is coming, who is going to serve at the helm of what these occultists want, is prophesied in the Bible as real. He is coming. Now, one other final thought. The Bible doesn't just talk about a political figure as in the Antichrist. I'm going to ask Derek about this in a little bit. Does the Pope play a role? But it also mentions there's going to be a religious figure, a false prophet, which causes all of the religious people of the world to give their devotion to this man of sin. Now, you travel to where John from the island of Patmos said this great harlot church would be established. I will tell you the secret of the mystery woman, mystery Babylon. This is, that was current tense because it existed in his day. This is that city that sits on 7 hills and rules over the nations of the world. Well, there's only one city at the time John was talking that sit on 7 hills and ruled over the nations of the world, and that was Rome, right? So he tells you where it's going to come from. Well, so let's travel to Rome. Does it seem to mimic or reflect or mirror any of this stuff going on in Washington? Oh, look out in St. Peter's Square.
Yes.
A 330-foot tall obelisk made out of a single slab of red granite dedicated to the god Osiris in the 5th dynasty of Egypt to serve as his phallus in the ancient city of Heliopolis, what the Bible calls the city of On, right? Oh, so the obelisk is there. The dome is there. But wait a minute. Now go inside and look at the paintings by Michelangelo. And who do you see? Right there in the Sistine Chapel, among all of the Old Testament prophets in all of her glory, the Cumae Sibyl, whose prophecy is on the Great Seal of the United States of America. Everything is in place. Everything has been designed. The giant generators, if you will, in the way the ancients believed, it's all in place to bring about the incarnation of both the man of sin, but also the false prophet.
And it's all organized brilliantly in the new book, Zeitgeist 2025. We're going to show you how you can get a copy with some other teaching materials on the subject right now.
Call now and take advantage of Skywatch TV's biggest giveaway of the summer. The Zeitgeist Summer Exclusive includes Dr. Thomas Horn's eye-opening new book, Zeitgeist 2025, Countdown to the Secret Destiny of America, The Lost Prophecies of Qumran, and the Return of Old Saturn's Reign, along with a never-before-released 6-part Zeitgeist 2025 companion DVD, the shocking full-length documentary, The Secret Destiny of America on DVD, the full-length movie, Belly of the Beast, the ancient mystery that holds the secret of Antichrist's resurrection and return, and the entire 6-disc Rise 2021 Defender Virtual Conference box set on DVD, a $245 value, now available for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling. In the new book, Zeitgeist 2025, you will learn hidden secrets and forgotten prophecies surrounding the year 2025, how the current U.S. government is tied to America's occult destiny, lost prophecies from Qumran, forecasting 2025 as the final age of man, how America's capital city is laid out to actuate arrival of Antichrist, and why historians and intelligence agencies foresee a totalitarian world government by 2025. You'll also receive the Zeitgeist Companion DVD. This 6-part eye-opening expose on DVD reveals the malevolent Orwellian trinity converging around the world, seeking to homogenize the freedom to speak and think in order to create nations of assimilated devotees who will embrace Antichrist. And we're just getting started. This must-have collection also includes the breathtaking 2-hour documentary, The Secret Destiny of America on DVD, featuring Dr. Thomas Horn as he reveals who the God on America's Great Seal and U.S. $1 bill really is, why 72 pentagrams in the Capitol Dome are used to control the ancient cosmocrators who rule the nations, the coming incarnation of Antichrist, and much, much more. But that's not all. For a very limited time, you'll also receive the complete Rise 2021 Defender Virtual Conference box set on DVD. This 6-disc collection is jam-packed with over 26 hours of mind-boggling revelations from world-renowned Bible teachers, archaeologists, and ancient language scholars on the prophetic events unfolding all around the world right now, featuring unforgettable presentations from Dr. Thomas Horn, Dr. Judd Burton, Bishop Ron Webb, Dr. Aaron Judkins, Pastor Mark Biltz, Colonel David Giamona, Dr. Ken Johnson, and so many more. Plus, for the first time ever, free the full-length movie Belly of the Beast, the ancient mystery that holds the secret of Antichrist's resurrection and return, on DVD, absolutely free. Sold separately, these items hold a shocking retail value of over $245. Yours now for a donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling while supplies last. So don't miss Skywatch TV's biggest giveaway of the summer, the Zeitgeist Summer Exclusive, available now at skywatchtvstore.com. Order now or call 1-844-750-4985.
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. I'm Joe Artis Horn. We're in studio today with some brilliant folks talking about the new book, Zeitgeist 2025 by Dr. Thomas Horn. One of the contributing authors, Sharon Gilbert, is in studio with us today. Now, Sharon, I want to ask you something. Right before the break, we were talking about the Cumae Sibyl.
Oh, yeah.
And that seemed to get your attention.
It did, because I quote that same passage from Eclogue 4 in my chapter as well. And she says, because Virgil is quoting her, she says that justice returns old Saturn's reign with a new breed of men come down from heaven, and then he gets in toward the end, and Apollo reigns. That's big, because Apollo was famous for arrows that not only healed, but also killed. They were plague arrows. He was the god of plague. Now, all of us remember 9/11, right? All of us remember that terrible day, 2001. 9/11 is also, by the way, the day that Jesus was born.
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah, that's what Michael Heiser believes when he took a long look. Won't get into that now, but 9/11, 2001. In July of that year, There was an exercise performed at Johns Hopkins University that was called Dark Winter. It was all about the return of smallpox. Smallpox is highly transmissible.
Yeah.
It is very often deadly, and there is no approved vaccine for it. There is a vaccine, but it's never really been approved.
Okay.
It's given to soldiers, that's it. It's stockpiled here in the United States at Fort Detrick. It's stockpiled in Russia, and Ken Allebeck believes that it probably got loose when the USSR was falling apart, and the sort of the lab over there that was experimenting on it maybe lost track of their inventory. So things like smallpox, tularemia, other things, Ebola, they were experimenting on all of that. Those might be loose in the world. So if you think COVID-19 is bad, look, that's just the rehearsal, right? Something really big is coming, and it is Apollo bringing it with him. Apollo, son of Jupiter, who is the son of Saturn. And you talk about Saturn's reign, and you really get into it because the Babel, the gate of the god that we see in Washington, is going to bring him back.
I focused in the chapters that I contributed in more of the economic aspects of it and where all this is going because as we wrote in Giants, Gods, and Dragons, the four horsemen of the apocalypse, we argue that Apollo is the first rider, the rider on the white horse, who uses those arrows to go forth conquering and to conquer, but we argue that his conquest is actually the basis of Western civilization. Apollo was also the god of oracles and a god of music.
Yes.
And Western civilization, European civilization, which became American civilization, is essentially built on Greco-Roman law and literature and art, philosophy. And you look at our temples, as you've so brilliantly written in Apollyon Rising and what was the Xena 2016, thank you, which was the follow-up to that. America essentially is just the modern iteration of the Roman Empire. Our government buildings look like pagan temples. In fact, many of our government buildings are topped with pagan statuary.
They're called temples. In fact, on January 6th of this year, it was referred to by 2 senators as the Temple to Democracy.
Right. But before the break, you made reference to the Vatican in Rome and St. Peter's Square and St. Peter's Basilica and the obelisk that's there. And that was something that caught my attention because back in December, as we discussed the Great Reset when we talked about the book The Messenger, which is envisioned by the World Economic Forum and its partners in China as a global reconfiguration of the global economy, a rethinking of capitalism. The Pope in December, the Vatican announced a partnership with some of the wealthiest and largest corporations in the world, including BP, British Petroleum, Johnson & Johnson, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Ford Foundation, Visa, Estee Lauder, Bank of America, the Bank of England, Merck, Salesforce, MasterCard, Saudi Aramco, the United Nations, CalPERS, which is the state employee pension fund for California, and the state of California. Gee, I'm surprised.
Shocked.
In what they call, this is my shocked face.
Yes.
As something they call the Council for Inclusive Capitalism with the Vatican. And there's an inner core of leaders here. What they want to do is basically rethink capitalism to make it more inclusive.
With the Vatican.
Right. Now, this is a group, bear in mind, that wants to be more inclusive, that represents $10.5 trillion in assets under management. Bear in mind, that's like double the annual federal budget of the United States of America. $10.5 trillion in assets under management, companies with $2.1 trillion of market capitalization, 200 million workers in 163 countries. They wouldn't let us eat at the same restaurant, and yet they want to make capitalism more inclusive. Call me skeptical. This is the Council for Inclusive Capitalism with the Vatican. They've got a core group of CEOs calling themselves the Guardians for Inclusive Capitalism. It sounds like the title of the next Marvel Cinematic Universe film.
Oh my gosh, the Guardians.
The Guardians
that's based on the word for watching.
Yes, exactly. Under the moral leadership of Pope Francis. Now think about this. If you're a conspiracy theorist, you've got a Rockefeller. This group, by the way, was founded by a Rothschild, and it's under the guidance, the moral leadership of a Jesuit pope. This is enough to make your head explode.
Oh my goodness.
But this is where this is all going. And again, getting back to the Vatican and this relationship with the obelisk and the dome and what that spiritually represents, let me also just add one other thing. One of the things that we noticed, and this is not in the book, but just an observation, when we traveled around Israel on the last Skywatch TV tour of Israel, every single mosque we saw in the Holy Land has an obelisk and a dome. Every single
one of them.
one in every small village all across Israel, Jordan, all throughout, every last one. So we can point to the White House and to the Vatican as the two largest examples on planet Earth, but they are literally everywhere, and at its current rate of growth, Islam will be the world's largest religion within the next 50 years.
Oh my gosh, and think about this, the binary network, the binary language of the internet, ones and zeros, an obelisk and a dome.
So much of this, Derek, I want to get on to the financial aspect of your contribution to Zeitgeist 2025, because I think it's important. So much of what we've been talking about for the last few weeks, it's so obvious, the telegraphing of the plans by the Illuminati, the globe. You just talked about the Pope and his interdealings with all of these other networks and millionaires and quasi-gazillionaires and so forth. What do you think they are trying to attempt to do here that they think is going to financially benefit them, being, if I just do a generic term out, the cabal? And you hear all of this talk about the Great Reset. And I've heard like 6 different points of view on what people think that means. I want to get your perspective of what the Great Reset is, what it has to do with Zeitgeist 2025, and if I can say this properly, why you've coined the phrase technocratic panopticon.
Ooh.
Did I say it right?
Yeah. The panopticon was a new type of prison invented by a philosopher in the 18th century by the name of Jeremy Bentham, where you had one observer in a central tower who had access and had a field of view that allowed him to look into every single cell where a prisoner was located. So the prisoners never knew when they were being observed. It could be at any time, and so they tended to self-censor. They tended to guard themselves because they never knew when they were under observation. In today's world, with all of these devices here on the table, so 1, 2, 3, 4 different internet-connected devices, we are constantly being surveilled.
Yes.
And so we are already learning to censor ourselves on social media. There are certain keywords we don't attach to our videos that we upload to the internet just because we don't want them canceled. That's where this is all going. That's why we're seeing the rollout of 5G. The Internet of Things is all about, because, and this is on the World Economic Forum's website, part of the Great Reset Initiative. What can be monitored can be measured.
Yes.
And that's their goal. They believe that technicians, scientists are the only ones who can actually properly allocate resources for our global society. What these elites think they're doing is laying the logistical groundwork, the infrastructure for the kingdom of Antichrist. So while Tom, while Sharon have been writing about the spiritual aspect of this and the symbolism, the ritual aspect, I focused more on the logistics to show that there are elites out there who are trying to lay the financial groundwork to set this up. Essentially, what they're trying to do, if you want to envision this as a pyramid, they want to maintain the top 0.1% at the very tip of the pyramid and push the rest of us down to the lowest common denominator.
So they can measure it, then ultimately control it.
Right. And I know we don't have time. Exactly.
Right.
And I know we don't have time to go into the details here.
You don't get to play in our sandbox if you don't receive a...
Yes, exactly. Because a digital currency is very much part of this. Central banks are trying to roll it out by 2025, not coincidentally. The Chinese just started rolling theirs out in December. And because if you've got a digital currency, every transaction is tracked, and of course you can be cut out of the system with a keystroke.
Absolutely.
So, and I don't have time to go into it here, but I show in the book
basically
why
what's
I believe
happening in China on steroids brought here.
Yes. And what this is rolling us back to the economic system that existed in the kingdom of Nimrod at Babel.
Yeah, this is happening in China now. There's like a social system. So if you play nice and you follow the rules, maybe you get a little credit.
You want to fly, you want to work,
you disobey, maybe you get a credit taken away. And then based on that standing, you have access or limited access to certain things.
You get to buy or sell.
Exactly.
You get to buy or sell. Does that sound familiar? Folks, we are out of time, unfortunately. Did you guys learn something? It's all detailed brilliantly in the new book, Zeitgeist 2025. Tom, for everybody in the studio, thank you so much for kind of pioneering this work and spearheading this book project as a whole. Thank you so much. For everybody in studio and everybody on panel, I'm Joe Artis Horn. Thank you for being here. Keep your eyes on the prize, which is Jesus Christ. We'll be back.
Thank you for watching. Keep up with all of our programs, including our web exclusives, by subscribing to our channel at Rumble and following us on Facebook and Twitter.
In 2018, Defender Publishing issued a limited release of the Defender Family Bible with expanded Apocrypha, and the response was overwhelming. Since then, we've had an onslaught of emails and phone calls begging us for a re-release, and we've been listening. For a limited time, Defender Publishing's Family Bible is back in print while supplies last. But what is it about this special edition Bible that has so many people clamoring to get their hands on it? How do the apocryphal books affect what we read in both the Old and New Testaments of the Bible? And is it possible that the very mission of Jesus Christ on earth links back to such literature as the Book of Enoch? We're going to answer that question and so much more right now. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Skywatch TV. I'm Joe Artis Horn. We have an incredibly stacked panel today, and we're going to be talking about a Bible that it's very likely you've never seen before. This is truly a one-of-a-kind limited edition release. Before we get into today's discussion, let me introduce this stacked panel. He's a multi-time critically acclaimed best-selling author and CEO of Skywatch Television, Dr. Thomas Horn. Good to be here. She's a legend and pioneer of podcast radio, Christian television personality, and best-selling author of the Red Wing Saga, Sharon Gilbert. His broadcasting career has spanned for more than 40 years. He's the best-selling author of the groundbreaking books Last Clash of the Titans, The Great Inception, and The Second Coming of Saturn, Derek Gilbert. She's a credentialed, ordained reverend with a degree in Bible and theology, a powerful voice in Christian television, Donna Howell. And she's the host of the popular Christian television program for women, the Simply His Coffee Shop. Please welcome my beautiful wife, Catherine Horn. Is it possible for me to be in the center of more intelligent people? I think not. So, Tom, you know the history of the first time that you printed a Bible that was actually less decorative than this. It had a blue cover. Since then, and I'm going to do some reps during this program today, this is a massive, so for scale, this is my fist. I don't know if you can see that. This is a gigantic living room centerpiece.
Yeah.
It's really a conversation starter. This behemoth called the Defender Family Bible Limited Edition, King James Version with expanded Apocrypha. And again, I'm going to get my exercise in today one way or another. You know the history of the first time you published a King James Bible with Apocrypha. And when you did it, at the time you thought it would be the last time you ever did it. This time, no hyperbole, no attachment to history revisionism, because of the cost, the industries that have changed, the difficulties we're having with publishing, the cost of glue, trying to get paper. I can tell you with certainty, we have no plans to re-release this again. There's a finite number of them, so again, while supplies last, we've got a very special opportunity for you to get your copy of the Defender Family Bible. But what made you even come back to the table and do this one more time?
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that it's a limited time, because I suspect that over this week and next week we may sell out what we have. We could just run out. So if a person wants this limited edition Bible, it's a real collector's item, and they're going to get it for pennies on the dollar, right?
We're going to reveal that in a minute.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
They're going to need to do that as soon as they watch the program. Don't let any grass grow under your feet, because when it's gone, we really are not going to publish it again. No plan to ever do that again. Why did I create this Bible? Well, as you all know, in 2011, our historic farmhouse outside of Crane, Missouri, burned to the ground.
Right.
Yep.
And everything that was in it was lost, including a library that I had been building and honing for literally decades.
Well, your whole life.
40 years.
A very valuable library.
This had a lot of collector books in it and stuff that I was able to get through, antiquities and things like that. Anyway, boy, I found out that old paper really burns good. So then what happened was we moved into town for a little while and rented a little house. Anita and I would have a place to live while we rebuilt the house that had burned down. And one day, now you would think this would just be on my mind, but it wasn't. One day I'm in there and I'm studying something, I'm sitting at my computer, and I think, oh yeah, I need to reread that. And I go to reach for the Book of Enoch, and wait, I don't have the Book of Enoch. I don't have the Apocrypha. I don't have any of these ancient texts that I once had. But then over the next few days, I got to thinking, if these books are that important to me, and here's the other part of this, you need to make sure that you have good quality versions of these old books. When you get them, they need to come from the university level, because so many of them that are on the internet have been junked up. People have written their own stuff into it. They've omitted stuff they didn't like. So you can't trust the ones that you can view online often. And so we went through the process of getting all of the best versions, like from Oxford and other places, of those books. And we decided to put them in print, because I got to thinking, well, if those books are that important to me, they would be important to a lot of other people. And so then we decided to do something that had not been done in probably 200 years, and that is to create a version of the Bible with a back section that actually has the expanded Apocrypha, the additional books. This was something that used to happen. 200 years ago, Protestants and Catholics, they published the Apocrypha in the back of their Bibles, and then slowly but surely it fell out of favor. You can also see there in that
Red
picture,
letter.
there's red letter edition. That's why that happened. That's why I decided to publish a Bible that had not been done for 200 years, that had the expanded Apocrypha in the back of it, so that everybody would have access to it. The other thing is, this Bible by itself would sell in retail for probably around $200, and we're basically giving it away in this limited time offer.
Right, no, that's true. If you go to a Bible bookstore, it's not uncommon at all to see, modern NLT study Bibles, $89, $99.
Oh, yeah.
Easily. When you get into an expanded that's got a hardback cover, that's a family Bible.
No, and it totally is. In fact, we've got a little treat for the viewers at home. I'm going to put up some B-roll video footage of you and Mom in the 80s during your first ever appearance on the 700 Club with a family Bible that you're sitting on the couch reading. You're probably watching it now. That very much reminds me
It's what inspired me.
Yeah. It inspired the cosmetics of the front, this beautiful picture of Jesus being depicted on the front. But but this one's larger. I mean, believe it or not, this one's actually larger than the one that we had growing up. I want to shift gears, Donna, because Tom's talking about the Book of Enoch. He's talking about these apocryphal books that meant so much to him, and I know that you've been through a lot of divinical training. Translations are important to you. There's a lot of talk about the Book of Enoch, but the Apocrypha collection includes a lot more than just this one book. This Bible includes several different books. What are some of the other books in this Bible, and how are they valuable in terms of a companion alongside the Word of God?
The first thing we need to keep in mind is that when we turn the page from the Old Testament into the New Testament, it's very easy as a reader of the Bible to just turn the page and go, this is what happened next. But that one turning of the page represents a 400-year era of silence where the prophets were no longer speaking, and Jesus had not yet come. There's a 400-year period. It's called the intertestamental period, or the Second Temple era. Now, this particular era is so crucial because it sets the bar, it sets the precedence for how all of New Testament scripture is going to be written. In other words, what the Jews believed at this particular time is what the Jewish writers of the New Testament was getting ready to write. Everything they wrote in the New Testament stems from the world view that is shaped by this literature. This literature of the intertestamental period is extremely crucial to how we read the New Testament. This is a period where there was all kinds of religious and political revolts happening, warring between the politics and the religious people. For instance, we have a Maccabean, Judas, the son of Hezekiah. He went against Rome in 4 BC, and 2,000 rebels were crucified.
Wow.
2,000 rebels were crucified, 30,000 were sold into slavery, and this happened in a city called Sepphoris, which was in walking distance from where Jesus grew up. So in the same year, 2 other revolts. Simon of Perea, he crowned himself king when King Herod died. He burned down the palace at Jericho. He and all of his followers were beheaded or scattered. Another shepherd came along by the name of Athrongus and his 4 brothers. When they went against Rome, it was during the week of Passover, and thousands of Jewish pilgrimers during the holiest week of the year, thousands of them were massacred, slaughtered. So you look at all of this stuff that's going on right at the moment that Jesus comes into the world. You have to understand the writers of the New Testament were not just sitting there responding to Old Testament-y, spiritual, holy-sounding words. They had a worldview that was not only sharpened by this kind of revolt and happening by this kind of tumultuous behavior around the time of Christ's birth, they had an Enochian literature worldview that the Book of Enoch and other apocryphal literature helped them to develop this worldview. So the Maccabean and the Hasmonean revolts, that's just one little tiny, tiny, tiny part of the intertestamental or Second Temple era literature that is put into what we collectively call the Apocrypha, right? These uprisings changed the religious and political view, and therefore changed everything we read about in the New Testament. But there are more than just that. So that's just the Maccabees. All I've covered is just the book of Maccabees, right?
Wow.
First and second book of Maccabees, that's only 2 books in the Apocrypha. We also have the first and second Esdras, which they're kind of like a different approach to the return of Zion, which actually several of the church historians, including Josephus, believed the book of first and second Esdras to have been inspired by the Holy Spirit and considered scripture.
Oh, wow.
There are other wisdom books like Ecclesiasticus and the Wisdom of Solomon. Those actually kind of parallel what's going on with Ecclesiastes and Proverbs. There's Judith, which is a little book similar to Esther, another story of a woman who really, really played an insurmountable role in leading the Jews to victory during the time of the war with the Syrians. There's the Prayer of Azariah. If you understand, when you read the book of Daniel and you see these men in the fire, the Prayer of Azariah is a prayer uttered, and I quote, in the midst of the fire by another one of Daniel's friends. These are books included in the Apocrypha that we don't even understand the way that the New Testament writers did. But if you're going to read the New Testament, you have to understand that everything you read from the New Testament are written from people who understood and interpreted the ways of God and the will of God through this kind of literature.
Right, right.
The history of that period, that so-called silent 4 centuries, I think we'll find, and we'll discuss this over the next program or two, not so silent after all.
No.
Because you talk about the political and the religious infighting that was taking place, and it wasn't just the Roman Empire rising up and destroying what was left of the empire of Alexander the Great. And of course, Judea was a key battleground in that struggle. You had the Syrian remnant of Alexander's empire fighting the Egyptian remnant, and then the Romans coming in the 2nd century BC, and then you had the nationalist revolt of the Maccabees. But then you also had a split between the Jews who were returning from Babylon in the 4th and 3rd centuries BC and not really happy with the priesthood in Jerusalem. So you had a split between the Enochians and the Zadokite priesthood who controlled the temple. And that was a fundamental difference in worldview, where the Enochians were looking for the return of a Messiah to put things right. There's nothing we can do. The world is made impure by the sin of those fallen angels, and that's, first Enoch. Whereas you had the priesthood in Jerusalem saying, no, we've got this. As long as we keep doing the rituals, it will all be fine. And then that further split into the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the Essenes who came out of all of this. And so you're right. There was a lot in play there that was very much familiar to the apostles, to Jesus, and the people who they were teaching in the first century AD.
Yeah, so in the very same way that you cannot understand American history, you can't understand what was motivating George Washington to do what he did, the battles they fought over liberation from Britain. You can't understand our history unless you understand who these players and the wars, the battles, the politics, the religion. So in the same way, there's much of the New Testament and some of the Old Testament you can't understand unless you're also fully aware of what is in the Apocrypha.
Exactly. The late Dr. Michael Heiser said a wonderful phrase one time. He said, guess what? The apostles read books.
Yeah.
What?
Wait a minute.
I know. So they were aware of all of these books, and they had studied with some of the Essenes that Derek will talk about in the next show.
Now, one of the things that people might find fascinating, Tom, you've spent decades talking about transhumanism, forbidden technology, artificial intelligence. You were talking about this, when I was a kid, and none of my friends could identify what you were talking about. Of course, I was
news for you. Most people today still can't.
Well, does the book of Jasher from this Defender Bible with expanded Apocrypha possibly speak of high technology being used by fallen watchers to manipulate the genetic makeup of men and beasts?
Yeah, I know. This was interesting to me when I was reading again through all of these ancient texts. And for some reason, I had read right past this in the book of Jasher. But it has the most telling extra-biblical script, if you will. And by the way, the book of Jasher, which is included in this Apocrypha, is quoted in the Bible or referred to in the Bible in Joshua 10:13 and again in 2 Samuel 1:18. So there again, the ancients were aware of this book. But Jasher records this familiar story of the fall of the Watchers, much similar to kind of like what Enoch did. But then he adds this exceptional detail that none of these other books are unequivocal about. And it's something that I think can only be understood in reference to like biotechnology or genetic manipulation or transgenic sciences.
Oh.
Because here's what it says in Jasher 4:18. After the Watchers had instructed humankind in the secrets of heaven, it says, then he says then the sons of men began teaching the mixture of animals of one species with the other in order therewith to provoke the Lord, end quote. Now that's important because the phrase here, the mixture of animals of one species to the other, would not be talking about hybridization.
Right.
Because God made like animals, like horses can breed with zebras and donkeys and whatever.
Right.
So this would have been referring to something entirely different if we're talking about mixing a horse with a human in order to create a centaur, and that definitely would have provoked the Lord, because we're talking now about crossing over species barriers, one species with another kind of species. So, and it makes me wonder if this isn't kind of its own little seed, little subtle commentary that actually is talking to the much bigger picture of all the mythological entities. Some of the early church fathers writing about they tried to make men with wings and they're doing all this stuff, right?
Well, I think you may have the answer there, because even today, scientists who are trying to figure out ways to clone human beings, sometimes they are mixing species. It doesn't work out, but they're trying to mix species to see if there's a way to enhance the capability of cloning. There is a natural barrier in place that God has put to keep that from happening. It's why it doesn't naturally occur. So that would be the secret of heaven, the secret that mankind wasn't supposed to have.
Right, yeah. So a dog can't breed with a duck.
No.
But when the Watchers were around, they could. Well, it wasn't really breeding, but it's genetic manipulation.
It had to be.
So think about that. You have thousands-year-old book, right? Literally using language that could only be talking about high levels of biotechnology.
Wow.
Right. And that's just the book of Jasher, which is in this limited edition Bible. But I want to make sure everybody's clear now. Tom, your opinion, though, despite your intrigue with the book of Jasher is that the book of Enoch is actually the most important of all extra-biblical, non-canonical books, correct?
Yeah, it is. And I'll give you the answers real quick because I know we're running low on time. And Donna and Derek could also weigh in on this, and Sharon. Enoch's important to me, number one, because it was very important to the ancient Jewish communities from which Christianity sprang, as well as the early church fathers, many of them. Number two, it provides the worldview that the Lord's disciples were applying to the coming of the Messiah.
Yeah.
Number three, this is where the Savior, the coming Savior, the Messiah, is called the Son of Man.
Yes. Right. Yes.
And this is the title that Jesus took to himself so that his Hebrew followers would understand that he was the fulfillment as prophesied from the book of Enoch. They were very much looking forward to that. Number four, it's quoted in the Bible. So if the Bible quotes it, I can probably quote it, right? Fragments of it were found among the Dead Sea Scrolls, where the Essenes, I think the most accurate prophets in history, kept them at Qumran. And then to go ahead with what Sharon was saying, I believe, like Dr. Michael Heiser, you can't understand, especially much of the New Testament, if you're not familiar with the story of the book of Enoch. And then I'll say this final thing, Joe. It was read in the first century church, and for at least 700 years following that, it was read in all congregations and studied and memorized by scholars and lay people. And even today, if you take university studies like Donna has college level classes, often these apocrypha are required reading. You have to read them because you can't understand what the professor's trying to teach you unless you have that knowledge. So once again, that's why we've created a book that hasn't been around for 200 years with the expanded apocrypha.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we want to make sure that you know how you can get your copy of this incredible, one-of-a-kind Bible with expanded apocrypha in the Last Chance Defender Bible package. Right now, while supplies last, we're offering this giant limited edition Defender Family Bible for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling. But if that wasn't enough, we're also including the Defender Publishing's 120 ebook collection absolutely free. Now, this data DVD library collection includes 120 of Defender's all-time best-selling books featuring authors like Dr. Thomas Horn, Derek Gilbert, Carl Gallups, Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis, Sharon Gilbert, Allie Henson, Donna Howell, Terry James, the late, great Michael Heiser, and so many more, too many to number. This DVD library also includes the limited edition Defender Bible with expanded apocrypha, and all of these books in this collection come in popular ebook formats so you can read them on EPUB, PDF, Kindle, and other handheld electronic devices. It's devices of your choosing wherever you go, including the Bible that we're talking about today. These items hold a retail value of $1,400 if you had to buy all of these ebooks separately. Yours now for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling, so don't delay. You can scan the QR code on your screen right now using the camera app on your phone for instant access to this special offer. You can also visit us at skywatchtvstore.com or call 1-844-750-4985 and ask for the Last Chance Defender Bible package right now.
This would make a really, really amazing Christmas gift too for all of the people in your life that love to do research, or your pastor. So buy it now and save it and give it to them for Christmas.
Oh, that's a great idea.
That's a great idea.
Just stash it somewhere.
Yeah.
With just a couple of minutes left on the clock, Tom, how were the books of our modern Bible, the canon, chosen while others were rejected? This is a question that comes up a lot.
Yeah, and really it's kind of a complicated answer, but I'm going to have to just make it very quick because we don't have a lot of time. The 66 books in our modern Bible, what we today call the canon, 39 Old Testament books, 27 New Testament books. These were chosen throughout church history, and primarily by using 5 different guidelines to determine if something was actually divinely inspired. Number 1, was the book written by a prophet of God or an apostle? Number 2, was the book confirmed by acts of God? Number 3, did its message tell the truth about God? Number 4, does it come with the power of God to transform lives? So now we understand it's actually a living entity. And then number 5, was it accepted by the people of God?
Okay.
Now that 5th one took some time, because it wasn't really until the 5th century that most Christians agreed on what those 66 Bibles would eventually become. And some people would find it interesting to know that during the different church councils and synods, and they were working this all out, there were several of the books that are in the Bible that almost were rejected. They almost didn't make it. Hebrews almost didn't make it. Why? Because the authorship is uncertain, and furthermore, it might have been written by one of those women apostles that Donna Howell has so famously talked about. The book of James was almost omitted. Why? Because some argued that it argues for salvation through works. Furthermore, the book of Jude was almost omitted. Why? Because it quotes the book of Enoch. And some people had problems with that. Now, there are churches today in America, the Catholics, the Greek Orthodox Church, that have some of the Apocrypha in their Bible to this day. It was very common hundreds of years ago that both Protestants and Catholics published Bibles like this, where in the back section of it, it had the Apocrypha in it. And those Apocrypha, by the way, the same way we think of them today, they are not divine scripture. That's why they ought to be separated in the back of the book. They're important history, but we do not say that they're canon. We don't argue that those happen to be scripture, but nevertheless, they're in there and they're helpful for us. Some of the books that are in the one that we've published is the book of Enoch, the book of Jasher, book of Jubilees. Donna earlier was talking about 1st and 2nd Ezra's, 1st and 2nd Maccabees. So it's the full expanded version of the Apocrypha in this beautiful, beautiful Bible.
Tom, with about a minute on the clock, how did the Enlightenment period cause the church to slowly abandon the book of Enoch and these other apocryphal pieces of literature?
Yeah, the Enlightenment, or the Great Age of Reason, this defined a period during the 1700s and 1800s across Europe that eventually made its way all the way over into the West. They were trying to get away from the supernaturalism of the Bible. And in fact, they really disliked the book of Enoch because they were embarrassed by the story of angels came down and mated with women, and then they gave birth to giants and other mutations, and they just, the so-called Age of Reason, they became unreasonable, and little by little that infiltrated the whole church, and so the book of Enoch started falling out of favor, and some of the other books, and little by little they quit publishing them in the back of their Bible.
It's true. Genesis 6 had a supernatural interpretation worldwide and globally until the 4th century.
We were never going to have enough time to do it all this week, guys. But join us next week when our guests return to reveal the astounding links between the ministry years of Jesus Christ and the details foretold of him in the Apocrypha. We're going to do it right here on Skywatch TV. For everybody here in studio, everybody on panel, thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Joe Horn. Keep your eyes on the prize, which is Jesus Christ. We'll be back. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we want to make sure that you know how you can get your copy of this incredible, one-of-a-kind Bible with expanded Apocrypha in the Last Chance Defender Bible package. Right now, while supplies last, we're offering this giant limited edition Defender Family Bible for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling. We're also including the Defender Publishing's 120 ebook collection absolutely free. This DVD library also includes the limited edition Defender Bible with expanded Apocrypha, and all of these books in this collection come in popular ebook formats so you can read them on EPUB, PDF, Kindle, and other handheld electronic devices. These items hold a retail value of $1,400 if you had to buy all of these ebooks separately. Yours now for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling, so don't delay. You can can visit us at skywatchtvstore.com or call 1-844-750-4985 and ask for the Last Chance Defender Bible package right now. Because the church councils omitted apocryphal books like Enoch from the canon of Scripture we now know as the Holy Bible, some Christians don't completely understand the critical role that these texts played in human history. But this is not the case for the ancients who read and studied these books diligently, including, by the way, Peter and Jude, whose New Testament letters directly quote from Enoch. As a result, did God's people understand the person and purposes of Jesus Christ in a way that we don't comprehend today? Is the Son of Man from Enoch the same Son of Man from the Gospels? And if so, what do the apocryphal texts say regarding this Messiah? Find out right here, right now, on Skywatch TV. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Skywatch TV. I'm Joe Artis Horn. Today, once again, we have a completely loaded panel of some of the greatest intellects that I know personally. I'm going to introduce them to you right now. He's a multi-time critically acclaimed best-selling author and CEO of Skywatch Television, Dr. Thomas Horn. She's a legend and pioneer of podcast radio, Christian television personality, and best-selling author of the Red Wing Saga, Sharon Gilbert. His broadcasting career has spanned for more than 40 years. He's the best-selling author of the groundbreaking books Last Clash of the Titans, The Great Inception, and The Second Coming of Saturn, Mr. Derek Gilbert. She is a credentialed, ordained reverend with a degree in Bible and theology, a powerful voice in Christian television, Donna Howell. She's the host of the popular Christian television program for women, the Simply His Coffee Shop. Please welcome my beautiful wife, Catherine Horn. If you missed last week's program, I think it was fire. You must go back. We were talking about this giant, as I attempt to lift it, massive, here we go. I'm getting my exercise in for the day. Defender Family Bible, limited edition, King James Version with expanded Apocrypha. It's a program you simply must go back and check out. For reference, this is my hand, if you can see how giant that spine is. This thing weighs, I'm going to guess, 7 pounds? Is that accurate?
Probably about 8.
Maybe 7 or 8 pounds. Yeah, she's the one that works with our UPS app. She would know. But ladies and gentlemen, if you missed last week, you got to go back. It was basically a clinic on all of the extra biblical books that were not included in the original text of what we know as canon scripture, but books like Jasher, Jubilee, Enoch. Mm-hmm. And of course, people have talked for decades and decades and decades about Scripture, why these were very important to some of the ancients that considered them not necessarily equal with the Bible, but the historical accounts of what was happening culturally, as Donna explained last week, that had heavy influence over some of the authors in what became Scripture. And certainly their record of the times that they were living in, of course, when they were writing. So it's this very fascinating delve into why a book like this has such tremendous value. And if you missed last week, of course, my father, Dr. Thomas Horn, explained that he lost his original book of Enoch in a house fire, and he went to reach for it one day and realized, wait a minute, my book of Enoch is gone, along with the rest of my library, and if that book is important to me, it is very likely important to other scholars, researchers, and people curious for the historical account. I want to get right back into this today because we have a special offer that is just mind-boggling. And I'll tell you about it in just a minute, but it amounts to $1,400 in various ebooks, PDFs, and of course this book here, which would be, if you went to a Bible bookstore, which would likely be sitting on the shelf for at least $200 by itself. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. But first, the context of the program, Donna Howell. Let's dive in. Scholars like Dr. Michael Heiser say that some of these apocryphal books that I just mentioned, are crucial to understanding the Second Temple context of Scripture. and therefore, of course, the identity and purposes of Christ. But for those joining us, for those that are unfamiliar with the premise, the context, what does that mean?
So, and you mentioned Dr. Heiser. In his book, Reversing Hermann, he writes, and I quote, "If you were to ask a Christian today why the world is messed up, why the world is the way that it is, they would say it's because of the fall. But that," and I quote Dr. Heiser writing here, "that is not what a Second Temple Jew would have said." So, you got to go back to the Second Temple era. What did the Jews believe? Not only what did they believe of the Old Testament and books like Enoch, but what did they believe of their Messiah? This is where we get into some extremely important kind of a threefold answer that they had. If you asked a Second Temple era Jew or an intertestamental period Jew why the world is messed up, they would give you threefold answer. Not just the fall of man, although that's the second part of it. The first part of it is the fall of the Watchers from Enochian literature, directly out of not only Genesis 6, verses 1 through 4, which is kind of where we get the platform for that in the canonical word, but also straight out of the book of Enoch. The third part of that answer, of course, is when Israel embraced idolatry because of the influence of the pagan nations. So you have this threefold answer. Now, understand this. They were not expecting a Messiah to only fix one part of this threefold problem. To the first century Jew, the Second Temple era Jew, or the intertestamental period culture, they were expecting a Messiah that would fix all three of those things. Now, as I said last week, Genesis 6, 1 through 4 had a supernatural understanding, a supernatural rendering. They understood that to be the account of the fallen angels as described in Enoch until the 4th century. It was not until very recent history, the 4th century, that it was even questioned whether or not this Enochian literature would help to define what we read in Genesis 6, 4. And prior to that, of course, Genesis 6, 1 through 4 is written from what scholars completely understand. Worldwide, they understand it to be a Mesopotamian context. In other words, Genesis was written as a refutation of the Mesopotamian legends of the 7 wise sages called the Apkallo, who are, of course, around before the flood. So everything that we read about Genesis is understood through that worldview. Jesus's role in the New Testament, the verses that are describing where he goes and what he does, is also completely defined by the Enochian literature. Just to give you a couple of examples, a demon in the New Testament to a Second Temple era Jew, a demon. This is right out of Mike Heiser's book, Reversing Hermann, that the Second Temple Jew believed demons were the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim who were defeated in the Old Testament flood. So every time we read demon in New Testament literature, we understand that is the disembodied spirit of the offspring of the Watchers who descended on Mount Hermon. Now, in Matthew 16, 13 through 20, we get to this moment where Jesus says, "Who do you say I am? Who do they say I am?" And they have this exchange, and then Jesus says, "Upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell will not prevail against it," right?
Yeah.
Okay. Funny enough, scholars have been going round and around and around and around trying to figure out if the rock is Peter, because Peter also translates to the word stone and this and that and all these different things. No. Jesus is saying upon this rock. They're literally standing on a rock called Mount Hermon in the area of Bashan.
This 9,200-foot mountain that we're standing in front of.
Right by the gate to hell.
Yeah, the Grotto of Pan, this big cave right over here that's the source of the Jordan River. And according to the first century Jewish historian Josephus, they'd never been able to lower a plumb line deep enough to hit bottom. They believed it was literally a bottomless cave, the entrance to the netherworld.
Exactly.
So when you go there and you understand this is where Jesus said this, on this rock, I'll build my ecclesia, my congregation, and the gates of hell, which is this big cave right over here, will not prevail against it. The disciples would have known exactly what he was saying.
Right.
In fact, when we've had the opportunity to do that, you just want to hear like 100 people go, all at once. You show them
every time we go
this
to
right here.
Israel.
These are the gates of hell.
Yeah, well, and don't forget that the area of Bashan at the foot of Mount Hermon was literally in Old Testament times called the gates of hell.
Exactly. And the area was the place of the
Upon this
serpent.
rock, Mount Hermon, I will build my church, and the gates of hell will not prevail against it. We do not understand what's going on with Jesus until we understand the Enochian worldview.
Exactly. Wow. Yes, absolutely.
I'll also say the Mount of Transfiguration from Matthew 17, Mark 9, and Luke 9. The Mount of Transfiguration, you get this beautiful moment where there is clearly a ground being claimed here.
Mm-hmm.
This whole thing, well, scholars believed that that was Mount Tabor, but it, again, was not interpreted to be Mount Tabor until the 4th century. Prior to that, it was well known that the Mount of Transfiguration was a reclaiming of the ground where? Mount Hermon, the area of Bashan, where the Watchers descended in the book of Enoch and decided that they were going to thwart humanity. So over and over and over again, this is Jesus reversing Hermon. That's exactly what Mike Heiser's book is about. One more, the exorcism of Legion in Mark 5, the demons recognized then and there, when Jesus cast out Legion, that he was the Lord over this region. Where did that happen? Again, the foot of Mount Hermon in the area of Bashan, right at the foot of where the original Watchers descended.
And Donna, part of the reason why between me and Mike Heiser we came up with that title, Reversing Hermon, is because even the Transfiguration that you mentioned, what you see is this is where the angels came down. They set aside their glory. They cast off what they were in heaven, and they took themselves into bodies like this to come down onto Mount Hermon. Jesus literally reverses this. He goes up there in a body of flesh, and he's transfigured, and he becomes glorified. So once you understand the Enochian, the worldview based on the book of Enoch, line by line, you can follow Jesus like, he's doing it again.
I know.
He is literally just in their face with his repudiation, and the disciples are loving it, right?
Right.
I love it too because by transfiguring on that mountain, he's showing up in the assembly of El, who was the chief of the local gods. And that threshing floor is where El supposedly will call his demonic horde back to body form. In other words, he's saying, I'm going to resurrect all of you demons and give you bodies again. That's a lie. And Jesus shows up in his territory. I love it.
Yeah. The best way to think about Mount Hermon is it is essentially the Canaanite Mount Olympus.
Yes.
It is where the gods of the Canaanites met. And so this would just be an archaeological curiosity if Jesus hadn't paid so much attention to it.
There's a temple on the top of Mount Hermon and a sort of a threshing floor shaped wall that forces you to go anti-clockwise. That's all part of that historic monument to El. And Jesus showed up there.
Wow.
And that was the whole point of my book, The Second Coming of Saturn. That El was the god that the Romans called Saturn, but he was known as Shemiyaza back in the days of Jared when they descended on Mount Hermon. And in the end times, he will be known as the Destroyer, Abaddon, Apollyon.
Yeah. Now, Derek, in the Defender Family Bible, of course, as I said at the onset of the program, here I am lifting it again, the Book of Enoch. And that's a very fascinating book. A lot of people have lots of questions about what it is. And for those that have never read the Book of Enoch, I encourage you to do it. We have moved, I can't tell you how many thousands of just the Book of Enoch by itself in hard print, that Defender version of Enoch that you've put out. And if you missed last week, Tom gave a really good explanation about how if you go online and you try to go to the public domain, the versions that you may discover could be edited. Or as my daughter would say, remixed. Or basically, let's just play jazz, let's rearrange. This is my version of the Book of Enoch. But if you want the truest, most authentic versions, you have to look to academia.
Yeah, Joe, that's absolutely true. And this is why we paid so much attention to detail when we put the first version of this Bible together, however many years ago it's been. And I did work with Dr. Heiser, and I wound up using the Book of Enoch that he recommended. And the other books, J.R. Church, Gary Stearman, that's the versions that they thought were the most trustworthy and the best translated. And so I stuck with these collegiate level versions of those books. I didn't want to trust getting something off the internet because I might get surprised later on when someone says, hey man, your Bible is all messed up.
Right. On the Book of Enoch, last week we talked about the two sections of Enoch, one of which was called the Book of Parables. When was this book written, and why is this particular section of Enoch so important?
Well, actually, what we call the Book of Enoch is actually First Enoch. There's a Second Enoch and a Third Enoch that were written into the Christian era, so they're interesting for academics, but not really relevant to Christians. The Book of First Enoch actually has 5 sections, but the two that are most important to us, Donna was talking about the Book of Watchers, which is chapters 1 through 36. The second section in the book, chapters 37 through 71, is called the Book of Parables, and this was actually the last section of 1st Enoch. It was written in the 1st century BC, and this is really new research. We're talking about stuff that's only been discussed by a group of scholars who call themselves the Enoch Seminar, that focus on the Book of Enoch within the last 10 years. And some of this research is only published last August. So this is really new stuff. They conclude that this book was written and finished just about the time of the death of Herod the Great, which means just before the birth of John the Baptist and the birth of Jesus of Nazareth. So this was the last section. This really is the last stuff in the expanded Apocrypha to be written before Jesus arrived on the scene.
How important is this Son of Man that you hear about in the Book of Parables?
And that's really the reason that the Book of Parables is so important. The first 36 chapters deals with the sin of the watchers, and that's why Donna was so correct in saying, as Mike Heiser pointed out in Reversing Hermann, that Jews of that period of history, 1st century AD, would have said, yeah, the world's in a mess because of the sin of these rebellious Elohim who came down and commingled their seed with the seed of humanity and taught us all these things we weren't supposed to know, like sorcery and witchcraft and how to make weapons of war. Beginning with chapter 37, the Book of Parables is strictly prophetic, and it prophesies the coming of an agent of justice, God's divine agent of justice, who is called by a number of names: the Anointed One, the Chosen One, and the Son of Man. Now, we see Jesus use that title of himself in the New Testament. It's used 82 times in the New Testament, and most of the time, about 76 times, it's Jesus speaking that term of himself. In fact, that's one of the things he asked his disciples at the foot of Mount Hermon at Caesarea Philippi. Who do people say the Son of Man is? Which suggests that they were familiar with that term, that title, and the fact that he was this divine agent of retribution, God's justice. Most Bible teachers will say, well, this comes from the book of Daniel, Daniel chapter 7, where Daniel has a vision of the throne room of God, and he sees the Ancient of Days, and next to him is one like a son of man. One like a son of man, which is a Hebrew idiom that means a human. You got the Ancient of Days there, can't really make him out, but next to him is one looks like a human. And he receives an everlasting kingdom, dominion will never be taken away. But he doesn't do anything in the book of Daniel. But in the book of 1st Enoch, the book of Parables, chapters 37 to 71, he's the one who comes and condemns the sinful angels, Azazel and his minions. He punishes wicked kings, evil landlords, and those who have rebelled against the authority of God. In the book of Parables, for the first time in any Jewish writing in history, you see the Son of Man as playing an active role as the Messiah. And then Jesus arrives 30 years after this book was written and applies that title to himself, validating the book of 1st Enoch.
And the writers of these parables were a branch of the Essenes who lived in the very region that we're talking about, Bashan. They live right there, which is sort of like a cliff. And there are lots and lots of caves in it when you look up there. It's across from Magdala, really close to where the apostles were called. Jesus did most of his ministry in Bashan, in the region of Mount Hermon. And he was aware of all of these writings that the Essenes have written, and John the Baptist may well have studied with these Essenes.
And this is something that we weren't aware of until just very recently. And again, this is all very new research by these Enochian scholars who concluded that, yes, the Book of Parables, this most recent section of the Book of 1st Enoch, was probably written near the Sea of Galilee, this village of caves. A bunch of hermits living in caves 200 feet off. They had to use rope ladders, literally, to get in and out of their cave homes. But they could look down and they could see Capernaum, where Jesus based his ministry. They could see Bethsaida, which is where the first 3 disciples lived, who were called Andrew, Peter, and Philip. And in the northern horizon, you could see Mount Hermon. They lived in the north. That's where Jesus based his ministry, and we argue that that is also the same region where Jesus was baptized. So Jesus was baptized there, based his ministry there, declared his divinity there.
Wow.
All in the north. And it was a group of Essenes. Again, not until recently did we realize there was a split in the Essene community that took place around the year 100 BC, where the group that were followers of the teacher of righteousness, those who really believed they needed to separate from the world, they went south to Qumran, the Dead Sea. And that's why most people associate the Essenes with Qumran and the Dead Sea Scrolls. The group living at the Arvel Cave village near the city of Magdala, where Mary Magdalene was from, they were a little more moderate. Yes, they still had their purity laws. It was all men in the community, but they didn't object to guys getting married, and they would have jobs among the community. They were a little more moderate in their beliefs, but they are the ones who produced this document called the Book of Parables that foresaw the coming of the Son of Man, and very, very soon.
Right. Well, I'm going to ask you in just a minute, too, what all of this did, in your view, to influence the writings of the New Testament. But before we get into that, we want to make sure that you know how you can get your copy of this incredible, one-of-a-kind Bible with expanded Apocrypha in the Last Chance Defender Bible package. Right now, while supplies last, we're offering this giant limited edition Defender Family Bible for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling. But if that wasn't enough, we're also including the Defender Publishing's 120 ebook collection absolutely free. Now, this Data DVD library collection includes 120 of Defender's all-time best-selling books featuring authors like Dr. Thomas Horn, Derek Gilbert, Carl Gallups, Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis, Sharon Gilbert, Allie Henson, Donna Howell, Terry James, the late, great Michael Heiser, and so many more, too many to number. This DVD library also includes the limited edition Defender Bible with expanded Apocrypha, and all of these books in this collection come in popular ebook formats so you can read them on EPUB, PDF, Kindle, and other handheld electronic devices. It's devices of your choosing wherever you go, including the Bible that we're talking about today. These items hold a retail value of $1,400 if you had to buy all of these ebooks separately. Yours now for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling, so don't delay. You can scan the QR code on your screen right now using the camera app on your phone for instant access to this special offer. You can also visit us at skywatchtvstore.com or call 1-844-750-4985 and ask for the Last Chance Defender Bible package right now.
This would make a really, really amazing Christmas gift too for all of the people in your life that love to do research, or your pastor. So buy it now and save it and give it to them for Christmas.
Oh, that's a great idea.
That's a great idea.
Just stash it somewhere.
Yeah.
You might be wondering, what is the catch? How can I get all of that for $35 donation? And I said it in the last show, there is no catch. This is just because my father wants you to have these books. Derek, getting right back into it with just a few minutes left on the clock, how did all of what you guys were describing about the various locations, the Book of Parables, where it was written, what was going on at the time, how did that influence the writings of the New Testament?
Well, as we discussed before the break, the use of the term the Son of Man as a prophesied Savior comes right out of the Book of Parables in 1 Enoch. I don't argue that they were probably inspired by the Book of Daniel, but they developed it further. And by the time John the Baptist was preaching and Jesus arrived on the scene, the ground had been prepared in that area north of the Sea of Galilee, where you had this Essene community living near the city of Magdala. In fact, John the Baptist, many scholars believe, was a member of the Essenes, but they will often put John's ministry down in the south near Jericho, near the Dead Sea, because they assumed that the Essenes were all at Qumran. That's not true. We know from Josephus and another Jewish historian in the first century, Philo of Alexandria, there were about 4,000 Essenes living in the land of Israel, or the land of Judea. There were not 4,000 people living at Qumran. It just wasn't that big. They were all over. They were in Jerusalem, they were scattered throughout, and they had this little cave village of hermits who were writing this book in the last century before the birth of Jesus. And in there, we see for the first time in Jewish writings the idea that you could be forgiven by repenting, rather than by fulfilling the law. And according to the Essenes at Qumran, following all of their rules as well, which is, I think, why you have not found, or scholars have not found, any section of the Book of Parables among the writings at the Dead Sea Scrolls, because there are teachings in there that were not compatible with the teachings of the Essenes at Qumran. So John the Baptist arrives on the scene preaching a baptism of repentance for the forgiveness of sins. This is new. This is radical. This was not something that the Essenes at Qumran would have taught. It's certainly nothing that the priests in Jerusalem would have taught as well. This was a new thing.
Well, and also the fact that John the Baptist is described as the voice of one crying in the wilderness, which is taken out of the book of Enoch.
Absolutely.
So you can see that both John and Jesus were both aligning themselves with what they knew. This is the worldview of these Hebrews, and this is what they are expecting from the Messiah.
Exactly, and that wilderness was the valley of the shadow of death. It is where the Rephaim, the spirits, wandered, because it was where they were fallen, and it was where they were created, and it's where they are going to be forever forgotten.
Absolutely. And we don't have time to get into all of this, but John 1 verse 28 says that these things happened at where John was baptizing at Bethany across the Jordan. Proper translation, rather, would be Botania across the Jordan, which is Bashan across the Jordan, which is why we believe he was baptizing north of the Jordan River. John 1:35, that's where Jesus was baptized. And then in Matthew chapter 4, when Jesus moves to Capernaum on the north shore of the Sea of Galilee, Matthew writes, this fulfilled what was spoken by Isaiah the prophet. And he quotes Isaiah chapter 9, verses 1 and 2, which is that same prophecy we hear every Christmas. Unto us a son is born. Jesus moving to Capernaum was the fulfillment of the prophecy. The people dwelling in darkness have seen a great light. The people dwelling in the region and shadow of death, on them a light has dawned, because that area, going back millennia, was known as the literal entrance to the netherworld. It was a giant necropolis devoted to the cult of the dead. That's where Jesus was baptized. That's where he declared his divinity. That's where he, not just to his disciples, was where he transfigured, which is shooting a flare into the spirit realm. And that was where he began his march to Jerusalem to complete his mission. The ground was prepared for his ministry north in Bashan, and a lot of it comes right out of the Book of Parables, chapters 37 to 71 in 1 Enoch.
Wow,
and another thing to note is that Book of Parables, written maybe 30 years or so before Jesus appeared, but scholars believe the first parts of the Book of Enoch were written when Adam was still alive.
Wow.
So,
yeah.
If you want to get your copy of the Defender Family Bible, ladies and gentlemen, this is not hyperbole. I'm telling you right now, I have experience with this type of thing. I'm telling you. I can't say it enough. If you care about having a copy of this, do not wait. There is a limited supply. My heart will be shattered if I hear later that you really desperately wanted one and did not get a chance to get one. When they're gone, they're gone. And because of the demands for raw materials, the cost of books and so forth, this, I believe, really truly is the last time you will see copies of this. And then they will ascend into collector vaults and things like that. So please, again, do not wait. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we're all out of time. For everybody here in studio, for everybody here on panel, I'm Joe Artis Horn. Keep your eyes on the prize, which is Jesus Christ. We're going to be back next week.